evening, everybody. Good evening and welcome, everyone, to day 2 of D&D with I&B, Palace of the Red Pasha, the continuation, indeed the conclusion of the Tyranny of Dragons campaign. Welcome, everybody. I am your humble host. I am Arvin Elleron. Welcome, Arvanauts, and I am looking forward very much to this session as we are back and ready to go with what I think is going to be a really awesome session today as the party gets into the meat of Palace of the Red Pasha. It's going to be awesome. And yeah, we do, Norway. We also agree with you. We're like, bring her back. But she will be back. At least I hope she will. So she's already here for the Arvocalis, but we hope to have her back for a later adventure. But in this case, it makes a lot of sense. Anyway, she's got a lot of stuff she's doing, and she was never actually in the Tyranny of Dragons campaign. So it makes sense that with the 4 people that we've got here, that we continue forward with Palace of the Red Pasha, which is what I was looking for frantically, as we go through here. But it's good to see everyone. I hope you folks are looking forward to what I hope is going to be an awesome session tonight. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thank you for all those who have subbed over to the channel in recent weeks. I've been trying to make a push to get the numbers on the subscribers up there. I'm sitting at about 778 or something like that, and I'm trying to get all the way up to 1,000 subscribers. It's free for you folks to do that, but it really helps me because at that point I will be able to monetize the channel and will be able to do things like stream on it if I ever need to. Now, my plan is not to leave Twitch. I love the Twitch community, and so there's a lot of good things about Twitch. I'm not planning on leaving, but it's a good time. I have learned it's a good idea in the year of 2021, in the year of our Lord, to make sure that you're ready just in case you get thrown curveballs and in case something happens to Twitch. So I want to make sure I have a safe landing place, and it sure as hell isn't going to be Facebook. So that's why I'm trying to make sure that I have a second option. So if you folks are able to go over there and subscribe at some point to the YouTube channel, if you have an account, a Google account of some kind, that would be very much appreciated, and you'll be able to see when broadcasts go live, like for example this one that we've got over there. So that's the YouTube. !ArvCord is the Discord channel. It looks like the Discord bot is working again. It's been working the last few streams, knock on wood, so that's great. I hope that continues. And that means that the Discord channel is in very good shape, and that's thanks to Terry Tunes and Elv, who did an amazing job in getting it ready to go and cleaning up the place, basically. So I'm excited about that, and I'm excited for more people to join us over there. We've had a number of people join actually over the last couple of weeks there too, sitting now at I think about 220 members, some odd, over on the Discord channel, so that's great. So hopefully we'll get more people in there as well, and yeah, thank you all of those who have jumped over there. And you can find all of this on my website, arvinelleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop gives you stuff where you can get D&D with Infinity and Beyond merchandise. The Adventures of Middle-earth crew has got stuff over there as well, and we hope to have Esper Genesis stuff over on the shop also. That is !Arv Shop. The Patreon is excuse me, is the !Arvtreon that is sitting at 22 patrons, 232 per month. Very pleased about that beginning to move back up. Again, that is really the financial backbone of the channel. So the more that we're able to kind of head up the list there, or head up the numbers, I guess I should say, the better that's going to be for the channel in general. So that's cool, and I'm hoping that we can have more of that as we go along. And you can also get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel if you support us over there, so please consider that, including, by the way, inspirations to inspire our players in various campaigns, including the one that we're playing tonight. Then, of course, we've got, so that's !Arvtreon, and we've got that sub button, which allows you to subscribe to the channel. What's up, Lone Wolf? Allows you to subscribe to the channel, and that will allow you to get those custom sub badges and emotes, and also allow you to get inspirations, and that also supports the channel too. So all of that is really great, and we've had a number of people subscribing and resubscribing, so thank you so much for that as well, because that definitely makes a difference too. And then last but certainly not least, we have, of course, we have got the publishing stuff. !Icarus for the Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Very excited about future things coming from Athos, about which more details soon. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is still sitting in customs in the US. We have heard rumors that there were some people who were in customs for as many as 60 days before it was released, we sure hope that that is not how long it's going to take, but we have no control over this part of things. So we're just, as soon as we can, we're going to get those physical books out to you. But in the meantime, the digital books are available already and have been for months on drivethrurpg.com, and you can check it out there. But again, I'm very proud of these books, and I cannot wait. Believe me, none of us can wait for these physical books to come out because we want to sell them, and I would love for the people who were so kind as to back the Kickstarter to get them. So hopefully that is coming sooner rather than later. Again, that's exclamation point library and exclamation point Grayshade KS for the Grayshade Kickstarter. I'll be talking more with the folks who are running that Kickstarter tomorrow, and that's good because that will give us a chance to give you more details about this as we go into next week. So that's all going to be super exciting and awesome, and I am very happy about that. So more details about that coming soon. Last, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. The importance continues to rise of affirming and asserting the significance of protecting and honoring Black lives. And you can go to that resource, that link to find resources and information about political advocacy, about education, about places to donate and support organizations that are working towards this, all of which are really important things. So please do that. And please also check out exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization suicide prevention page, because that's also hugely important. And that, especially in a very difficult year, it's important to be able to reach out to others if you need help and to reach out to others if you think they need help. And this is one way to get you information and resources on how to work towards suicide prevention, which is hugely important. We need more points of light in the world. The last thing I want to mention is just a quick note about schedule. We're playing this tonight. We're going to be running until about 11:30, so just about 4 hours, 11:30 p.m. Eastern. Then on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern, it is the second session of Sound Clash: The Clampdown, which will be run by one Mr. Brandon O'Brien, of course, and his incredible crew. And then we have got, that's the end of the month, of course. That's January the 31st is tomorrow. Then that's the end of the month. And starting on Tuesday, we will have the next one. And the only thing I know for sure right now is that Adventures of Middle-earth is going to be happening this Tuesday at noon Eastern. But beyond that, I'm going to be sending out a tentative schedule tomorrow to everybody. So I'll have something posted either Monday or Tuesday so that we'll be able to know what's going on for the month of February. It looks to be very busy and very awesome and exciting and all that kind of good stuff. So you'll want to make sure you tune in for that. But now it is time for Palace of the Red Pasha. So I'm going to unmute myself, apologizing profusely for having interrupted whatever I interrupted, and then I'm going to unmute them.
Look, we cannot all be as epic
to there
as GC Darkside Rob, okay? I know that's what everybody wants. They aspire to reach the heights of ridiculousness and banality of Darkside Rob, and just, you know, the pitiful, ridiculous amazingness of me. But you know,
pitiful, ridiculous.
Yes.
How is that cult coming along?
I don't.
I don't know.
The cult of the Dark Crashers. Yeah, like plot twist. Rob is the big is the big boss of everything. Just like,
but since we can't all aspire to be as amazing as me, Arv.
It is thank you. It is a pleasure to have everyone here, and hello, live suing, and everybody in chat. And yes, you can see we've got the crew that is ready for Palace of the Red Pasha, and the only person who's really getting himself ready is the person who's building up energy. I can see right now, and that is, I guess I'm just going to ask Trent very quickly. What are you eating? Like, what are we got ramen here? What are we looking at?
No.
It's just a bowl. He's eating the bowl.
Yes, I'm eating it's like Willy Wonka when in the chocolate room when he eats the teacup. Same thing. No, it's a superfood salad from Habit Burger.
Oh.
That's actually similar to what I had. I also had like a burger salad tonight, which was delicious.
I have someone called Dark Side Rob. He's obviously an imposter. It's true. Veggies. What do you mean veggies, lol, Paro? Veggies are solid, all right? There's nothing wrong with veggies. They're important.
Even after you chew them and they get digested and they turn into kind of a slurry, it's still technically a solid.
Yeah, for a while longer.
It's okay, Trent. Technically, we're all star stuff, so it's fine.
That's true. How have you been, Trent? How's life in the universe with you and all that kind of stuff? And who are you playing in today's game?
Well, yeah.
Every time.
A little bit, yeah.
Why? It's been years of this, and
my
every
brand.
time we
Why
expect
do I
something
do?
different.
My
Still,
brand.
And what about?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think you should just, you know, just a series of indiscriminate grunts at this
Efforts
point
and
would
combat
be.
barks. That's all you want from me.
I'm gonna do. One of these days, I'm gonna learn, and I'm just gonna be like Tren. I'm not gonna say anything else, and that's when you'll be like, out there, and it goes right into this big musical number, just like Fifely.
No, that will not happen. How have I been? I've pretty much fully recovered from the, what do you call it when your voice goes away? Laryngitis.
Oh, laryngitis.
It was kind of laryngitis. It's sort of a man-made laryngitis.
I mean, you don't use your voice for a living. It's fine. Like, I don't know.
Right.
What you're saying is you were screaming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or
lot of
singing. Singing,
No,
perhaps.
no singing. Nope, not unless I have a melody to follow, because I'm not a composer. Never mind. That's a discussion for a different venue. So
He's got a song in his heart and a pep in his step.
right, it's just somewhere between my heart and my voice box. It just gets lost. Anyway, so I had to go to Berkeley twice, like and do like stuff, and so they had me pushing a lot harder than I normally do.
Okay.
And so it just shredded my throat on the first day, and the next day I could barely talk, and like the day after that, when I had more or less recovered about 80%, I went back in for pickups and did more of the same. And we figured it was going to be 2 or 3 lines. No, it was like 30, so again, it was just more of this screaming and roaring and death sounds and all this stuff.
How did it go?
So,
separate from you losing your voice?
they paid me, so I guess I did
Okay.
well.
Well, that's good.
But beyond that, I can't really say anything about it yet. Once I can tell people what it is. But
Once
anyway,
the
The
tell you
project is
about
released to the
following game.
public.
right,
Yeah, exactly right.
or at least announced. Anyway, so when I left that day, I got back home to see if I can replicate what it's. I basically sounded like this most of the time, and so I was like, I guess I'll just edit, because I'm not recording anything. And so I just went through. I just focused on editing for a while, and then while I was making brilliant headway with that, we lost power, and like
This was
the
last
next
week.
day,
that we're talking about, yeah.
the power came back up. And I was like, okay, now I can continue working. And like 2 days later, we lost power again. Like, and so it's, and so I'm thinking, okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's cool. Audition recovered everything that was active at the time. It's cool. And then like 2 days ago, the storms came through. We had our atmospheric river that was coming through the Bay Area, which is more like a mild little stream or a rivulet, whatever. Anyway, so at one point, all the lights went, and they came back up fully, but it was enough that all the computers shut down in the house. And so I went back. I'm like, okay, I'll continue editing chapter 14. And when I tried to save it, it's like, nope, there's another program that's using this file. I'm like, no, there isn't. No, there isn't. But it did this to me before with the power.
Nightmare world.
Yeah,
Nightmare
seriously.
world.
I'm like, what happened before is I just shut the program down, and it said, do you want to save? And I say, yes. And it saved over and everything was fine. I did that this time. It lost all the progress that I had made. And I had to start all over again. So,
Sounds like that sucks a lot.
and I'm playing Fifely Harper, who's a predictably bitchy druid who doesn't like rich people who expect them to solve all of their problems.
So wait, does he own stock in GameStop?
No, he actually doesn't. He owns
It seems like a
stock-
move he would have made if he hates rich people.
He owned stock in EA, and then
No, see,
eventually
that's a
sold it
stock
all.
he would buy if he loves rich people.
No,
That's a different.
no, not even then. Not even then.
I was going to say that this is a perfect, I think the description of the palace and the things you're about to see is going to be just right up Fifely's alley. I think it's
Does
going to
Fifely own a hedge
gonna be
fund?
outstanding.
I just want to get all
Owns
this
a
stuff
hedge.
out here.
He owns a
Literal
hedge.
hedge
Right,
fund.
exactly.
Hedge.
He's funded a
Can
hedge
we-
many times.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is a great pleasure to have Trent with us.
Does
as
he
always,
does he have
as Fifely.
does he own bits of Dogecoin?
And
I did. I mean, he did.
I think
I
just
love it.
Doge, and leave the coin part out. But
would be nice.
it is very awesome to have turn of this as
Goodness.
always. It is also awesome to have Sod with us. Of course, Sod, the star not only of Emberwind but also of Gromnir's Guide on alternate Mondays to the Temple of Elemental Evil. Sod, how are you doing? How's life in the universe? As this growing star, how's it been? How's the stardom treating you thus far?
I wouldn't really call it stardom. that's not exactly probably the correct term there. But things are going okay. I had a bit of a stressful month, but we had to cancel a few sessions of stuff, and like last week, Emberwind got cancelled because of Jen and Marie, and then the week before I had to cancel because of I had bloody family / work stuff I had to do. It was really stressful, but it's been the weirdest summer here in Australia. Absolutely weird. It's just torrential rain, and then when the torrential rain goes away, it just becomes 40-degree weather, 40 plus degrees.
Okay.
It's just it can't make up its
So
mind.
that's
It wants
like
to be nonstop
90,
rain.
95, 100-degree weather.
Yeah,
Okay.
100 degree. And when it's raining, it's like 37 degrees and 70 to 80%.
So it's just monsoon and then
Monsoon.
and then Arizona and like
Or
just
Arizona,
monsoon. Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
Tremendous.
It
But that's-
can't make
but-
up its mind.
And I assume this is also
God, I
mutated.
hope that's a dry heat though.
Right,
Oh,
yeah.
we can't talk about the Great Emu War. We lost that, Lone Wolf. It's a great disgrace. I'm not going to speak about it.
The Great
Not
Emu
allowed to.
War of 1932. It's a normal summer down under, and I assume it's also. Hey, what's up, Gun Eden? Speaking of speaking of Everwind. But I assume that also means it's mutated the drop bears into even more terrifying forms.
Oh
Like,
yeah, of course.
they're now squishy when attacking. And
Well,
like,
they're wet. So not only are you going to get clawed and mauled to death, you're also going to get soaking wet. So,
And, like,
Have you ever
impale
seen
mold.
a wet? Have you ever seen a wet koala bear?
No.
They look.
yeah, they look monstrous. It's
They are
pretty
terrifying.
bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah, you have to
Oh man. So who are you
Google
playing
image
today,
that
son?
one day if you want.
But who are you playing today?
Yes, I'm playing Gromnir Grummelhammer, who what we say? I accidentally flicked Firefly off my shoulder without.
Yes.
I mean, was I supposed to ask permission first? I don't know. He scared me. There's a spider on your shoulder. What the first reaction that everyone does would be this, right?
Exactly.
No,
Pooh!
I would be like, oh hey,
Oh,
I just recently rewatched Arachnophobia, so yeah, I would.
Gromnir.
That movie's supposed to be a comedy. Holy crap!
Gromnir did not, however, kill Firefly, so that's good. That would have been kind of an unfortunate anticlimactic
I
beginning.
did one damage there, probably.
Yeah, it was important, which is proportional. So when he came back, Firefly had lost 50 actual hit points. I'm just kidding. But we're happy to have.
He doesn't roll anything good.
That's-
It's
yeah,
as
that's-
low as possible.
It's true. It's true. But no, I'm very glad to have Sod back with us as always, and I am also glad to have back with us as always Mr. John Helfers, who has successfully mourned the Packers' yearly collapse in the NFC Championship game. And, it is what it is. Listen,
He's not wrong. Look, he's not wrong.
I mean, my team didn't even get there, so like, I'm not. Listen, I mean,
and
what can I
I know
say?
that we don't have to get into the huge. Well, we'll let John obviously say whatever he wants to say, but what the hell did they do in the fourth quarter?
they're still parsing
What was
that
with-
on radio.
What was
Still
with that
figuring
fucking
out.
field goal?
Yeah, it was-
What were they thinking?
And he should have
Steve-
scored a touchdown the play before too. But anyway,
Steven,
wrong.
well, look, one of the things I'm not going to get into this because this is not sports ball time,
Right.
this is D&D time, but I think both Stephen Smith and Max Kellerman were right on ESPN. It was a partial on one play, Aaron choked.
Right.
Going to be dead honest with that. On the next play, the coach, LaFleur,
yeah,
choked. Pretty much. It was just back to back. And I think they're both right. It's
I
not
think
either
that's true.
or. On those successive plays, they both screwed up.
It was very nice of LaFleur to be like, no, you don't have to take the loss yourself, big guy. Here, let me call a field goal for no reason. Anyway, but
Well, and the sad part is Patine is gone. I really feel kind of not high. I mean, 2 years is not really a really long time. When you made the championship game both times, I'm not sure how well or who's going to replace him. If they're going to do from inside, that's going to be interesting. But
yeah,
yeah, it should not have gone that way. And just, as someone said, we had chance after chance in the second half and couldn't pull it out. 3 picks from Brady and still only score.
And
6
that's the
points
real
off
problem
those.
is that you allowed Brady to get to another Super Bowl, and that's the real tragedy here.
Yes,
that's always the mistake that people make.
Man, anyway.
Yeah, and it should not have happened.
As you point out, though, we don't want to going down that road. Beyond that, though,
How do you feel about that terrible outcome, John?
How's life? Exactly. Beyond that, how's life with you, John, and who are you playing today?
My life is actually pretty good, all things considered. So yeah, can't complain. January's been great from a working perspective. Trent's decision at Thunder Rift is killing it, and Mercenary Star is someday going to come out, probably in February, but it's wending its way through ACX, and the reviews have been terrific. So we're very happy about that. We launched Hour of the Wolf, our biggest novel, Battletech novel, I think was maybe ever produced at 170,000 words, and that dropped January 1st.
That's good size.
So like gangbusters. Yeah, Trent, someday you're gonna have to do that one too. Good luck.
Who's
Huh?
Who wrote that one?
Pardo.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's literally, it's all battle. I mean, 90% of it is combat. So there you go.
It's just missile. Chapter 2, 3 more missiles.
170,000 words of pure combat.
Chapter 3,
Edit
40
today.
more missiles.
Pretty much, yes. LRMs galore. Anyways,
Chapter 40, they were still dying.
There were still more missiles.
well, it's 2 wars in one, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, it's gotten overall good reviews. Some people, it's never gonna, you're never gonna please everybody with these things. That's the thing. But
That's
overall,
what my
I'm very
psychiatrist
happy
refers
with
to
what
me
we did.
as 2 wars in 1. It's just kind of
There you go.
Outstanding.
Meanwhile, I am playing Cade Marmadas. It was about as diametrically opposed to Django Lucky as night is to day.
I was going to say, very different, yes. And in fact, really, I think everybody's character
Is that a drow joke?
is quite different from what we had in Strahd, which is great because it means you get a lot of contrast between those things. But it's always a pleasure to have John with us. And yes, you're going to hear more from John and me regarding this Gray Shade thing I've been talking about. There's more where that came from coming soon. So hang in there, chat, because more is on the way. And last but certainly not least, the gentleman who showed us earlier on using his phone his spacious apartment and has got this set up with the multiple lights and the strips and the whole thing. Like, I figured like every time we cut to Rob, there should just be like, got the feeling of the...
No strips. No strips. That's for my OnlyFans. That's not for here. That's
Rob stretch his arms out and not touch the walls.
I
of his
know,
apartment
right?
now.
It's just
It's a
like...
whole other Patreon tier. I just want
Yeah, exactly. How you doing, Rob? How's the new place and all that kind of stuff? And who are you playing today?
I think y'all can see it. It's working. It came together finally. It only took about 2 weeks to get it all unpacked, and I'm still moving the pieces of the puzzle around. We did some more unpacking today. Some more pieces of furniture showed up that are not on screen. I just redecorated the bedroom with some new furniture, and I still have a couple of pieces that I want to fix. But yeah, I mean, the key piece of all of this is my desk setup is up and running. And in fact, I don't think I can, just because, people like to see tech things occasionally. Let me see if this even works.
Oh, here we go.
Probably not.
Wow. He went
Yeah, I
all
know,
black.
it's fascinating. It's fascinating.
dark in
Hold
there.
up. Yeah, that was the reveal. Okay,
Epic.
thanks, guys.
Ryuvi
And
Dark
today
Crasher.
I'm playing.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's not what I was trying to do. Hold on.
Let's try again.
No, that's not it.
Also, look.
This is the other. There it is. So.
Oh, wow. Look at
Hey,
that.
look! I have a broadcast
Ooh.
studio inside of my.
Outstanding.
Yeah, so the camera's in the new place. The 2 new monitors.
This is pre-recorded. This is scripted. I don't believe it. It's all like...
It's exactly like the Super Bowl halftime show. Everything can and does go wrong. But yeah, so
Looks good.
thankfully everything's working as expected, except my switcher, which nope, that's the wrong one.
Wow. And then the under table angle. What the?
Well, this is for the
That's
hell
his
is
keyboard
that?
cam.
this is
Oh.
it's the keyboard camera, which is you can't see the keyboard right now because it's not.
Is that
on.
another
That's
OnlyFans
when
where they
Ryu-
watch you type?
That's
Is that
when
what
Ryuvi
happens?
is knocked unconscious. We're just like, now let's
Again,
cut to this.
that's-
Whoa.
Again, that's the OnlyFans camera. Another Patreon tier. DM me after the. No, I'm kidding.
Oh man, I gotta have the multiple
Toilet,
angle
yes, also
cam.
known as the toilet cam, because I forgot that the bathroom is that way.
Oh my goodness. It looks good though. Seriously, I'm glad that you got a place that is a little bit bigger, and I'm going to be following along, hopefully in your footsteps as well. We actually were up today looking at the place that we are moving towards closing on, and
Oh, you haven't
it's gonna be
closed
great.
yet. I was
No,
going to say
it's-
I don't
we
actually know where
already
you
put
guys are
offers
in the
back
process.
and forth. Offers are already accepted, contracts are signed, but until it's actually closed, I don't want to talk anything more about it. Except I'm pretty excited,
All
and
right, don't
since
jinx
the
it.
sellers are literally moving out, and we saw the moving boxes, it's a pretty good sign that everything is good to go. So, and yeah,
That's
it
actually
was-
that's pretty much how things were working with this place. Was like there was some furniture left in it, but it had been it had been open for a couple of days, and I got in and looked at it, and I was signing the paper as the other people were moving their couch out.
Yep, it's amazing. Yep, it's amazing how this works.
Sometimes it just works out because I knew this place was going to be on, like, available for like a week and then gone.
Yep.
And
Yep.
all the ones of this type that are in this building were open, and then they were
just shot.
disappeared.
Yeah, it looks great. So
yeah,
it was. Yeah, it looks. It
No,
looks
go
awesome.
ahead,
So
sorry.
no, go ahead. You may continue. So
No, you go ahead.
no, you
no, you go ahead.
You take control of this ship. It is yours. Take it. I am playing Ryuvi Dark Crusher, longtime favorite character of this D&D group. And that is all I have to say.
And
about it.
but just quickly say, and the name of your tower.
A few words, but those words speak true and
then
speak clear.
The name of your tower, Ryuvi, is which you just came up with. What is the name of the tower?
The Circle of the Dragon Slayer.
Circle of the Dragon Slayer. I love it. And the joke about this in the green room before was John was like, "Well, Kate will have to join that," and there's just silence. He's like, "Well, I mean, maybe it's not really. It's my circle.
really
It's a
my
small
thing.
circle
Of the
It's a
group,
tiny
who
circle.
slayed a dragon here?
Very small.
This guy. So yeah, thank you very much.
Technically, it was TikTok, and look how that worked out.
Oh man! Wow. Too
I'm
soon.
talking about the blue dragon up in the ice flows, baby.
Oh, the one you drowned.
And
Hell
Seal as
yeah.
well. Seal too as well.
I think the water killed that dragon.
Yeah,
I
that's-
helped.
It definitely helped. But
But not have gone in without my sleep spell. Thank
it
you
is
very
great
much.
to have Rob with us, and it's great to have the whole crew with us. And with that
It is
said,
good to be here.
it is time to fire up some music, and I have got. Let me hear it here. All right, there we go.
Let me actually turn on the music this time because it was fun to hear the music. The last time we did this was the first time I had the music on since the first time I ever joined this D&D group. I had music off pretty
What?
much for
You missed
2
out
campaigns.
Oh man!
I don't know.
Now we have it. So we have got, this is all music by Kevin MacLeod, although later on we may use some music depending on where the party goes, from Greenforge Studio, which we have, of course, a license with. And for those of you who were at the Talisman Adventures premiere on Tuesday, you heard more of Gabe Lefkowitz's music. And I will say only this, which is that after we were done with that, he sent me an email and said, "Oh, it was really great. I really liked the stream. And I'm thinking about a couple of new albums, and one of them in particular is combat music. Would that be a good one?" I'm like, "Well, yes, it would." And he sent me something asking, "How long is your typical D&D combat?" And I was like, that is an interesting story. So I was like, I wanted to just send him the video of the Tiamat battle and just be like, well, it's normally 6.5 hours, but no. So that's good though, because it means that he's thinking about timing and about how to put together. But in any case, but this of course is the amazing Kevin MacLeod, who John happens to know. And it's great work as well. So with that said, let us get into
Is it
Palace
playing
of
now?
the Red Pasha. It is playing as we
it's
speak.
playing now. Actually, Arv, can we take it down just a smidge?
A little more? Yeah, sure.
It's good. It's great, of course, but yeah, it's a little.
Let me turn down the remote.
Why can I not
Muck
hear
around
it?
with it.
So you can
I
turn
think you
it down
picked something
yourself.
else.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, now I can hear it.
Battle
Okay.
demo.
So here we go. in our first session of the Palace of the Red Pasha, the 4 characters you see assembled below, Fifely, Gromnir, Cade, and Ryuvi, were brought back together. But specifically, Gromnir was the first to be contacted by Anthar Froom, leader of the Order of the Gauntlet, who found him working at the library in Candlekeep because there are issues that remain, as everyone will remember who are fans of Tyranny of Dragons, and if you're not, please go watch the next 100 episodes of that over on my YouTube channel. We'll wait. While you do that, the battle against Tiamat and the Cult of the Dragon was epic and did not end without loss, including the loss of TikTok, including the loss of many other innocent lives, but they did manage to defeat the Cult of the Dragon mostly. But the
You're really
leader
trying to make
of
me
the
feel bad about that TikTok.
except for TikTok, some loss helped along by a certain drow wizard who now self-styles himself Circle of the... No, I'm just kidding. So the characters defeated Tiamat, but not without cost, and they did not, perhaps entirely, defeat the Cult of the Dragon. Severin, who was the head of the Cult of the Dragon, originally hailed from the incredible city of Kalamport, far to the south, way farther south than most of the cities in the Sword Coast. And what the Order of the Gauntlet has discovered, along with some other members of the Lord's Alliance, the group of free cities and organizations trying to preserve order and stability in the Sword Coast, they have discovered that there are other indications of issues that may exist within Kalamport. Specifically, that Severin may have left behind some fragments of the cult, and that fragment, now that at least a year plus has passed, is maybe making some noises about trying to make some kind of a comeback. Quite obviously, this is not something which any of the Lord's Alliance can stand, and so they have secretly dispatched, or wish to dispatch, members of our Infinity and Beyond crew to deal with the problem once and for all before they can rise to threaten the Sword Coast again. And so Gromnir agreed to this and went off to find first Fifely, who was hanging out in the Wood of Sharp Teeth with Roker, with his significant other, having a grand old time over there. But because Gromnir laid out the seriousness of the situation, and because Roker said, "You are needed by the people, I will be here when you return," Fifely agreed to go with Gromnir, and the two of them traveled to Ryuvi's tower, where they found that the former Xanthal, I believe's tower, Xanthal's tower has now been taken over and remodeled because it's under new management, specifically Ryuvi Darkcrasher, and his group of people who have come to be trained by this famed drow dragon slayer. And so they spoke to him. Ryuvi revealed to them that he also had a group of spies that was trying to find out more information about the last vestiges of the Cult of the Dragon, but had sort of a dead end, as most people did, right when they reached the border of Kalamport, which is also a little troubling, frankly. And so Ryuvi agreed to go with them once he had made a few preparations. And so Gromnir and Fifely headed west to Waterdeep, where they tracked down Cade Marmadas, who also has had a change in fortunes, insofar as he deposed Hotch once and for all, and became the new, essentially, Lord of Shadows, if you will, the head of the Thieves Guild there, and became... was on a throne of gold, as I recall, and things were looking pretty good for Cade when they arrived, but was super excited to leave because it's freaking boring, because Conan, and why am I sitting on this board, and then decided to head south again. Yes, Ryuvi.
One correction.
Sure, what's the correction?
It wasn't just to make preparations. My request was specifically, I will leave with you to go to the what is it, the thing of the Red Pasha?
The Palace of the Red Pasha, yes.
I will leave with you to go to the Palace of the Red Pasha when you have gone and retrieved Cade Marmadas yourselves.
That's true.
Specifically, I wanted to see if they could get him to come to the tower.
They apparently had no difficulty in this.
No. I'm just saying it was a specific request.
And I appreciate, by the way, that we've got like the meteorologist trend standing up at the map, like, and then we went here. Like, exactly. It was, and so they went from there. Now, the one thing
Trendane Sparks will be playing the part of Vanna White tonight on this episode of
No, she has ugly toes.
I wanted to double check and see, were you all flying south, or was it just the three of you heading towards
Three of us heading back to the tower.
To the tower, okay. So we still have that to do before heading south. Got it. So they are on their way, but they didn't go just on their own. They actually went with a flying carpet, which apparently was provided for them by the Lord's Alliance. And with that came also papers of introduction to the Pasha, because once they arrive in Kalimport, they will have to find out details about where this cult, or what's left of the cult, may be found. There are rumors that there is a dungeon, which is the stronghold, basically, of what's left of the cult, below the palace of the Red Pasha itself. And so the party is going to have to go there, find out some details, do a little bit of information gathering, and then go in, infiltrate, and crush the cult once and for all. At least that's the theory. And so as we head back over to the party, Fifely, Gromnir, and Cade are just about to arrive, I believe is where I left it, at the Circle of the Dragon Slayer, Ryuvi seeing them arrive. And I believe they were just about to land. And so I'm going to hand things back over to them as they settle onto the top again, the top floor, the heliport, if you will, of the Circle of the Dragon Slayer. Ryuvi, you see them there as the three of them land. And it is indeed Fifely and Gromnir and Cade, looking very similar to the way you saw him before, perhaps
as
with
Cade
everything
gets
more
off the
neatly trimmed, but otherwise, that's the deal.
As Cade gets off the carpet, I go, Cade Marmadas, you no good swindler. But dare you show your face again after what you pulled. No, I'm kidding. I don't actually say it.
I love all of it.
What?
Come here, you old pirate.
How you doing, old buddy? So good to see you.
You got a lot of nerve. Yeah, exactly.
He's got a big bandana on the back of his head. And he just turns around.
Yeah. Actually, the power behind the throne.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Fight bot. Yeah, exactly. All right.
No. So as I see the three of them approach, I just go straight to Cade Marmadas, and I just kind of look at him, nod, smile, and hold my hand out.
Oh, yeah, I'll shake it with a mage hand. Say, hey, you've kept the place up. It hasn't fallen down around your ears yet. Good for you.
It is good to see you too, my friend. I'm glad to see it did not take much convincing for you to get here.
Well, you think running the Thieves Guild in Waterdeep is going to be a lot of fun, but it's nothing but work, paperwork, more work, keeping people from killing themselves, fending off the occasional assassination attempt. I could use a break from the city, so this was perfect timing.
So what they told you seems like well, I don't want to say good idea, but an idea.
A great idea. Head south. I had some business to take care of there anyways. It's two birds with one stone kind of deal. I get to see you guys again, see what you've been up to. And judging by the looks of it, kind of looks around. Doing well for yourself. It's good. Never really saw you as a, business wizard, but if it works, more power to you.
Careful. I still know how to fight.
Well, I'm sure that hasn't changed. But yeah. Are we, I think we're staying here for the evening before setting out tomorrow?
You're welcome to have food and rest for as long as you need, and as soon as you are all ready to go, I shall be as well. I will make preparations so that the tower is, of course, secure, because I cannot leave it. Well, let's just say I will leave it in good hands. But I also want to make sure that my spies who are down in... What's the name of the town again?
Kalimport.
Kalimport. I want to make sure that my communiques between my spies in Kalimport have returned their messages to me of what their status is. I want to have some idea of what we're walking into, and if they can't get back to us before we leave, I will rendezvous with them when we arrive in Kalimport.
Excellent. Good.
I hear you have spies in that area too, my friend.
Well, good business is where you find it, or where you make it. And yes, so I'll be also checking in with my network to see if they have any information. So it'll be good to compare notes.
Have you had any information or issue in Waterdeep?
Nothing of import. Certainly nothing about the cult. If they do exist, they've been keeping their heads down. So...
And even though he trusts him, when he says nothing of import, he does kind of turn an eye at Cade going, is he keeping a secret from me? This,
Wow.
always the thief. But he still trusts him, of course.
Once I took over Waterdeep, let's just say the bounty on any cult activity grew significantly. So the reason they don't show up is because I make sure they're not welcome.
Well, I will say to you, I don't envy your position in Waterdeep. It never was much a town for my blood.
It pays the bills, and then some.
Agreed.
Plus, I get to keep an eye on the Lord's Council too.
And when he hears the Lord Council, he goes, why in God's name would you want to be anywhere close to those fools? They only know how to trip over their own tail end, the backsides.
Friends close and keep the Lords closer. That kind of thing.
They get drunk and they argue over whose wives they're abusing.
Or what they should do to save their own country. Yeah, it's still as amusing as ever. Let's put it this way. Nothing has changed there too much. So
It is enough of them. All I know is that they call and complain when they can't keep their own borders safe.
hence why we're here right now. She kind of cuts eyes at Gromnir because he's got the gang back together. But let's face it, who else is more qualified to handle a little job like this? And besides, like I said, it's a working vacation.
I suppose from your flight you will be hungry? Food, drink,
Starved!
entertainment?
Sure.
Well, maybe
The
perhaps
question
not
is,
so
are we
much
keeping
entertainment.
this? Is this ours? We get to use this for the job?
Yeah, who's
I
is
have
this?
I have no claim to it. Where did you
I
get
mean,
it?
like, it came with this package, and I'll kind of like pull out the package with the note and all that.
He examines the carpet. Has he seen this carpet before? Or the magic that's contained in this carpet?
Not specifically to this one, but you're familiar with flying carpets. I mean, it's not, and I'm not going to say it's common, like you can get it everywhere, but
He sort of grabs the tassel of it and he sort of looks at it, and sort of as he pulls and sort of takes a little thread of it, the end of the carpet kind of goes.
Yeah, exactly.
But he sort of takes the hair of it and he kind of goes.
clearly this is a quality one made in Baldur's Gate. I mean, you could tell that anywhere. It's definitely it is not unusual, it's like you've never seen a flying carpet before. Although you will say that it does occur to you that the quality of this is fairly impressive. There are flying carpets that basically are fairly small and just kind of get the job done, but this is a pretty large for a flying carpet, and pretty well made, so that it was expensive to begin with, clearly, before the enchantment was placed upon it beyond that. So Lord's Alliance did not skimp on this when they sent this to bring the party back.
Well, they certainly gave you the executive treatment. If it is yours now, I say we should use it to its fullest extent. I cannot procure one that is better than what they've already given you.
It was a comfy ride, and I imagine if we use it to get down to Calimport, it'll certainly ease our travel considerably. Assuming, and again, it was kind of like Gromnir, assuming that's what the whole point is.
While we dine, Kate, I would ask one question of you. What is going on with the Lord's Council's wives?
Gentleman never tells.
You know
Have to
me.
come to the city and see for yourself sometime, my friend. I will put you up in the finest accommodations.
After this little trip is over, I might just take you up on that offer, sir.
There you go. Especially with the harvest.
Ryuvi's got
coming
a
up
brand
fairly
new
soon.
bag. My, oh my, what power does to a man. Anyway.
That's the next campaign. Or just letting you know.
Gotcha. I'm already
That's a
making
side
note.
quest.
Already making a
no,
note.
that might be a main quest. Anyway.
It's a quest of some kind. Anywho. Yeah.
So I lead them. So if there isn't anything else going, I lead them all to the main dining room of the tower, which is down from the roof. And as we're there, a bunch of the soldiers are also moving through, as it is a dining area for more than just us. You know, it's more set up like you might be aware of it as kind of like the main dining room from one you would have seen at The Witcher, where it's like the main table at the front and other tables in the main area that all the soldiers eat at. And even though I'm in charge, we're all sort of eat in the same place. I don't eat separate. I have my own private area that I would go to if I needed it, but we're going to eat with everyone else from the circle. So there are currently people entering and leaving and, you know, preparing to eat. And I have informed the kitchen staff to go all out tonight for our invited guests.
I would assume there's a sense of awe. What's up, Red Pasha? I would assume there's a sense of awe among from the
You're so cute.
From the assembled, the assembled people who, right? I mean, like seeing
sure.
all the four of you. Like, it's one thing to have you all the time, but like, you know,
it's interesting to see it as we're arriving in the main hall. Actually, when I notice that the rest of the people in the hall have started to catch wind of the fact that Cade and Fifely and Gromnir have arrived in the. No, I remember his name, Tren. Okay. It's Alec. He's here. No, I'm kidding. When they've all started to notice that the three of the other, what was it, 5, 6 people who slayed the Dragon Queen are here in the room, they sort of stop and look what they're doing, and they sort of assume that I'm going to say something, which I probably should. And they say, "Friends, we have guests tonight. We will dine like warriors, like mages, like members of the Circle of Dragon Slayers, and drink to our joint healths. Enjoy and prepare, for we have much to do after this dinner tonight."
So they all, you know, like there's a little bit of applause and then a huge bustle, like a well-oiled machine. You know, people bringing
To the
in food
circle.
and stuff like that.
And they all to the circle, and we get down to having some grog and some meat, fresh meat off the bone. And of course, I lead them over. I lead them over to the main table and show them where they can sit down, and I take my seat at the head of the table because whatever.
Ryuvi's Tower Ryuvi's rules, basically.
That is why I made this happen at the end of that campaign, because I was looking forward to this. I will never be a hedge fund billionaire, so I can be one in D&D. Let's go. If only I had bought AMC.
So the difference is your hedge is like got deadly traps in it.
Yes, exactly. It's a hedge maze.
It's a hedge fund, but not hedge fun. Ew.
Yes. And all the people said, "Fuck that. We want a hedge too."
So, I'm perfectly happy to have you folks role play it out or montage forward. It's up to you.
We don't have to. Unless somebody has something they want to role play in this moment.
I was going to turn into a. Sorry, go ahead.
Now you go. Go first. No, go first. Go first.
I was going to turn into a giant slug and just crawl down the length of the entire table.
Okay.
But we don't have to do that.
We could montage that.
Right.
The
yeah.
most random montage. Everyone's like, "What is this? Why is there a slug there suddenly?" Like, what? It's just like a montage.
Oh, how big of a slug?
I said giant.
Well, okay, considering they're like, you know, less than an inch long, that's what, 5 inches? Is that a giant slug?
No, he's closer to 3 meters.
Good
In
God,
my best Ryan Reynolds. But why?
Indeed.
Because this way I get all of my digestive slime all over everything and nobody else will want to eat it.
Hopefully, they'll never change. Are we moving
I
under the?
I think we're gonna time pass.
Yeah, I think we're gonna.
Okay.
He doesn't actually do that.
Yeah. As he's about to turn, we montage forward out of it. So.
We're not having our Brady Bunch moment of this campaign just yet.
That leads us to then, again, I'm not, if people don't want me to, but otherwise, it leads us to now then. I'm just kidding, sure. But this leads us to the morning of the next day. Do you, just very quickly, you don't have to go into great detail about this, but Ryuvi, you said you were going to leave some preparations for your departure.
A through G, yeah.
And I was going to say, anything specific that we're leaving behind that you want to mention here? You don't have to go into detail.
As they're waiting at the front door, I'm speaking to two soldiers of the circle, basically giving them the splitting the duties of running the exterior and interior of the tower, basically both the defenses and the offenses, as well as the spy network, and making sure that people are continuing to interact with the townsfolk and also our, network of other messengers relaying information from the nearby towns and cities, and just make sure that if any news does happen, that they relay only stuff of the most extreme import to me, as well as stuff related to Red Pasha and anything that is going to me. And then they also inform me that my spies in Kalimport have not responded of late, which they either believe means that they are in hiding or they are no longer living. But I am going to assume that they are in hiding because something has gone terribly wrong.
Okay.
And that is actually going to be what I share with the party when they have finished informing me that all preparations are made for the tower to be in good shape while I am away. So I actually walk over to them and I look to all three of them and say, preparations have been made for the tower to be under the Boric and Ridor's control while I am away. It was Boric and Ridor. I don't know. I just made those names up. I don't know who the fuck those people are. I have never seen you before in my life. Get out of here. No, Boric and Ridor are going to be in control of the tower. They are my right and left hand men of the towers. And no, actually, let me rephrase that, because that's not, I wouldn't say that to them. What I would say is my men have made all the preparations, and the tower is set to be fully autonomous while I am away. The people who need to do what they need to do in the tower will be here, but the network is intact. However, there is some troubling news. And he looks right at Cade when he says this. My spies who are in Kalimport have not checked in of late, and I am concerned that something may have befallen them, or they are laying low because something has caught on to their presence. Have you noticed any similar events going on with your spies in that area?
Yeah, reports have been spottier than I like. As I was telling the boys here, I was just about itching to go down there for a trip myself when this happened to fall into my lap. So, two birds, one stone, you know the drill. I need to make sure, it seems like we need to both make sure our networks have not been compromised.
I agree. We both must make sure that our men are okay. And if they're not, that's then and at least they and their families are taken care of.
Well, yes, and exact retribution on those who have seen fit to change the circumstances.
I was hoping you would say that. I'm sorry, I'm playing Xavier. Anyway, no, I'm...
A little bit more the Eastern European, my friend. Remember, I handed off the accent to you. Come on. Pick it up.
Hey, look, it came back pretty easily. It's right there. It's always right underneath the surface.
It's good to see that running this tower hasn't made you soft either. I have a feeling we're going to need all of our attributes and skills before this little journey is over with.
Well, shall we take our leave of this place and go?
Ready when you are.
Yeah, we're going to be taking the carpet, right? Can we all fit on the carpet?
Yes, it's big enough for all of you to fit. It's a sizable carpet. Yeah.
About the size of my old apartment.
It's a carpet it actually is Rob's apartment, and you can
wall to
wall. You can ride his apartment all the way. But it is a sizable carpet with and there's oftentimes on flying carpets, Ryuvi, there's a little bit of a troubling sink. Like you get onto it and you kind of feel, this one feels pretty steady. Like you get onto it and does not have any particular give or anything like that. So it's, again, seems well made. So are you folks taking the carpet and heading down?
We can go now. We can go now.
Okay.
Gee, walk for like who knows
Just-
weeks or take a flying carpet. Yeah, that's no
I
choice
mean,
at
like,
all.
if you guys want, I can just teleport us to Candlekeep. We can go from there. But they use up a spell slot if you. It'd still take us, the day to get from Candlekeep to Calumport via carpet? Would you say?
This moves at a very good pace. It's not as fast as, say, on the back of Kalismana it would be. It's not quite as fast as a dragon,
Yeah.
but it moves pretty fast, actually. So...
But it would take most of the day, so to speak.
Yeah, it would... This is probably... It's not necessarily, actually. It's probably about a day and a half's journey on the carpet, roughly, although that's going at a reasonable clip. You could probably push it to go top speed and get there in about a day from here. It's pretty fast. So
on foot from Candlekeep to Calumport would be about 45 days.
yeah. So it would be, yeah.
Doesn't this place have trains?
Wrong setting. But if you guys want, we can go from Candlekeep. But it's up to you if you're willing to stay on a carpet for a long period of time.
Teleporting would get us closer quicker. I don't think,
Teleporting
and
is fight.
less than the
Teleporting
idea
is
of running
fine
into
with me.
anything. So, yeah, I think the sooner we get down there, the sooner we can look into what's going on. So yeah, why don't we zip to Candlekeep, take off from there, and go.
All right, easy peasy. So I'm gonna cast.
I need to step away for just a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Word of Recall.
Aha, you and up to 5 willing creatures within 5 feet of you, excuse me, instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary. You and any creatures that teleport with you appear in the nearest unoccupied space to the spot you designated when you prepared your
The
sanctuary.
problem is it's my room. Because I never planned this far ahead.
I love
So
it.
everyone
That's
kind of,
funny.
just crams into my room.
So when you do this, I would say that, you cast this, everyone's like, great, and then boosh, and you're in, and you can describe the room. You're in the middle of Gromnir's room. So what does your room
I
look
can
like?
think of Rob's apartment, Rob's old apartment, but just filled with books. Books, there's tables of books, the bed's got books on it. It's just, there's just nothing but books everywhere.
Lots of books.
And it's, as soon as you all land in there, some of you already stepped on books, some of you probably knocked over a few of the piles of books. And just books just scatter everywhere.
That's where you folks are going, is right there.
From appearing there.
That's funny. I doubt he's gonna have anything really of import to review, so I'll leave it alone, I suppose.
I like books. This would be the right place for you. And then are you, right now there's nobody there. Do you want to, inside the room anyway, Grom, do you want to take the carpet out and then
Yeah. So then we'll kind of I'll look out to make sure I don't get in trouble for teleporting people into Candlekeep because that's probably going to be some problems.
Right.
But if anyone kind of comes by and tries to be who are these people? I'll explain later. It's just this.
Sorry, heroes of the Sword Coast.
important.
Sorry.
Yeah. Here's the Sword Coast stuff.
We're HSC.
Yeah.
What? Or no, actually, not even better. Heroes of the Sword Coast or HOTC. So,
out of interest, what languages do people know? Because I want to see if there's anything interesting May knows.
Cade never really was a language guy. Nope, just common and halfling. That's it.
Okay. Rob's. Let's reviews languages. Common and Elvish. Okay, well, you'd at least notice there's a lot of Elvish language books in his.
You would know Undercommon as well.
Yeah, you would know Undercommon, but no, not Undercommon, but definitely Elvish books. And you know that Gromny doesn't actually speak Elvish when you last met him. That's one thing to note. And I've lost chat there. Why have I lost chat? I have to reload. What else is there? There would be I wonder if they would know. They would be able to at least detect that it's not. It's definitely languages you don't know specifically.
What was it? Was it something I would know?
What language do you know? What does the three of you know?
Hang on.
Just telling off.
Not many. I'm pretty sure it's. Oh, where is it? I gotta remember where everything is on here.
Okay.
All I speak is Common and Elvish. That's it.
And Undercommon because you're.
But Undercommon, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
So would they notice that there are very strange books?
I don't
Type of
think,
thing?
unless they were specifically looking for it. I think
Yeah.
while you,
Well,
Rob, so you were
yes,
just
I
teleported
did.
to literally Gromnir's room, which at Candlekeep, which is just we said it was basically your old apartment with nothing but books, like just piles of books and papers and scrolls and all this stuff, kind of piled everywhere. And
Anything about the scrolls that catch my eye?
You'd have to take a look at them because most of them are either flat pieces of paper or kind of stacked, kind of in a pile of scroll cases. So you would have to take a look.
No, I
Nothing
just
is
sort
fixed
of,
them,
I'm
so.
not that interested. I just am sort of like, if I just kind of scope around, and of course I'm looking to see if anything catches my eye or stands out as something of import, something that's important.
Okay, then I would ask whether Grom has made any effort to,
There would be stuff on Thay there for sure.
Okay.
You would notice that. And then a lot of it you can kind of quickly, if you quickly scan through, you'd probably notice there's stuff on Sword Coast history.
Nah, it's fine. I'm good.
Is there a window?
Yeah, there is a window. There's one simple window because these are more clerical chambers than like anything fancy. So it's other than books, you see some basic cleric robes and clothing.
This
Not
is
really.
no
It's-
Wizard's Tower or
No.
Thieves
None of-
Guild,
yeah.
like overcompensating massive gold everywhere room, right? Like type of thing.
Wait, who's overcompensating? What are you trying
So
to
say,
I didn't mean that way.
sorry for that.
because I have a tower? Excuse me?
What are you trying to say?
I have a very big tower.
So, guys, this is where I live. Don't worry about the books. I'll get yelled at later for it when I come back. So don't worry if you step over a few pages. I can fix it all.
Romnir, where is the exit?
You got to move the books behind that door. It's so
He starts his way towards the exit.
Okay.
And I'll lead everyone out. So yeah, you get to kind of sort of give a quick, not really a tour, but because we're going straight for the exit, so we won't get in trouble.
There are
but
a
you get
couple
to
of
see-
acolytes, I should say, early in the morning that really don't take much. There's maybe one of them that kind of looks at you curiously as you pass by Gromnir, but it is fairly and fortunately quiet at this point of at this time of day in the library.
Yeah, and we'll probably exit through the main temple entrance, which has the awesome looking. It's got like a dais on it with like a pyramid with an eyes all around it. That's I think it's upside down pyramid if I remember correctly, and it's got eyes all over it. And there's also various symbols of like crystal balls with eyes all around them. Various really weird looking. Everything seems to have eyes, some kind of feature on them. It feels like, and when you walk through, it feels like you actually get this really weird feeling of being watched, but not being watched. It's more like being observed rather than. Wait, how do I say this? It's more like if. It's like when like a dog or something's trying to look at you and trying to figure you out. It has that look.
So it's like this? It's like...
Yeah, it's that weird, but you get that sort of feeling. This whole
That really hurt. I can't do that anymore. My
Great. But the weirdest thing is it's the entire structure of this building that has that feeling. So it's like trying to read you, trying to understand you.
The room is trying to read us.
Mm-hmm. The entire temple.
Okay.
But as soon as you exit the temple,
I really want to get the hell out of this room.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's very weird sensation. It probably
if he starts like pulling shit off the wall to get out of it. Get me the hell out of here. Why in God's name did you put this bookshelf in front of the door, Cromnir?
I needed the space. Look at it.
Well, would you please help me move it?
They won't give me bigger quarters. This is the biggest that they allow me to have. So.
Did you not tell them that you are Gromnir Grumblehammer who killed Tiamat with the lowest rolls anyone had ever seen in D&D? I mean,
yeah.
Wow.
And this is what I was rewarded with. This is my place. Yeah, get
If you
to
need
read
more
lots of
space-
I have closets bigger than this.
if you need more space, Gromnir,
Why do you think I was looking at
always,
your bathroom?
you can always come to the tower. You will always be welcome there, Gromnir.
Yeah, maybe you should
Well, you
you should
didn't
rent out a
write-
floor there.
Remember when I said you should read what I wrote to you? Perhaps you should read some of it that I
Well,
wrote.
if you had sent me an Insta scroll of your living quarters, I would have looked at it and said I can do something better for you for half the price.
All right, well, let's worry about this when we get back. How about that?
And
I
yes, please return my friend request on Insta scroll. Do it.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to the Insta Scroll
It's
channel.
like to subscribe to Insta scroll.
Download the Instascroll app now.
Smash that scroll like button. Oh man. All right. So you all exit, I assume.
Yep.
And
Oh goodness.
once you are back on the carpet, it takes off again and heads south
Back
over
on the carpet.
the walls of as you
And
can
we're
call
back.
that on the carpet.
On the carpet again.
And I'm going to move
we started
everybody
the
here
tree.
over to a new map, at least a new map of sorts. Whoa, I don't know why everyone's over here. Let's just all assemble you all
Well,
here. There we go.
While you're doing that, I'm going to give a shout out to Rock God and Lone Wolf. As you guys can see, I'm wearing the very nice gift you got me. Thank you very much.
yes.
Yes, here,
I
lean
will
back so that we
endeavor-
can see.
will
Lean back
endeavor
so we can see all the what are
make
the
the,
levels?
It is the
No, I'm
beard
not even-
level
I'm
length
barely
chart.
manly, for God's sake.
Read out the beard levels for us,
I
John.
don't freaking know.
Well, that it's okay. We can't read it because
Manly,
you're.
caveman, trucker, grandpa. How is grandpa lower than trucker? Anyways, sea captain, hillbilly, big grizzly. I've never seen a grizzly with a beard, but whatever. Hippie, professor, way down there too. Lumberjack, Amish, and wizard. And in the there was a message from them saying to John from Rock God and Lone Wolf 67, here's to a mountain man, may you someday be a wizard. So my very first piece of stream swag. Thank you very
That's
much,
pretty
gentlemen.
sweet. That's pretty sweet.
You have to remember, John. Not every grandpa is a trucker, but just about every trucker is a grandpa.
There you
So
go.
there's-
There you
I
go.
do like that the
Some
levels
chance.
go
Where-
Professor Amish Wizard. I like the idea that Wizard is the actual main boss, and then Amish is like the
Yep.
lieutenant, apparently.
Yes. Well, you have to
yeah.
be Amish to then become a wizard.
Yeah, I mean, this is the
So,
problem.
thanks
I
a
trim my
lot, guys.
beard
That
too
was
much.
that was pretty cool.
So that only happens after Rumspringa. So
No, that's good. That's good stuff out of Lone Wolf and out of Rock God. They had mentioned told me that they were doing that, so I thought I was like, this is excellent. So
This package, I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, it's all good, all good.
it's
so
hilarious. That's a great show.
this is the Southern Sword Coast that we're looking at here.
Speaking of trucker,
and
Get
let me
your shirt off.
slide this over a little
I
bit.
should shut my mouth.
Okay, there we go. You can see, just to sort of place everybody, so we've got Greenest, where the Tyranny of Dragons all began, Baldur's Gate, where you spent a little bit of time when you were going through it heading north, and then Candlekeep, where you're leaving now. This is where you head into an area that is less known, as Multaran is going to be to your east, to your left, the east as you go, then Muran, Memnon, and then down here, which is Kalamport. And this trip on the carpet takes you about a day, roughly speaking. So you would get there probably about because you could, if you wish, actually even sleep on the carpet. The ride is very stable. If you don't do that, you could set down somewhere, make camp, then, take off again the next day and head down to Calimport the rest of the way. So it really just depends. If you were to just do the full, just keep on going and we're going to sleep in the carpet, then you would arrive relatively early in the morning at Calimport itself. So you folks tell me, do you want to do that, where you get there basically early morning-ish? Into Calimport.
Well, it saves us having to take a camel or a horse through the desert region. So I'm down for it.
That is
Omnian.
So
Did you tell the people remaining at the tower to take care of your horse?
Oh, it was a high horse, so it should go back to the person who trained it. I mean, that's how it works, right? That's what? That's not how it works. That's how I saw people doing that all the time. You telling me it's not?
Let's just go.
Okay. So, as you head into the city proper, the look of Calimport when you first see it, and let's get some music going here for appropriate to that. All right, we got that. We've got that. Hold on a second. All right, good. So if that gets a little bit loud, I will adjust, but otherwise... Okay, good. As you arrive in Calimport, one of the things that is striking about the city of Calimport, and I'm going to zoom this out here, is that Calimport was built using what is known as a Drudock system, which is basically an interlocking series of small brick-walled neighborhoods. So there are a bunch of what are called wards here that are linked to each other, and you can see some of them actually on this map right here. There is the Trades Ward up here. We've got the Emerald Ward, the Konduk Ward, the Hammer Ward, the Fates Ward, and I can talk more about any of these wards that you're interested in. Some of them are fairly self-explanatory. I hope I don't need to explain the Wizard Ward, but, I could do that. And then the Dock Ward, where a lot of the trade comes through this area, as you might expect. And, of course, the Palace Ward here. Thing to keep in mind about Calimport, first of all, is that it is enormous by those city standards. It is about 6 miles in width, east to west, and about 3 miles from the coastline to the northern border. So it's very large, sort of almost sprawling for a city. So a lot of these neighborhoods, there are substantial ones actually that are here. And the wards, as they are assembled here, have these multiple walls and doors with guards at them. You can see that even as the carpet is kind of, floating towards the city in general terms. And you hear the sound, even in the relatively early morning, of a great city stirring to life. There are the cries of children, the barking of dogs, the sound of animals that might be camels, perhaps, that you can hear below. There are cries and shouts of people moving things out of the way and sort of moving carts into position for the day's work as mercantile business must begin. And, of course, there are also the sound of prayers that emanate from various places within the city as worship is done in the morning of the city. It is a very impressive, almost overwhelming kind of group of sounds and sights. And as you're heading along, the question is where you want to make your way to. The palace is in, get ready for the shock, the Palace Ward, and that's where you could actually go. I know, it's unheard of. That is where you could go if you wish to head directly there. That is where the Pasha, who, by the way, looks like that is where the Red Pasha typically holds court, literally. That is where he lives. So you could go there. You could also see one of these others if you wish to go there, but in terms of that's where the palace is, and that's where supposedly the stronghold of what's left of the Cult of the Dragon is, if the rumors are to be believed. But what you are seeing now is something which few from the North and Central Sword Coast have ever seen for themselves. And you can see in its color, in its majesty, even in the smells of this delicious spiced bread may be wafting up from the wards below. You can tell that this is a very different city from anything that you've experienced before. Where do you folks want to head?
Arv, I know I'm sort of springing this on you because I'm sort of thinking off the cuff about how this would all play out.
You're like, I'd like to
but,
bomb the entire city. Like, I don't know.
Right.
No, I'm practicing my DM skills so that when I run a campaign,
Okay.
I know what's. No, I'm kidding. It's like, side seat DM. No. Anyway, so I had a contingency plan in place for my. I guess I wouldn't really call them spies, but the members of my order who were, I guess they are spies, kind of looking into the Red Pasha's business dealings in the city and outside, which was to fall back and sort of lay low in the wizard ward, and either I or one of the other members of the order would come and find out if they were okay and why they had not reported in.
Okay.
So the wizard ward is where I want to head first to see if my
Okay.
if my that's what I'm looking for. If the people I sent down here are still the conscripts. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Minions.
Yeah, exactly. See if the ones that were sent here are still okay, and find out why they didn't report in.
Okay.
And I actually am going to say to all three of them, I know our destination is, of course, surprise, surprise, the Palace Ward. Yes, that is actually it's Palace Ward. Every time you say it gets a little, you can get a little light-headed saying it, but it's usually it's fine. Anyway, I know eventually we are supposed to go to the Palace Ward, but I do need to seek out the Wizard Ward first. Wizard Ward? I need to go find out the Wizard Ward. See if they're
Wizard Ward.
I'm gonna go find out the Wizard Ward, and I'm gonna go find out and see if Riff and Chico and Hoppo and Zuko are here. What the hell is going on with my accent? Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Hit that borscht belt and just keep on
Exactly.
trucking.
Gonna get some pierogies and have a nice,
Nosh.
yellow light.
Where did we enter the city?
Well, I mean, that's kind of depends on what direction. You would be theoretically coming from the northwest, through over the trade ward, if that's what you wanted to do.
That
but you need to
depends
think
on
about
what
that
an
because
entrance is.
you need to think about that, which is why I was asking right now where you're heading, because however you head in, you'll need to be, the guards may take a passing
Officially
interest in a
registered,
group of people
yeah.
flying on a flying carpet. So you'll just want to think about the
We
way
need
that
to
you want to make your approach.
we need to enter in the
So-
way everybody else enters and not enter in through the carpet. I figured we were.
I
gonna do
thought we were
that.
going to do a big song and dance number. Come on.
This is not Buffy the Vampire Slayer, John.
I was thinking more Aladdin.
Same thing.
Lisa,
but yes,
heroes of Sword Coast.
There you go. See, exactly. Arv
I
gets
need,
it.
but yeah, as we're approaching, I say
Oh,
we should probably. Okay, so if we're still on the carpet, what I start by saying is we should probably make a more inconspicuous approach instead of flying in on the carpet. But in order to check on,
Yeah, because I got
check in on my
places-
men. I
Right.
need to go to the Wizard Ward, and I know you probably have your men laying low in a different area of town, Cade.
Hook primarily. Then yeah, so I want to.
In Hook Ward? Well,
Yeah.
thankfully they're nearby.
Yeah, true, near the harbor, so it makes sense. Arv, is that wall between Hook Ward and is that all one ward, or is that supposed to be divided into two, and one just for some reason is not labeled?
Well, let me see. You're talking about between Hook and Dock, do you mean? Oh, that one.
Hook and caravans.
Yes. Let me double check actually, because I am using a very handy dandy map.
That is the You Die Joe Ward.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
That
it could just be blank ward.
The
no,
only
it's
slightly
actually,
racist
I don't
word.
think that's a ward. That is that's actually water. It's so there's an inlet of water that you can see that's sort of outside of the dock ward, like basically between the dock
Right.
ward and the Hook ward, and then this has a sort of extension here. and it's called on my map an Ivent, and I don't have details about what this is, except it's not one of the wards, definitely. So I would say that's probably an area that's almost like, you know, if you go down, I'm thinking about this because I was just in an area like this today, where they have like, you know, empty warehouses or like light industry or something by some ocean areas. So you have like, you know, like oceans and docks, and then you have like random docks where they would keep stuff that was like, you know, bound for ships or whatever, like excess storage, basically.
Right.
I have a feeling that's mostly what that is that we're talking about.
Perfect.
What's up,
okay.
Ray?
That's exactly where I wanted to be. Yeah, so conveniently not right next to Wizard Ward.
And
So-
right next to Caravans Ward, because
So we should likely walk in together and split off when we hit the point between those two wards and find our men.
Actually, I was going to suggest the opposite, that we split into teams of 2 and approach from 2 different areas. So we're not conspicuously seen as all together when we enter the city.
Whichever you think is better.
Up to you. I think we should just all go through the trade ward to make us look like traders, but I mean, like, it's a bit hard to.
All the way over there. Well,
Yeah.
meh.
And we should ask to make sure we're allowed to fly around above the city, because I don't know if, who knows, maybe they have a rule against it.
True. You know, the trade wards actually isn't a bad idea.
that's where we're coming in from anyway.
Right.
Sure. All right, let's do that. That's fine. That's fine.
Fair enough. Who's going with who?
Oh, we're all going together.
Yeah, it's probably all right. If someone's going to accost us, they'll do it sooner rather than later anyways. I'm not too worried about it. Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll all go in as a group to the trades ward.
Okay.
I will need control of my token before I can do any of that.
Oh,
No.
Wait, you don't have control of it?
Why else would I say that?
Because it
I mean,
sounds
the
nice.
one down there. can't control.
I show you who's having control. That's weird.
Yeah, that's the weird
I
thing.
can't move him.
Keep telling
can't move
Trent
it. I
it
can't move
doesn't-
mine
it
either.
doesn't like you.
All right, hold on.
Don't listen.
I don't like you either.
That's right.
Okay, try this.
I don't like you either.
I'm wanted in 5 systems or whatever it is. Okay. can
I'm
you do it
wanted
now?
on the French Riviera.
Sorry.
Oh, that could be the image, not the token. So if we delete that and put the character one out.
You want to do that, son?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can put the character one.
It has the death sentence in 12
Yeah, you put the
realms.
character one out. See if
I
that
need
works
my
for you.
token.
I like the token.
I need my token.
Better?
Wait a minute. Well, yes.
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 Success, maybe?
Now I can move my token because the other one's not my token.
Yeah, I think I accidentally dragged out images or something.
Okay. Let me give all
Lead
of
it.
you here. Okay. I have a map of this place, which... well, okay. It's going to look more or less the same, actually, as what we have here. So...
After all of you.
Okay, so here we have the trade ward. That is not at all what I wanted to do. Okay, here we have the trades ward. So the thing that you note is that the trades ward, first of all, has a collection of these multiple, even though it's supposed to be only a few neighborhoods that are kind of locked together to create the trade ward, there are multiple sort of areas that seem to have these brightly colored kiosks and awnings and things like that you can even see from the air as you're floating in. No one actually seems to bother you when you first cross over the wall. You don't notice anyone take any particular notice of you, but it's also, you can see that there are a lot of people rushing about with sort of wagons, and some people have, you see a couple of what looks like workers that have like a rolled carpet, not unlike the one that you're having, that's on their shoulders, kind of rushing from place to place. There are several people who are moving, looks like maybe some kind of a donkey or something like that, that is pulling behind it looks almost like a flat cart of some kind, and there are an array of very colorful looking foods and fruits and so forth on the back on this cart. And so there's a lot of that sort of thing, but no one seems to be looking up as much as they are over. And so if you were going to land, there are a couple of empty spaces roughly about in the middle here of the ward. There are a number of kiosks all around each side of it, but this seems to be rather curiously empty of either people or of goods of any particular kind. And so that is a spot that is open to you, or you could try to land somewhere else, but that's what seems obvious to you as you sail over the wall of the trade ward.
As the carpet comes in for a landing, I say to all of the members of the party, everyone remember where we parked.
We can just take the carpet with us. Don't have to.
Yeah. That's exactly what's going to happen. Although
I didn't actually. I just figured we talked so much about Star Trek before the
No, right. I listen. I
cast
understand.
started.
I definitely understand. Okay, so you folks land and then are going to get up and try to roll up the carpet, basically, as I understand it, to take it with you.
Roll up.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you are rolling up the carpet, you hear behind you, "Oh, my friends, my friends!" His voice is not familiar to you.
Everywhere we go.
These are not my friends.
Turn around.
And you
I'm going to let Cade handle this.
Yeah, you see a man there who is dressed in very bright clothing. He wears pants that are somewhat striped, and somewhat poofy, I guess might be the way to describe them. But they look to be made of very fine silk. He has on green, also silk shoes. The toes are bent up slightly. And he is also wearing a very flowing, appropriate for the weather. It's already, you can feel, even in the morning, how warm it is here already as you're sort of beginning to roll the thing up. And
Yeah, but it's a dry heat.
It's a dry heat. So is a blowtorch, no. But he has dark hair and dark mustache and beard. And he has also a kind of basically a turban, although it's one of the few things that's not ostentatious about him. And he smiles.
The only thing.
He smiles a dazzling smile at you as you look at him, and he says, "Wonderful! I saw you coming over the wall, and I realized that I had been given something, a great gift. And here you come to the trades ward. Welcome to Calimport. I can see that you are not from here originally, but I also can see that you have your own method of conveyance that you have brought with you. Allow me to be the first to welcome you. I am the Honorable Abnir al-Pashim, and it is my humble honor to welcome you here to Calimport." And he smiles at you and bows very low.
Merchant or dignitary, or a little of both, perhaps?
A little of both, my friend. You will find as you are here that merchants and dignitaries basically are the same thing. It is very rare that anyone in this city can make their way without being capable of perhaps discussing financial matters, you might say. But I have spent time up to the north, as I see all of you are from. I have traveled all the way as far north as Waterdeep, a spectacular city that was, and traveled back down the tradeway until I've arrived here. I can pick out people from almost any region of the Sword Coast, and let me see, I must know. And he comes to you, Fifely, and looks around, and he sniffs slightly, and he's like, yes, one of the natural world, I can tell. You, I would imagine, are from the forest or the woods. I wonder if you are from a forest in perhaps the central Sword Coast? Am I close, sir? Anywhere close to where you might be?
You are very far away from the central Sword Coast, my friend.
Ah, yes, that is true. You make a good point. Was that where you come from, sir?
Oh, yes.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad to know I have not completely forgotten my ability to determine location. And you, and he looks at you, Gromnir, and he says, you, I can see, have spent your time more indoors than out as of late. Your mind has been deeply invested in study. And he kind of looks around you, almost like sizing you up.
As he's having this moment, Ryuvi leads over to Cade and he just mutters under his breath, Prince Ali, fabulous he, you jackass.
And
He doesn't say that.
Oh, I wish you had.
But so he is, so he looks and he's sort of sizing you up, Gromnir, and then he says, yes, Yes, there can be no doubt about it. You are a scholar of some parts, sir. I can tell by the ink upon your fingers and also upon the nature of your look. It is the look of a man who has spent much of his time focused on text rather than the outside world. I am going to assume you are from that great haven of knowledge within the Sword Coast. You, sir, are from Candlekeep. And he kind of throws open his hand as if to say, and?
And
And I'll go, oh, I'm like, looking at my hands like, there's this ink on my hands? I'm like, so focused. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Outstanding. Now you can see there's a couple of people who have gathered around and are looking and are sort of chatting with each other. They all have smiles on their faces. They don't seem to be nasty smiles, but they're sort of like, you get the impression that they know this guy pretty well. What you were going to say, Fifely? What were you?
I was going to say that Fifely kind of gets Cade's attention, is like, signaling like, keep your eyes around. For Fifely, this feels like a distraction. So he's keeping a very, very close look on.
Yeah.
Surroundings.
I mean, I'm watching this guy, but also my senses are alert for anything that might be happening
And so
in the nearby vicinity.
He
Yes.
turns from Gromnir and he sees you, Cade, and he says, "And you, I can tell that you come from the city streets. If I were to look, I see that you are wearing not only comfortable clothing, but clothing that allows agile movement. I assume that you have done some acrobatic work in your past. Perhaps you have vanished in and out of the shadows, perhaps not wishing to be seen, making a quick escape. If I am not mistaken, you are the kind of person that I could expect to see in some large city. I have been to this place. I believe you, sir, are from the City of Splendors. Waterdeep must be your place of residence, no?"
Sadly, my friend, you are incorrect. I hail from Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate. And he looks at you
Another
and kind of
fighting
narrows
metropolis,
his...
though.
He narrows his eyes. Make a deception check, Cade.
Sure. Let's see here. I do not have advantage. It's actually going to be a 10, thanks to my, what the hell was it? Reliable talent, I believe.
So you have a 10?
Let's see. Treat a D roll or 9 or lower as a 10, and then so 10
Roll
plus
an
8 is 18.
Oh, okay. So you have an 18 total. So
Pretty
he sort of narrows his eyes and he's like, it seems to me that you would not have been that far south. But no matter. It appears that Alnir al-Pashim has been somewhat troubled in his original assessment of these obvious great heroes, which leads me
Your
to...
general assessment was correct from a large city, just the city itself
Ah.
is perhaps not as accurate.
I
But I
accept-
commend you for reading me so well.
I humbly accept and appreciate your correction, sir. And that leads me, of course, to you. And he turns to you, Ryuvi.
And as he turns to me, before he can even
you
utter a
lightning bolt
word,
in
I,
the face. No.
no, I cast minor. I cast minor illusion in his face, and I just want to distract him and keep him from not talking anymore. So I just like throw up an illusion of essentially the most horrific thing I can think of. To
Okay.
just yeah.
So
To just
Kellyanne
sort
Conway.
of, it's nightmares from the Underdark, and just put that directly in his face, and as it manifests, I'm just going to walk past him and take a couple of steps toward the direction that I'm pretty sure the wizard ward is.
Okay, so you do this and create it, and sort of he falls back and he gasps for a moment, and the few people that have now assembled so a few of them are like, "Ah!" and they sort of run and begin to start yelling and shrieking. And he sort of takes a few steps back, and then he kind of looks at it, and he waits, and his smile wavers and disappears, and then, but my friend, and he walks right through the illusion, and he says,
And I look right back at him and I go, I am not your friend, and I have people who are waiting for me to arrive. Now leave me be. And he starts heading towards the wizard ward.
he takes several steps back, and 1,000 apologies. I did not in any way wish to offend.
I'm
May
already
you-"
gone. I'm
Yeah.
already heading.
He's
towards
saying this to the three who
he-
are left. He's like, "May you have safe travels. I hope that your time here in Kalamport is a uneventful one." And I think that I would ask Fifely, Gromnir, and Cade to roll an insight check on that. Not Ryuvi, since you're obviously walking away. As
Right.
the several people gathered have already been like, "Burp," scattered to the, four winds.
It wasn't a big illusion. It was just for him.
Well, no, I know, but like the others would be able to see it, though. It's not.
I mean, it's just a cantrip. It's not a. It's
Well, sure.
not
No. I don't mean that like
Yeah.
the entire ward is in panic, but I just mean those few people. That would be pretty funny. I don't know
What
my own
trend?
strength. All of Kalamport is in.
Yeah, exactly. I just make the
just-
whole trade ward.
Creepily friendly Roper. Hello.
What a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Okay. So let's see
Perfect.
what
That
we've
was
got.
perfect.
We've got Fifely with the 8. So you're just like, all right.
City. Oh
Yeah,
God, the
yeah.
city.
Gromnir.
Exactly.
I would say that Gromnir and Cade, as he sort of smiles and bows, you can sense there is an edge to his voice that was not there before. Even though, he's sort of like, 1,000 pardons and he, is making his way away. You can tell that he's definitely...
Oh, are you saying he's full
a
of shit?
slight
I
edge.
hadn't gathered that. I really hadn't noticed.
No,
I don't
that's
think it's
not
full
right.
of shit. I think he's a little... He's not pleased. But of
bit
course, you don't know that.
offended.
Yeah.
He's slightly
So,
offended. But
what was his name again?
his
He's
name
slightly
was
offended
Alnir,
by me.
Alnir
You're
Al-Pashim.
gone. You're
Apparently,
gone.
yeah. But I mean, who knows? But you're not there.
One more time.
Alnir Al-Pashim.
Almir, a moment, if you please.
And he stops.
Come over
and he's
to
like,
him.
And he comes, yes. sir."
Yes, on behalf
Dazzling
of
smile is back.
Yeah. That's great. Teeth are great. Fantastic. It's all an illusion. I can do the same thing. Anyways, I don't say that to him. I say on behalf of myself and my compatriots, I wish to apologize for the boorish manners of my friend. As you can tell,
Oh,
he's
Kate,
not
I am
from
so glad
around here.
I am not here right now because if you had said that in earshot of me, I would have.
You son of a... No, but you're not in earshot, though.
That's why you're gone, buddy.
Yeah,
So
I'll
I must-
probably start heading off towards. I'll say, guys, I'll go Ryuvi, and then I'll just like head off in that direction.
Fifely, are you... Just
Trying to
quickly, Cade,
keep
are
him-
you... Fifely, you following Cade or Gromnir / Ryuvi?
Cade.
Cade, okay. So Fifely goes up, Gromnir goes down. Basically, Gromnir goes south, and Cade and Fifely go up. I'll deal with Cade and Fifely first, and then we'll come back to Ryuvi and then Grom. Grom, you'll catch up to Ryuvi pretty quickly. So go ahead, Cade. You were saying.
It has been long since I have graced the Kalamport with my presence, but I am one who does not believe in coincidence. Surely, yes, the means of our arrival here were somewhat unusual. It looks in the sky, there's not a lot of people running on flying carpets.
True.
And yet, if I may be so bold, I believe that you perhaps have sought us out for a reason more than just your effusive welcome to this city. Would that not be correct?
And so he sort of pauses for a moment, and then he smiles and he says, "Indeed, it appears that your knowledge and wisdom would match the manner of your entrance. You are indeed correct. I am, you might say, a advance scout for the city. When someone enters Kalamport, it is my obligation, when they do not enter by usual channels, to determine who they are. I am indeed, of course, a merchant and a dignitary, as you both noted, but it is my job to ensure that the Pasha is protected at all times. And so, when I saw you there, I needed to engage in the effort. I did not mean, in all humble sincerity, to offend your friend, though I should note that despite his obvious power, he may find things difficult here if he reacts rather more emotionally than one might expect. That said, I did not in any way mean to offend." And go ahead, Fifely. You've arrived at this point, so like.
Oh, I said, I hope so.
And he nods and he
Wild
says,
mage.
"Yeah,
The city has its own way of dealing with things that are not of it, of course. I commend the Pasha on his security. Indeed, you appear most formidable. And indeed, you were correct at first. I assume the crowd kind of just dispersed.
Oh, yeah.
once
There
the
were only
show
a
was
couple
over.
people anyway,
Right.
so.
Yes. And you were indeed correct when you stated my current place where I call home. So I just didn't want there to be any misunderstandings. It was a bit of a test, to be fair, and you acquitted yourself very nicely.
He nods and inclines his head and he says, I am honored. And I must say, though I do not know the details, that it seems clear to me that you have come from some distance for more than I would assume pleasure visits or for mercantile affairs. Your business is your own, and you need not reveal it to me. But I should say that if you wish knowledge of any of the places here, or if I may provide any guidance, please allow me to do so. I must simply ask before you do. I must simply ask that you confine your efforts to ones that are legal within the city, by which I mean use of magic that is not authorized by the Pasha is forbidden, and those who are aware of it will come to address the situation if need be. Also, fighting and brawling upon the city is on the streets of the city is strictly forbidden. There are, of course, exceptions in the matter of self-defense, but be aware that whatever your ways may be, here in Kalimport, it is our obligation to make sure that all can enjoy the pleasures of this city of wonders, not Waterdeep's wonders, of course, but still, to experience them with grace and dignity. Thus, the Pasha is most anxious not to allow brawling to take his streets. If you can avoid such conflict, and can avoid the unnecessary use of magic, then you are welcome here, and I am happy to provide any guidance which I may.
And we certainly have no wish of running afoul of any bureaucratic or judicial entanglements, I can assure you. So rest assured, it is our sincerest hope, and I glance at Fifely a bit, that no such measures will be necessary, particularly on the streets of your fair city. We wish peace as much as you, and I'm sure the Pasha wish peace as well.
That is true, and I am glad to hear your words and appreciate them. Let me say that if you wish to speak to any of those who are in charge, I can of course direct you to work that may be, or wards that may be appropriate. If, for example, you wish to experience some of the aspects of faith within this city, you need merely go south into the Faith's ward. If you wish to travel to one of the others, for example, the more wealthy portions of the city can be found to the west, and he points off to the west, in the Emerald ward. And if you were to continue south in this direction, you would pass into the Jewel ward and come close to the Palace ward where the Pasha himself resides. It must be said that the Pasha himself will receive supplicants, although I do not believe his court is open quite yet, but it will be open later today, no doubt. You may, of course, go by and learn of the wonders of that palace. It is truly extraordinary. In any case, it is up to you where you wish to go. May I be of any further assistance to either of you?
Yes, please.
And he says, please, sir.
As you noted earlier, I am from a far more woodland area than this. And while the desert does have its beauties, I occasionally prefer trees of some size. Is there anything like that within the walls of the city? You mentioned the Faith Sport. I don't know how many druids you might happen to have.
And he nods and he says, indeed, if you were to, and I appreciate what you say, for I indeed wish for some greenery as well. There are two places in particular that you must go if you wish to seek some of the most spectacular trees you will see on the southern Sword Coast. The first is the Fates Ward, outside of many of the temples, and may I say, we allow gods of all types and worships to be part here. There is no intolerance found within Kalimport, except for that brought from the outside by others, of course. Many of those temples on the outside have trees in abundance growing in their gardens, and in fact, the gardens of the Fates Ward is considered one of the most spectacular in Faerun, if I am biased myself in saying so. The other place, of course, is the Palace of the Pasha. He dearly loves greenery, and you will find spectacular gardens within them, including many trees, although they are perhaps of a more southern persuasion than you may be used to, but they are still most beautiful and most alive. They attract birds of spectacular, colorful varieties, and it is said that when the rains fall, one may smell in the distance the very fabric of the gods' homes themselves.
Impressive.
And he says, either of those is available to you, and it is a beautiful thing to see. There are many wonders within this city, but I myself prefer those of the natural world. And he puts his hand on his heart and slightly inclines his head again.
My deepest thanks.
And he nods and he says, and anything else from you, sir?
So you said the Pasha's court will probably be open this afternoon sometime?
Yes, although the Pasha himself has a rather busy schedule. It is usually open sometime around midday, though that is dependent on a variety of things. You can, of course, always go to the palace, which always has people traveling within it, and introduce yourself there. There you will find both guides and guards. They could know the specifics of the Pasha's schedule. I travel everywhere throughout Kalimport, and so I report to him on a more infrequent basis, one might say, and as necessary. At the moment, the Pasha is not in the court, but he will be there at some time today, I assure you.
And should we have need of your excellent assistance again, where might we be able to find you, good sir?
And he smiles and he says, there I can provide you some assistance. And he draws forth from his pants, and now, Cade, you in particular.
Now wait a minute. That's not where you can't end that sentence there.
He
Harvey.
draws
I'm
forth
a
from his
married
pants.
druid
Let's
now.
cut to no, I'm just kidding. No.
Technical difficulty.
Hey, look, when you were talking about trees, I was saying Roper's not here, so I'm looking for some big trees.
Palace of the Red Pasha after dark. No, so he draws forth from a pocket in his pants. He draws forth, and I want to note here that Fifely.
How did this get here?
Fifely, you probably just noticed this as something which seems rather quick. His hands, are just sort of there, and then before you know it, he has what looks like a sparkling green gem in his hand. Cade, you, who have, of course, great knowledge of sleight of hand and of these sorts of tricks.
Just a smidge. Yep.
This is very, very impressive. You look at it with the sort of impressive, the impressed quality of one who is a craftsman himself and sees the work being done. This was a very impressive sleight of hand work. There was a great deal of physical agility, let us say, and with alacrity he produces this thing. And you see this sparkling green gem. And he says, this gem is the gift of any visitors to Kalimport. At least not the specific one, but one version of it. And he hands it over to whoever wants to take it, either Fifely or Cade.
I'll take it.
And he says, if you wish to find me, you need simply take this gem and throw it to the ground. It will send out a signal to me, and I will appear as soon as may be. I should warn all of you that depending on where you do this, I may not always catch the signal immediately. There are places within the city in which magic is strictly forbidden. As I have discussed throughout the entire city, those from the outside are meant to restrict their use of magic, and there are places within the city where using it is essentially impossible. In those places, it will take until you have left that area for me to sense that you have summoned me. But when that happens, I will arrive as soon as may be. I must, of course, ask humbly for your indulgence with not using this except in true need. I have many places and many people to whom I must attend, but I am at your service. If you have need, you may bring me with the use of this gem.
But rest assured, if it is necessary, it will be for a suitably appropriate purpose and time.
And he nods and says, then it has been my honor. Gentlemen, best of luck, and welcome to Kalimport. I hope, sincerely, that you have a safe and profitable exploration here. And his smile seems at least somewhat more, not as edgy as the last time when he steps back from you. Go ahead, Fifely, if you're going to say something.
That does bring to mind another question. You say that there are places where magic is effectively impossible.
Indeed.
Is that strictly the arcane, or does that include the divine?
That is a good question. The divine is very seldom restricted within the city, as it is extremely important to the Pasha that religious tolerance be maintained. However, even there are certain dampening fields, one might say, that are in place for the protection of our leaders. For example, the palace itself has alterations, you might say, of various things cast, including those of the divine. But I think it is fair to say that the divine sphere is less affected than the arcane one.
The reason that I ask is that, hope forbid that it should ever come to pass, but that should someone be in one of these negating zones and requires healing, that someone with the ability to heal, such as myself, would not be able to administer such divine magics to restore them.
He nods and says, "That is true, and that is one of the reasons why in many places in the city you will find the sale of poultices. Very potent and powerful healing agents can be used for such eventualities. And it must be said that there are exceptions to every rule. There are certain of the guard of the city, let us say, that are permitted to cast magic and even healing magic under those circumstances. But for those from the outside, yes, regrettably, even healing magic will be restricted in those areas. But as I say, that is less prominent than magic, and hopefully there will be no need for them. I must make very clear that if anyone wishes to do anything whatsoever to you, to any visitors of the city, if you summon me, I promise you that my response will be both swift and sure. There will be no disorder upon the streets, and we take hospitality with the highest possible priority." And you see his eyes, Fifely, even flash slightly, as if, like, even the suggestion that people would get hurt on his watch is pissing him off. Not that you're pissing him off, but, like, just him thinking about it. He's just like, no.
Oh, only I've done that.
Right. People who offend his sense of hospitality.
Those who have offended me will die terribly. No, he doesn't. Like right.
I actually have a clarification on that, Arv, because
Sure, he's not. By the way, he's not particularly pissed off at you. Just to be clear.
Oh,
but,
I know.
It
And
was
I'm
just to
and-
clutch the pearls. Oh!
exactly.
Right.
But I imagine as a sorcerer and as somebody who's had people in and out of here for a while now, I would be aware of those magical restrictions to some degree.
I don't necessarily think so. That Kalimport
People
is
of
a
my order
place-
are all people who are magic users.
Oh, well, right. And if anything, that may concern you about what's happened to them. Like, if I were you, I'd be a little bit like, because it's not actually... Kalimport is very mysterious to people, even those with spy networks. Now, it's not completely unknown, but Kalimport is known as a place that has a great deal of magic within it. This knowledge of restriction of magic from those from the outside is surprising, but remember, there's very little information that passes from Kalimport elsewhere. That said, it was not the case that you did this and he got pissed off because
I'm just
you used
saying,
magic.
I'd like what
So-
I guess what I'm asking is broad strokes knowledge, because I did cast magic in the trade area.
Yeah,
and I
no, the
wouldn't have
trade
done that
area is
if I
not one
had
of those
some-
areas where there's restriction, though. Like, that's not a big deal. So it wasn't like, yeah.
So can I get a little bit more of an info, like a little bit of more info on that?
Well, I mean, I will say you don't know ward by ward, but it's fair
The
to
ones
say
that would be important to me and to my order.
Sure. Well,
like,
the wizard ward for sure is where the most, obviously, not surprisingly, one of the most central areas of magic can be found. Like these are not surprising. The Fates ward, especially Divine Sphere, Fifely, and Gromnir. Palace ward, which has a great deal of magic just in general, and then the wizard ward.
so the palace ward does have magic.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
It's there. It's not restricted.
Well, no, it has magic, but it's very much restricted in who can
That's what I
use it.
figured. Okay,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah.
much more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's definitely, what I mean is it's like there's a lot of magic all around it, but it's all very like centered on people who are allowed to use it, which is not, folks from the outside. Is Ryuvi about to be tortured by Irenicus? No. Yeah, so that's what you would know. Also, when you get to the wizard ward, I would say you're going to have a sense. You'll be able, well, I don't want to spoil it. You'll be able to get a little bit of
I
information.
have something that I
want to
do when I get there.
Sure,
So
that's fine.
don't. So
Yep.
yeah.
So just to finish up with Fifely and with Cade. So was there anything else that I didn't?
I'm good with this
answer?
guy. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So
And then
he nods and again thanks you and heads off. And you have a strange experience of you sort of see him going, and then you sort of turn to talk to each other. And if you like glance back over your shoulder, like he's gone much like you saw him walking away at a certain speed, and then you turn back and you look back and he's gone, and you're like, But in any case, you now have the carpet rolled up, and you can now, if you wish, go after Grom and Ryuvi if you wish to do so. Is that,
No,
do you wish to do
actually,
so?
I mean, if
Well, where do you want to go? Let me ask that.
Yeah, see, I'm heading to the Hook Ward. Like, as I've got checking with my people, if you can follow them if you want, and we can meet up later. I guess probably at the Palace Ward, but I got my own ears to the ground to check out. You're free to come with me if you like. Don't have to. Up to you. We're all big boys here.
Smiley?
Well, do we have something along the lines of a bag that is larger on the inside than on the outside? Because it seems to be a bit cumbersome walking around with this carpet over my shoulder the entire time.
Yeah, I sure as heck ain't doing it, but unfortunately, I do not have such a device, as you have said, which makes it, a little cumbersome for you, buddy.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Too bad we couldn't find like some sort of, well, actually, if the place we're going to is okay, we can store it there. So you'll have to haul it for a little bit and we'll pack it up and we'll just leave it, because the place we're going is one of my safe houses nearby. Just trust me. It'll be safe there. That's the important thing.
All right.
But for now, over the shoulder. I mean, we're only walking across the entire town. It shouldn't be that bad. Says with a grin.
Okay, so you're heading to the Hook Ward.
Correct.
Okay, you're going to the Hook Ward.
And hold on, just to let you know, do this through the Jewel Ward, get a glimpse of the Palace Ward, and then to the Dock Ward, and then over to the Hook Ward. That's the path I want to take.
Okay, so Jewel, take a look at the palace through the dock to Hook.
Kind of just walking by into the docks, over to the Hook Ward.
And I'm so sorry, Fifley. Did you say you were following him or not? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, you were. Good. Okay, we will cut back to you in just a moment. But first, we must discuss what happened with Ryuvni and Gromnir. Ryuvi and Grom. So Grom, you catch up to Ryuvi after, I would say, 30 seconds. Probably it doesn't take long. Hurrying after Ryuvi, you're aware at a certain point that that someone has showed up behind you, next to you, and it's
you'd hear the
Gromnir.
chink chink chink.
I was going to say,
Yeah, I was gonna say not the quietest
clanky,
thing.
short little legs, probably pretty familiar.
Yes.
Did the annoying man say anything of use?
I left just after you did. Can't let you go off by yourself.
They for the best. It's always the same in places like this.
Probably not a good idea as well to antagonize the locals. Just
I did not
putting it out there.
antagonize. I only made my point clear. I have no interest in whatever it is he's buying or selling or pitching or whatever it is these people do. I have people I need to find now.
I understand. It's just be a little bit more conservative with your choice of spells to use in front of people.
And he sort of stops slowly and turns to Gromnir and cracks a smile and says, I was being conservative. If I had not, he would not still be breathing. And he keeps walking.
That's kind of the point. I don't even know if your illusion spell could cause that. So, okay, let's go.
Okay. As you make your way, now same question that same question that
I have
Cade
one thing
answered.
I have to do before we get too deep into the as we get into the wizard ward.
Okay. Which is?
Are we there?
Oh well, no. Because I wanted to ask what path you're taking to get there. Because you have
The most direct route, because the path doesn't matter. I just need to get to the crossroads, like wherever the intersection of streets that lead into the middle of the wizard ward.
Okay. All right. Well, then in that case, what I'm going to do is, let's see. Okay. So if you're taking the most direct route, then that means that you are going to be. Is this right there? Okay, good. All right. So if that's the route that you're taking, then you're going to be heading through the Grand Ward. And the Grand Ward is once you enter the Grand Ward, one of the things that sort of strikes you about this is that first of all, this is an area that seems to have a great deal of a lot of the houses that you see here are very spectacularly built, but it all feels like I'm going to way oversimplify, new construction. You know what I mean? As if there's a bunch of new money that's been invested here as of late. And so you see a lot of that kind of sort of money that's been invested in here, and a lot of really beautiful buildings and things like that you can see. You also see that there is a lot of variety here, that in terms of some of the places that are found here, besides just the houses, there are certain buildings that you pass that have signs outside. You see some larger buildings as well that seem to be possibly maybe warehouses, if you had to guess, something like that. And you're sort of struck by a lot of these areas as you're kind of making your way through it. As you get over towards the southeastern side of this ward, of what's known as the Grand Ward, you can see that you're entering an area that is much more like a sort of traditional jumble of shops and row houses that you might find in any city of Faerun, you know, like stuff that you've seen in Waterdeep or in Neverwinter or places like that. But the thing that you do notice is that here, I mentioned before that the stuff that you saw was all new construction. In this area of the Grand Ward, it is extremely old. You can see shops with signs that seem like they have been well maintained, but also look like they are ancient. In fact, you might even, Ryuvi, catch a wisp of magic, almost like a smell of something baking
that
from a
would
shop.
interest me a whole lot more than the other buildings that I passed by.
There's a lot of those too that you can sort of see wafting
I sort of
from
slow
various
my
stores and
I
stuff
slow
like
my
that.
walk a little bit unintentionally,
Right.
just sort of feeling the energies from the buildings.
Yeah, there are some of these streets that feel like they have been there longer than perhaps dragons might measure a lifetime. There's a lot of ancient quality to some of these places, and the smaller and more jumbled the streets, the more, the more ancient it feels like you're dealing with.
Does it feel or sound like anything intelligible, or is it just a...
No,
it's
it's more an aura.
It's
you
an
would
aura,
say,
okay.
yeah. Grom, your sense of this too is you don't have any sense of claustrophobia. I mean, you have no problem with that. For you, there's no sensation of magic per se, but there's a lot of sensation of age. I mean, you know age, obviously, from your work at Candlekeep and elsewhere. You know that sort of thing. And there's this sense of even certain shops that you pass by. For this, I have to use an example. I don't know whether anyone's ever had the experience. When I was younger, my grandmother used to do a lot of, and I still have some of her Afghans that she knitted and crocheted. And when you would go into her room, there was a certain sort of smell of yarn and kind of, if you know what I mean, like there was even maybe a little bit of dust that you might sort of sense within it. And I always was struck by, it was very quiet and peaceful, but there was a certain sort of almost musty, slightly smell to it. And you get that scent as you're passing by some of these places, Grom. There's a great deal of knowledge and age throughout this place. And it's strange because it's just like new construction, and then it's almost like you just turn down a street and, suddenly you're in this place of kind of wondrous knowledge.
Any kind of what looks like old bookstores or any kind of thing like that, I'd just pull out my journal and kind of just note them down where they are.
Okay.
As best as I can.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. And you can sort of make some of these marks down here. One of the things that you note, which is something that is striking to you, is sort of standing alone in the middle of this like weave, almost right before you're about to leave the ward, is a larger building. And outside of the building, you can see there is a sign with indeed a book and on the sign, and it is an open book, and you can see that it is open and there are pages that are fluttering. And when you look at the sign, it's a wooden sign, well maintained but old, but when you look at the sign, you're like, you see it and then you kind of blink because you would have sworn that you saw a couple of the pages on the sign flutter as if in the wind, but then when you blink again, it's just a flat picture of a book again, and you're like, but this is outside of a large building. And as you look, there are several people in robes that are hurrying into from the outside into this building, this large building. Again, fairly near the exit of the Grand Ward into the Quill Ward, which is what would be next.
Okay, I'll just keep I'm going to mark that down because it's an interesting place.
Okay.
And keep following. Reevy.
When you arrive at the door to the gate to the Quill Ward, you can see that there are 2 guards standing next to it. The guards on either side are dressed in. Really, what I should do is find a picture of. Well, no, actually, no, they'd be in the palace. Okay, never mind. I was about to talk about a picture, but I don't want to show you that picture because it'll be more at the palace. But what you do see here is these 2 guards that are dressed in rather loose clothing, albeit fine clothing, in reds and golds, and they are each wearing turbans. They have scimitars set at their belts. Both of them have their arms crossed, and they are staring outwards. And as you close in on the gate, the 2 of them sort of look over, and almost in a practiced ritualistic move, it almost feels like, they step across and they sort of stand in front and they say, "Your pardon, sirs. What is your business in the Quill Ward?"
We're just passing through to the Wizard Ward. Is
see.
it safe to go this way?
It is indeed safe, but it is our duty to ask your business in the Quill Ward.
We have no business in the Quill Ward. We are going straight to the Wizard Ward.
I see. If that is the case, you will wish to proceed to the southern side of the ward, the narrowest way. You will find, as you pass across, that you will find a gate very soon that will lead you to the Wizard Ward. We wish you a most comfortable day. And they sort of nod and then step back and stare impassively past you again, out towards the rest of the Grand Ward.
That was weird.
Very well. And we'll. I imagine
Okay.
I imagine I sense no deceit in their tone.
Make an insight check.
$13.
You don't know. I don't. You don't think so. It, as I said when I mentioned that it felt ritualistic, it really did feel like just sort of a, this is what
We have
tell
no business
everyone.
there. You have no business there.
Well, it was less that and more sort of they clearly wanted to make sure they were probably sizing you up a bit, but it didn't seem like it was specific to you. It seems like anybody who goes up there, they're like, "You do not look like you're from here. What are you doing?" Okay, and then they kind of, step back. So it did not seem threatening, but it did seem kind of part of the job, you might say.
Just out of curiosity, and he says this, just out of curiosity, not to take much of your time away from you. Is this not the fastest way to the Wizard's Ward?
And the one guard says, "If you are coming from the Trades Ward or someplace from the northern portion of the city, yes, it is indeed the fastest. From the docks, you could go there directly. And there are other ways, of course, one might arrive. But you are taking the most direct route to go to the Wizard Ward, indeed."
And I assume that means that the northern part is closed off for some reason if we ever need to come back through the Quill Ward.
And he says, "Not closed off per se, but there is a great deal of knowledge, it is the desire of the Pasha not to have disturbed, in particular, not to be threatened. Kalimport is a place of knowledge and of wealth."
We mean no threat at all. Could we not request access to the ward?
That is something which only the Pasha may grant, and if he wishes it, you of course may have permission to go there or anywhere else in the city.
Something to keep in mind. Well, until then, we shall go the way you suggest. Thank you. Again, apologies. Thank you for your time.
He inclines his head slightly, and then, again, like impassively stares off.
So we'll take the long way around.
Okay. You can still go through. You get the impression you can still go through the Quill Ward, though. It's just
there's like a little thing.
Like a little
Rob, think
path.
it is like a little.
Well, it seems
pathway
it feels like he's saying we can't go
no.
through the Quill
Just
Ward.
that you can't go north in the Quill Ward. Like, just stick to the
Oh.
path across the Quill Ward
Oh.
is basically what he's saying.
All right,
Yeah.
fine. Then that's fine. I thought we couldn't go in
No,
at
no,
all.
no.
He was like, "You are not supposed to be
You
here."
must not come here. No, no. But it's sort of like you see where I will show you. You see where from the Grand Ward. So you're coming from, let's say, right here.
Are the lines roads or are those the
No,
dividers
those are the
of the
walls.
wards?
Those are the
Those are
walls.
the walls.
That is the
Okay.
worst arrow anyone has ever drawn. Let me try that again.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
I mean, like, do you want me to do it?
That
Because
is
that's
dreadful.
You
no,
drew.
I will draw my
Arv,
own
you
damn
are the
arrow.
first person to ever succeed in drawing a 2-line arrow.
I
Good
am
job.
offended at the fact that you have drawn this arrow. Okay, what the freaking...
Here,
The
it
thing is, my
starts like
mouse is
this,
not... No.
That's
it
even
looks like
worse.
That's even worse. I got it.
And
I
then
got
it goes
it.
like
all right?
this,
All
and then
right?
you can even color it in.
Clearly,
I love how people give me crap for my MSPs.
There, fine. All right, there. That's better.
Like this,
So, well, yeah. That's
like
yes.
this, Arv.
Okay, right. Now everyone's going to be like, look, this is how you do it in kindergarten, Arv. I get it, all right?
That is
Okay.
obviously half a spider. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And look, if you need to repurpose it for next year, you can turn for this year. You can turn it into a Christmas tree. So there you go.
That's the palm trees that Five was eating.
Look, see, there you go. There's one half for you.
Oh my god.
The red one.
Wow. I'm telling your
You do
piece of
know
work
that
on
we're
you
gonna-
are.
Remember, guys,
Terrible.
he is the DM, so he's probably gonna kill us now.
I don't know what you mean. Okay. So, no, in
Knife
all
slowly
seriousness.
descends. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, actually, I better be careful that I don't accidentally delete your tokens while I'm doing
I'll
this.
just move all the tokens
Okay.
away.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. No, Ryuvi's fine. Never mind. You didn't see any of that. There we go. Okay. So anyway, as I was
I
saying,
left you a message, Arv.
it's Arv's fault. Great. I am most excited that that's the case. Okay. So back to what I was trying to do. Yeah. So there's basically the idea is that there's just a straight line from the Grand Ward over to the Wizard Ward. So, and as you go into it, I'm going to describe the Quill Ward in just a moment. That I am the adult of the group, roughly. I crit failed on arrow drawing. Yes, but that happened when I was very young, reaching
Too
panic.
much credit. Too much credit to Arv.
Anyway, when you go through the
There's a
cross
reason
there-
he's a writer.
the truth is, I
Writer.
can actually. I don't know how anybody. I have to say, I don't know how anyone draws using a mouse. Like,
You
if you're-
don't.
I don't get it. Like, I don't. Like,
Not true.
Also, I'm left-handed. I'm using my mouse with my right hand, and I'm doing better drawings than you are.
listen, this is you were going the wrong way with this commentary. All right, listen. Like, actually, Arv, I've seen people who don't have any arms who are better than you are at drawing. Like, okay, all right, I get it.
They would do us with their teeth, and
Anyway.
it's spectacular.
My
I think your rolls are bad now, Sod. Just wait until he manipulates the rolls.
Why do I keep getting ones? Okay,
my friend Ed
Well, the
Klein,
opposite. He
Because
scare
you're
us all by making
sad.
me good rolls.
go ahead, Trent. What?
probably about 25, maybe 30 years ago, a friend of mine named Ed Klein is a furry artist. He had a minor stroke, and after that, he could draw better with a mouse than he could with a stylus. So yeah, some people can't do it.
Weird.
It's probably because of the size of it, so he doesn't.
Possible.
Anyway.
So, but anyway, that's the point. So they want you to go north of that, basically.
All right, let's get going. I got
so-
stuff I got to do in there.
All right,
Let's
I'm going to
go.
describe as you go through the Quill Ward, I'm going to describe the Wizard Ward when you
Is
arrive.
that the thing that's pointing with the arrow?
Yes.
I just want to make
I'm
sure.
going to describe
Yeah,
the
the red
Quill Ward,
arrow is.
and then the Wizard Ward as you go through it, and then I will come to Cade and
I have something
to
I have
Ryuvi
to
and
do
Fifley.
when
And Fifley, sorry.
when there's
To Cade and Fifley.
time for it. There's something I have to do in the ward. So
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not leaving you behind
Okay.
yet. But I'm going from Quill to Wizard and then coming back to Hook. I have not forgotten.
Okay.
Okay. So you make your way across the Quill Ward. You are, of course, only, as we just talked about, in the southern side of this place. So
or no, Quill ward.
one thing that's noticeable as you're going across here is that there seems to be, first of all, this is a lot quieter than other areas of the city. So it just seems like there don't seem to be as many people walking through it, but even the buildings themselves feel particularly quiet. And Grom, there is no doubt whatsoever that right here is where you can tell that there is a lot of writing being done. There is the smell of ink and pressed parchment and treated vellum that kind of wafts through the air here. It kind of reminds you a little bit of Candlekeep almost, like in terms of the smells. And so there's that. And also there are a number of, and this is...
Grondir must be loving this
I was just going to
ward.
say, yeah. There are
Holy
also
mackerel.
as well these little...
There's paper everywhere.
These little arched bridges and ramps that cross over the sort of wall byways. There's almost these little small walls and little bridges and ramps over them. And there are a lot of these little minarets, these small towers with essentially like an onion dome, if you know what that is, like the top half of one, that are on the top of these things. There's many of those here. So it feels like you've entered a place where there is a lot of writing and learning and things like that going on. And as I say, this feels like a very active place, but a very quietly active place. To the north, there's much more of that you could see, but as your path leads you directly to the east, to the Wizard Ward, that is just something that I wanted to note.
Is there much trouble through here of actual people? Or
There are definitely... No, it does not seem like there's a lot of people here. I shouldn't say that. There are not a lot of people traveling, although it does feel occupied. The streets are very clean, and you do occasionally... In fact, I would say that there are even several buildings that you pass by as you're on your way across where you can hear what sounds almost like something like this, like the loud sound of someone writing on a scroll or something like that.
Yeah.
So there's definitely people, but not nearly as many as even what you saw in the Grand Ward. And they're mostly not traveling. They just seem to be wherever they are, and they're just doing their stuff.
Okay.
When you cross over from the Quill Ward into the Wizard Ward, there are no guards at this gate. And the gate itself is much smaller than the western one that you just came from the Grand Ward. And when you cross over here into the Wizard Ward, you find yourself in a rather striking place indeed. First of all, when you enter into the Wizard Ward, you can see that there are many, first of all, these minarets again, which are a feature of lots of places in Kalimport. But a lot of these minarets here are taller than it looks like from the outside of the city. In other words, you would have expected that the towers would be... The towers you see here are so tall that you should have seen them above all other things, including even the
They're
palace
being
and stuff
obscured
like
from the
that.
outside of the wall.
Or they're illusory. It's not clear
Yeah.
what is the case. Either they're illusions that are being obscured out there, or they're illusions in here and you're just seeing it. But whatever it is, there's something not, part of the norm that you actually see here. Beyond that, though, you see that a lot of the houses here and the huts and so forth seem more shabby than you might have expected, Ryuvi. Like, they don't, there's not these, like, spectacular peacocks wandering around near fountains and, like, it's not like that. It feels rather kind of run down, to be honest, with the exception of some of these towers that I mentioned that seem to be coming out of nowhere.
I'm sure not everything is as it seems. Thus, with magic being how it is,
Could very well be.
it doesn't need to be ostentatious when we can literally
true.
have the power to do whatever and manifest whatever we want.
There is also one other thing. As you are sort of heading down as you're kind of making your way into the center of
I'm
this
going
ward-
to a particular...
Right,
so
I'm going to ask you that in
two
just a
things-
moment.
yeah.
Yep, I just
Yeah.
want to describe one thing and then I'm going to ask you about that. You see the unusual thing you can see from your vantage point beyond those towers is there is what looks like a massive silver sphere, which seems to be, it's either, you can't quite make it out because you can only see like the top 2/3 of it maybe, and there are these walls around it, so you can't tell if it's like on a tower or what, but as you're looking, it almost seems like it's slowly spinning in place, like it's turning somehow. And it
Solid
glints.
metal or liquid?
That's hard to tell. It's a little bit of a distance. It's to the north, so you would need to go up a little further. Still in the Wizard Ward, but it's the thing that sort of stands out because, as I say, a lot of this stuff looks run down, and then you got these towers.
I'm not going to go
occasionally.
investigate it now,
but
but
then
I'm
there's
going to examine it from a distance while I'm continuing to head to where I'm supposed to head to.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So tell me
there
now
are two
where
things I
you're
need to ask you about this ward.
Yeah.
Is there a tavern or an inn or something in this ward of that nature? If not, then I have to change my plan a little bit.
No, I imagine there probably is, although finding it may not be, you will know like a little bit about the magic is obvious here, but
Right.
there's not an obvious inn that's got like the typical, drunken mermaid or tipped over mug or something that you would see on the sign. So your guess is if it's anything like most users of magic, they have a tendency to hide things in illusion because, that's their bag. So, yeah. So there may. Okay. So the answer is probably, but not one that's obvious to you.
I wouldn't know where it is.
Not necessarily. No. You could try to find it, but not something you see obviously.
So where are we going?
I looked at Gromnir. Gromnir, I mean no disrespect, but what I'm about to do, I cannot have you bear witness to. While I am taking care of this business, I need you to find the inn or tavern here and come back and meet me here when you have found it. And we will go there together after I have completed what I need to. It will not take me long, I promise you.
Are you sure? I can...
I guarantee you, this has to be done this way.
If you need someone to keep an eye on you, I can send my eye with you.
No, I must do this completely alone without anyone else witnessing, including and especially you. It is part of my order. I cannot have anyone else witness this. But I do need you to help me find the inn. It is imperative that you find it.
All right. Do you have anything unique on you that I can use to track you in case I lose track of you?
I have a dagger on me. I still have the silver dagger from...
I can use that. Perfect.
Before.
So if anything happens,
I don't take the silver dagger out though because it will disappear if I do.
Yeah,
that.
it'll disintegrate.
Keep it inside the scabbard, and I hand him the silver dagger. And you can hold on to this for me. I will.
No. You have to hold on to it. So
I will hold on.
I just need to picture it, so if I ever need to find you, I can locate you via this object.
Yes, but we're going to meet back here across from that silver object that I have no idea what it is, but I am very intrigued by it. But it is not.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to go there first, but. If you want me to find this tavern, does it have a name or anything like that, or?
Do I know if it has a name?
Not one that you know. No. I mean, I'm sure it probably, but
unfortunately, I should know more about this area than I do. But as I had mentioned before, those who have sent here have had a very hard time coming out and passing off any knowledge of use to me. But this I must do alone.
All right. Good luck.
You as well. And I pat him on the shoulder and I sort of... Now, I need a little bit of DM help on this one because, again, I don't know this area very well. So what I'm looking for specifically is the only street in this ward that has a total dead end in it. Like, nothing of note at the end of it and leads practically off the main section here. And I need to go up to the building that's at this area of the ward.
The only street in this ward. Well, you can... I mean, there may be a couple that are dead ends like this.
One that's probably most notable or most prominent.
Like a cul-de-sac, not a dead end.
Yes.
Yeah, there's certainly a few that you could look for, but you'll have to actually, track them. It's certainly not something that you're like, obviously.
It would be one in particular that I had that I and the members of my order had predetermined as one to use.
I see. All right. Well, let's see. Then I would say that would probably be. Give me 1 second while I try to find the right place to go.
Sure.
Cashmere cul-de-sac.
The cashmere, yes. These scarves are beautiful. I will take all of them.
Okay. So what I'm going to do then is I did not pull all of these maps up, so I'm going to give you a I'm going to do kind of an impromptu map, which I'm going to put on stream just for speed's sake, Rob.
Cool. I literally didn't even think about any of this till I'm making all of this up as I go along. So I appreciate your
No, I love it. No
because I
sweat.
think it'll be cool if it works.
So I'm happy to announce here that what you're looking at is a map of the Wizard Ward with north pointing right, because apparently we still haven't learned the importance of keeping north to the goddamn.
Is that on
left.
stream or on?
I put it on stream.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Actually, can I rotate this?
You can rotate that. Yeah,
I
rotate
can.
it.
All right, well, hold on.
9 degrees to the left.
I put an arrow on there just to make sure.
Yeah, how
Oh, it's
nice.
on there.
Transform, rotate.
I just want to see Arv draw another arrow.
There we go. No, wrong way. Other way. Other way, you fool.
Always happens when you rotate. It always rotates the other way.
It's just
If
like,
you do
yeah,
it two
just
more
like,
times, if you do it 2 more times that way, it'll be the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there we go.
But now it's a Z. Which direction is Z?
Z, exactly. Well, now you can see that it actually does correspond. So,
I can Z.
so I just wanted you to see that because I'm then going to have to turn it around again so I can read what the hell the map says. But the point
Exactly. I
is
have
that so
no
you
idea.
can
Okay.
so you can see where this is. Where you are
Put two of
positioned
them
right
up,
now
one's
is
rotated,
in
one
the
is-
eastern side of that. So the right side of that map.
So we're on the right side of that.
You're on the
map
right
now.
side of it right now. Yeah, that's where the gate was. So now, nope, here, transform, go back, rotate this way. There we go. So,
So may I look at it just for a minute with the
I was thinking, I'll
screen
just have
up?
2 of them up, and then one rotated, one normal. So you don't.
well,
have
I guess
to
I
go-
kind of am because like you're basically you're on the main map. You can see where you're positioned right now, on the main map on the stream. So you see the main map on the stream, Rob, without all the detail. It just says
Yeah.
like next to the Maker's Ward. So that's right now you're near the green arrow, basically on that map, on the big map, which
it.
corresponds, roughly speaking.
That's
to-
the north, the upper bit.
Oh yeah, actually I put you in the wrong spot.
it's
on the big map. I'm
rotated
sorry.
left.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I put you in the wrong spot. So you would be up on the Wizard Ward map, the big map now. The one more detail, I mean. You would be up in
God.
the Mindel, it's called Mundelman. You see this thing on the top of the Wizard Ward map? Look at the spot that's on the top of that map.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you see where that is? That's where you're positioned. So, the place that you would want to go to find areas like what you're looking for would probably be found in, as he looks for the proper description, show me the place. I'm working off of another map, so would probably be found at the
It seems like Odon,
no
Area
it's,
5.
Yeah, no, it's farther north. That's why I said I put you in the wrong spot. You would be in Area 1 right now, which is all the way to the north of that side.
Right.
Area 1, that's where the gate came in.
Oh, that's
or
where
the
we came in
pathfinder.
from.
That's where you
Okay.
came in
Yep.
from, yeah. So, if you wanted to go, the problem is that it's not giving me the actual place that I want, and I don't understand it. Okay, let's say so Tama, which is number 2, area number 2.
Okay.
That is the place where there are the most sort of shadowy alleys, and also seems to be, from what you can tell, somewhat more shabby and run down even than the rest of it. Now, you don't know how much of that is an illusion and how much of it is real. Probably a combination. But it certainly doesn't seem even as obviously, it doesn't even seem as comfortable living-wise as the place that you're in right now, the Mindel place, which is that Area 1 there. So that's probably where you'd want to head.
All right, so I head there, and upon my arrival there, I look for a particular street, alleyway, cul-de-sac, if you will.
Okay.
And upon sensing that I've arrived at the right place, at the place that you would normally leave messages for people of our own order, I go up to one of the walls and I try to sense that someone has left an illusion of some sort,
Make an Arcana
with a
check for
basis
me.
with a basis of usually the way we leave messages is it is an illusion based. It's a message inside of the circle of the order,
Okay.
and it's written in an illusion that we would only sense if you were looking for it. Like if we had trained to make those
Right.
illusions for each other,
Right.
and other wizards, sorcerers, mages could notice it, but you'd have to be looking for it to see it.
Okay.
It's like, it's like when you're passing by strangers on like a train platform,
Yep.
and you pass by them, but you don't remember seeing them. It's that kind of an illusion.
I got you. So yeah, then make an Arcana check for me, please.
Okay.
Kind of a doubt aura sort of thing you're saying.
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's
It's a little inside joke between Trent and me, which a joke which I appreciate greatly. And for more, wait for my Grey Shade Kickstarter.
ooh,
Natural one.
So
natural one.
yeah, so you run your hand over it, and you're like, what happens is there is a slight flaring of magic, as if there was something that at one point might have been left there. But Ryuvi, it seems obscured, either because others have left messages and they're all confused together, so it's like, painting over something multiple times, or because someone has tried to erase it. But you don't know which of them they are, but which of the situations that is.
Can I try to discern the last message that was left there?
Well, not really, because they're all tied together. You can try to tell. What I'll allow you to do is you can make another Arcana check to see how many might be kind of competing, like how many different messages maybe there are. I'll allow you to do
Sure.
that if you want.
Sure.
Okay. So Arcana check again.
12.
Little hard to tell, but if you had to guess, around 3-ish. The one you don't know the details about when they were left, except that it's definitely the case that one message was left, and then a couple of other messages were left afterwards. What's not clear is whether those messages were left in an effort to, again, erase, or simply, like almost trying to use whiteout and write something new because there was some other message that they wanted to leave instead. That's not clear. But yeah.
Am I able to discern what the messages say?
No, definitely not. But you know that all of them, though, are pretty brief. That's for sure. Like, all of them were fairly concise.
But I can't make out what anybody left inside of the circle?
No, because it's not like words that were erased. It's more like the aura that allows you to sense it. Most people of even normal sorceress ability wouldn't even know what the hell this is. Like, it's only because of your own arcane knowledge and the fact that you know this place that you're able to see or sense as much as you are. Which is also troubling, Ryuvi, because, I mean, it would
Someone tried to get a message out, but it wasn't received.
Right.
Okay, so there are two things I want to do with this information. One, I want to try to erase these messages
Okay.
myself.
Okay. I will allow you to do that. I'm going to ask you to make another one of those Arcana, those handy-dandy Arcana checks. 12.
I got the same roll.
Okay.
Another 12.
So, yeah, you start doing it. It looks like you probably can. It doesn't look like you're going to be able to... and you said you were leaving another message, right?
I'm going to leave a message directly over where...
It looks like you can. It does look as if the message might be... Others who try to discern it or decode it might find it a little difficult to read it, but not impossible. It looks like it's the kind of thing where your message will be stronger than other messages there, but there will be, like, if you could imagine this as like a gravestone rubbing or something where there's like bleed through, like there'll be a little bit of that bleed through, but you think that you'll be able to get a message of some...
I just need my message to be discernible to whoever's going to...
You think it will be, just not, it won't be super easy, but you think you'll be able to make it so it's discernible, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to place, using, minor illusion, using the same system that we've used before. I'm going to place a message in the starting with the order circle.
Okay.
And then in the message, I'm just going to put position compromised. Meet at inn in ward as soon as possible. And just leave R,
Okay.
which is the calling sign for me, obviously.
Okay.
And
For my friend
yes.
Rutabaga. I was like, all right.
As I place that, I'm also going to, as done with the other messages, instill it into the wall so that those looking for it will find it, but those who aren't, it will just seem like it's part of the wall. And upon doing that, I'm actually going to check. What time of day is it?
It is right now probably about 9:30 in the morning, maybe, roughly speaking.
Okay. So I imagine someone will check it soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and try to make myself inconspicuous.
Okay.
And go into some other part of the area that we're in, grab a seat, and watch to see who checks for the message.
Okay, quick note. There are not any, like, seats or benches or anything like that are...
I just need to sit by a wall or on the floor. Like, I'm not looking for any place that's comfortable.
I got you there.
Yeah.
But you are going to stand out, though. So the question is, like, unless you try to go into, like, a kind of a shadow in an alleyway, if you know what I mean. Like, there's no... You're going to stand out by sitting
I'll pull a
out there.
Cade Marmados. Let's go.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have you do that. I'm also going to have you make a stealth roll, and then I'm going to jump to Grom, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to jump to Fifley and Cade.
Oh, God.
So-
Ryuvian stealth. Let's see how this goes.
Exactly. I'm going to need 5 more Arcana rolls from Ryuvi. No, it's like, Arcana. Listen, he's in the wizard ward, okay? Like, it seems reasonable.
6.
You feel completely obscured.
But I am not.
You feel quite...
You're not pulling this
visible.
part of Cade, buddy. Let me tell you that much.
I have 1 bonus on this. You have like 4,000.
It's only 15.
Also, Sod, 3D dice made it actually want me to roll it physically on the
There's an
screen.
automatic. Next to it is automatically roll 3D dice.
Yeah, it says automatically roll 3D. That says enabled, and 3D dice is enabled, but it didn't do that correctly. So maybe
Do it again. See if it does it. Just out of interest.
I'll try that.
Like, so
Rudnell
then
says,
tick
you
it-
are silent
like,
as the wind.
Tick it on and off type of thing.
You are silent as the wind during a tsunami.
Actually, hold that thought.
Oh, Lone Wolf has inspired Ryuvi. I think that will
bit
be
lame.
helpful for the next thing that happens. Lone Wolf, that was just a pity inspire. That was just like, all right, look,
Yeah.
you know, like that was a pin inspire.
Oh,
Pin
Jesus
inspire.
is going south fast.
Inspire, yeah. I can't wait to go to this Cade section where Cade's like, I cast multiple examples of magic. Now, I know you are an arcane trickster. I just have this image of you being like, all right, I'm going to use repeated strength to bash through the wall. Like, all right.
I mean, the reality is, I'm not trying to be invisible.
No, I know.
I'm just trying to not be the main focus of someone's attention
No, I
who's
got it.
looking for the thing. You know.
I got it.
Oh yeah, let me try to roll that again. While I'm doing this, I'm good. You can go on to whoever else you want to go on to.
Okay.
It's like I think that's it for me, right?
Okay. Yes. And so I'm going to jump to Grom, and then, as I said, we'll take a break here. In case, by the way, people are curious, I'm going to talk more about this in subsequent sessions. But Kalamport has these neighborhoods that I talked about before. There are basically a series of neighborhoods that are called Drudoks. The Drudoks are, between 2 and 5 of those, makes up what is known as a Sabban, S-A-B-B-A-N. And then Sabbins are grouped together into wards. So what you see there are actually Sabbins, and the Sabbins themselves are further broken down into Drudoks. I'm just letting you know all of this because it's like, even the outlay of the city feels very modular in a way. Not so much interlocking, yes, but it's not so much spillover as it is they have their own very distinctive characteristics. So, okay, having said that, I'm going to jump over to Grom. How are you searching for this inn? Hello, Hishel. How are you searching for this inn?
Following the main thoroughfares through and just asking people. Find someone who looks open enough to talk to.
Okay.
Who isn't distracted by reading scrolls or something. If not, I'll look for a dwarf. I think a fellow dwarf should probably break the ice quite easily.
Okay, let me have you make an investigation check for me, please, Grub.
All right. 11.
So as you're kind of making your way through this place, kind of looking around, you notice that there are some people here and there that go by, but they seem to be mostly not interested in talking. A lot of them are kind of have, again, robes and hoods around them. They're moving rather quickly. Even the ones that have long white beards seem to be moving surprisingly fast for someone of their apparent age. You see no dwarves at all, at least not to this point. You've seen many humans, and you've seen an occasional humanoid, possibly like an elf here and there, or, you might have seen a gnome, although they move so quickly you couldn't quite tell, but no dwarves at all. If you wish, at a certain point, you could just sort of randomly stop one of them and ask. You could certainly do that if you like.
Yeah, if I don't find anyone after a while, I'll just randomly pick someone who probably looks as like able to communicate with, who isn't distracted by something.
Okay. All right. There's one who seems to be going by, and they're not like actively avoiding, eye contact. And when you stop them, they have actually kind of a reddish medium length beard, and these, again, reddish eyebrows. And when you stop them, they're like, yes. What
Excuse
can I
me.
do for you?
My apologies. I'm, as you can probably tell, I'm an out of towner. I'm looking for a tavern in this area. They didn't. My friend didn't tell me exactly where it was. He just said it's the tavern of this ward.
The tavern is
The tavern. That's how he said it.
And he says, yes, probably over in, and he starts like thinking. This is obviously a place that probably he hasn't been to many times, because he kind of is like, and then he says, you'll probably want to go to, and then he literally takes out, he sort of, from behind, below his robe, he takes out what looks like this small wand, and in the air, he draws what looks like 2 wands with their tips surrounded by 7 pointed stars. So in the air, just like wand, star, and then he says, good luck to you. And then he moves off at a great pace. And it just sits there in front of your vision and then gradually fades.
Mm. So maybe a building with that kind of symbol on it. So I'll see, just following the main thoroughfares, just whatever the main route is, which looks like there's like one that goes directly from east to west.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can spot that symbol. And then if not, I'll ask someone else I'm looking for, and then I'll describe the symbol to the person if I don't find anything.
Make an investigation check for me again. Yes, exactly, Little Wolf. It's a 5-star tavern, yes. The 5-star from, oh God, what's the restaurant rating?
Bam, 20.
It's a restaurant rating service.
Not natural.
Zagat's, like Zagat's 5 stars, Okay, what did you get, did you say?
A 20 total.
Okay. Yeah, as you're going along, you eventually find someone who is willing to tell you, when you describe what that is, they tell you that you are looking for Tarshaj, Tarshaj, Sabin. And this is actually not that far from where you originally left Ryuvi. I take that back, because Ryuvi went down there. So this is to the south.
It's completely on the opposite side of the
No,
board.
not on the opposite side, no. It's to the south of where you are. So you were in number 1 and kind of looking around as you went into like 4.
Yeah, I went to head towards like 4 and 5.
Right.
Yeah,
so this is in 2. And the person tells you that it is basically the mark of that Sabin. So wherever this place is, it's somewhere in that number 2 Sabin, the Tarjaj Sabin.
Okay. Well, I'll see if I can try and locate this building first before I head back to the meeting spot.
Okay. So you go into this place, and you sort of head in that
I'll
way
start.
and start looking.
Yeah, just go along the main road and try and see if I can spot. If it's a tavern, there's a good chance there's lots of either noise because there'll be people inside, in and out, a lot of it. Maybe alcohol, drinking of alcohol. So there could be some people that are a little bit tipsy.
Well, so when you you head into it and you make your way down, a lot of this place here, again, a lot of sort of dark, shadowy alleys and things like that. But you do find at one point, say, one of these minarets that I've been talking about, which is again set up above the sort of walls, right? And below these walls, you sort of look, and when you walk around this building, there are no obvious like entry points into the walls. Like there are no gates, there are no doors. You just see this tower in the middle of these walls, kind of elevated into the air, maybe 75 feet. But as you look up, you can see that there is very clearly a blue flying carpet that is hovering outside of this minaret, basically, at the top of it.
And there's no doors.
No doors.
I'm going to wait a second to see if anyone comes in and out of any kind of... If there's an illusionary entranceway, someone may pass through.
You wait a few minutes, and then you note someone exits the minaret from the roof and gets onto the carpet. And then the blue carpet descends and lands on the ground. And the person who was standing this whole time steps off, kind of a young, possibly a nobleman or something.
I'll walk up to him actually and be like, "Excuse me, sir.
What?
Is this?
What do you want?
Is this the? Is this the?" And I show him the one with the 2 stars. Is this the place?
And he says, "This is the Sabin that you are looking at. This is Aquas and Azures."
That's the name of it there.
If you wish to go up there, you get on the carpet. Do it quickly, or it will leave without you. And you better have money. They only want the right sort in that place. And he laughs and sort of walks off chuckling as if this is the most funny joke that he's heard for a long time.
That probably means they want money on entry. How much have I got? Just because we used a lot of our funds. I've got 130 gold.
Carpet begins to rise.
I'll jump on it.
Okay. So you just get on it, like,
like climb
up. And it elevates, very smooth ride, and then stops at a door that is indeed in the roof, basically, of this minaret, and the door doesn't open; it slides open, and inside you can see there is what looks like some kind of almost a desk or something like that. It's not very big in there. A desk, and someone is seated behind it. And they say, enter, please.
Yes. Sorry to disturb you. I assume this is the was it the Taja Sabin? What was the full name of this place? My apologies. Not from here.
So Taja Sabin, and right now you were in the Maya Druduk, actually, but it is the Taja Sabin.
So the building's called the Taja Sabin.
No. The neighborhood is called the
neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, basically is the region. You have no idea what the name of the building is, though. That's just the Other than he told you it was Aquas and Azures, the guy down below told you. So.
You've actually ended up in this area as FAO Schwartz. Have a nice day.
Yeah. So the Aqua and Azures, is that? So I say, is this place called the Aqua and Azures?
And he says, correct? Indeed it is, sir. May I ask you to enter this place if you have business with me?
No, yeah, I was looking for a friend. I don't know if he arrived. And I'll just describe I'm just going to describe a drow and just say if any other drow have arrived recently. As I'm waiting for someone who was supposed to meet me here. It would describe that there's a drow, and
he sighs and he says, "I am not in the business of finding people or those who are waiting for them. I am not a guest service, sir. I am a jeweler. There is, of course, the waiting area where my clientele may enjoy some light refreshment while waiting their turn to be seen. If you wish to enter there, you may do so, assuming that you have plans to look at the merchandise.
Yeah, I do. That's why I said have someone from town. So they were supposed to meet me here, but apparently they're not here yet. So I'll probably come back later if they've arrived then.
And he says, they have not arrived. He has these very piercing blue eyes, by the way. And he says, they have not arrived yet. If another customer such as yourself arrives, I will make sure to tell them that one other came looking for him unsuccessfully.
Thank you.
And the
I'll
door
kind of give like a little simple bow and kind of just
the door closes as you're bowing. Like
Everybody here sucks.
and
What
the carpet's
hell?
just like lets you back down to the ground. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna meet him, Ruby, at the spinning orb thing, whatever the hell it is.
All right, and as you make your way over there, I'm going to have us take a brief break, at which point we're going to cut back to Cade and to Fifely. You folks are watching Day 2 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Palace of the Red Pasha, otherwise known as Awesome Adventures in Calimport. I'm a big fan of parts of the city. So you're going to get a chance to see even more of it as Infinity and Beyond makes their way through. If you like what you see in here, please follow us, support the Patreon sub and all that good stuff, and check out all these amazing players, individual things that they do, whether it be voice acting, whether it be streaming, whether it be writing, whether it be music, or any of the above. You should check out Tren, Saad, John, and Rob. But we are going to have about 5-minute break here, and then we will head back, and when we do, we will start back up with Cade and with Fifely as they are on the other side of the city. We'll be back in just a moment. Until then, everyone, hang tight.
Ugh.
We're in the next ward.
Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna jump back quickly. I'm gonna let my players stay on break. Thank you so much for the raid. It's Ananda. I know Ananda. What's going on here? Frost, Ananda, and it's Frost War too. Frost, Ananda, and the gents wish you all the best. Wow, check out that raid. Wait, is this Ananda or is this Frost? Tell me who you are. Is this Ananda or is this Frost? Give me 1 second here too, whilst I transition over. It is Frost. Okay, it was Frost. I see Ananda there. What's going on? Hello everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, we just went on break about 10 seconds ago when you came into raid, so I apologize for that. I hope you folks had a lovely session over where you are. We are playing Palace of the Red Pasha, which is the extension of the Tyranny of Dragons campaign, and the characters currently are in the amazing city of Calimport in the southern Sword Coast. I hope that you folks had a good session today, and I hope you like what you see here. They are on break, so give us a few minutes because we'll be back and have some awesome play, but at the moment we're on break because we just went on to break. But thank you, Frost and Ananda. It is great to see you. The Gents is a community side project. You recently started the 5e starter campaign. Nice. Is Frost, is that you talking about Dragon of Icespire Peak, or are you talking about Lost Mine of Phandelver? Thank you for the follow, Risha Type. I don't know why I have it so small there. You're a Tolkien member. Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. Nice raid, everybody, by the way. Check out that organization. Look at that. Thank you to, thank you to Pixel Hound. Thank you, of course, to Frost. Thank you to RS Type. Thank you to Duface Kali Vasquez. Thank you to Baron Valar. Thank you to Kaido. Thank you to the Notorious BXT. I love that. Thank you to Nuke for Prez, King Agaroth. Thank you. Good raid, everybody. Good stuff. It's the original 5e box set, the Phandelver campaign. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, that's good stuff. I've actually run a good portion of that for an in-person game, not well, I guess these are all in person, but a face-to-face as opposed to over Zoom. That's a good campaign. That's definitely a good campaign. Yes, and is Inanda the Inanda like from GOG Inanda? The Inanda that I know a little bit as a fellow GOGCom streamer? I just want to make sure it's the same Inanda. Or is this another Ananda? I want to make sure it's the same person. Okay. Hi, Ananda. Good to see you. So thank you. Everyone who doesn't know should follow Frostwar and Ananda. Both of them are fellow GOG streamers. Both of them are really awesome. Frost and I actually went head-to-head on the during the DLAD fundraiser a couple weekends ago. We went head-to-head in the GOG Trivia Showdown. I was fortunate enough to come on top in that one and felt very fortunate to do so. And then Ananda ended up, I didn't go up with her face-to-face, but I actually watched her going up against Kilgore, I think. And that was, of course, Kilgore had taken me out because it was Kilgore. So, like, you know, the chances, I have some decent amount of knowledge, I think, of things when it comes to game knowledge, but not necessarily that much, I would say. So, yeah, it was pretty much, you know, I did the best that I could. Oh, thank you. It was pretty cool. It was a great battle. A pleasure to butt heads. So you two folks should definitely follow them. That's really awesome. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that you came literally in the middle of a break for the rest of the players, but it was just like, they should be back in about 2.5 minutes, I would guess, because this is not a super long break. So, yeah, but in case people are curious, the game that we are playing as we speak is, nope, not that, is, show me the thing. All right, there's that one, and then we've got that. So it's that, Palace of the Red Pasha. And it's very cool because you don't usually get to see places like Kalimport. You know, so much of D&D is focused on, A, the Sword Coast. First of all, the Forgotten Realms. B, the Sword Coast within the Forgotten Realms. And C, the northern to central Sword Coast. So Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep and Neverwinter and, you know, places like this. And even Dragonspear Castle is in that central area. And it's generally, you don't really get a lot farther north, even to the Sea of Moving Ice and places like that, let alone anywhere south. Like, they just kind of jettison the south. And that's a shame because Ed Greenwood did stuff that are in a lot of different areas. There's a lot of cool places to check out, not just those. So getting to Kalimport is really neat and gives you kind of a different flavor than you would have the case. So, yeah, exactly. So I'm going to say that by the transitive property, you took Kilgore out twice. I took you out. Kilgore took me out, which means that because you took Kilgore out twice and I took you out, that means that Kilgore and I are even. That's the way I do math. And as someone who clearly is a math person with obvious abilities in math and not in any way someone who focuses on language and literatures and was really terrible in math, just because of that, I think that's the way this works. I mean, listen, I think that's exactly how it works. It's not how it works. Common Core Mathematics. Dang. Shots fired, Arudnell. Shots fired. And, I feel seen in this picture, and I don't like it. Yeah, listen, I mean, we're going to do the showdowns again. Like, we've been told that we're actually going to do these showdowns on a more regular basis for other fundraisers and stuff like that, and under those circumstances, we will do that. I'm still annoyed that I didn't get the one with Kilgore, because I feel like I could have... I stuck with him for about 5 questions, and the one that I lost on, I was like, oh, God. I should have gotten it. It was about something with Medal of Honor, a game that I never played, but I could have figured it out. I mean, I played Medal of Honor, but not that one. It was Pacific Theater, and I should have realized that I was silly in not choosing what I chose. But down the line, we will see what happens. But yeah. So, but if you folks like D&D, if you enjoy Dungeons and Dragons, you were in the right place. I personally run. I coordinate 5 different campaigns. Let me see if that's right. I run on this channel, this game, D&D with Infinity and Beyond. I run Esper Genesis, which is my space opera game based on 5e. I run the Adventures of Middle-earth campaign, which is Tolkien, also based on 5e. I run over on GOG. I run D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, which is direct D&D. I run Talisman Adventures, which is a new system from Pegasus Spiele, which just premiered last Tuesday. So 5 campaigns myself. And then also on this channel, we have Community D&D with Shadowed Mage as the DM. We have Emberwind with John Helfers as the GM. We have Soundclash the Clampdown, a game written and designed by Brandon O'Brien, who is the GM. And once a month, we do, with my Speculate podcast, a game called Blades in the Dark, some of you may be familiar, which is run by Brandon O'Brien. So total, we have 9 separate campaigns running on this channel or on GOG, of which I do 5. So we do a lot, is what I'm saying. I may have a little bit of a problem. I may like tabletop a little bit too much. Just a bit. Gone Eden is in that Emberwind game, by the way. Yeah, I made just a little, just a smidge. Yeah, it really is. It's awesome. I figured out the other day that I do not only those campaigns, but we feature something on the order of 30 different players on this. If you count GOG, between GOG and here, we have 30 different players somewhere in that order in any given month. And that's not even counting D&D with viewers, which we do every other month, where it's just kind of like pick up Dungeons and Dragons, like one-shot type of thing. So, yeah. And I thought I had too many dice. I'm the parent in that game. Yes, and you can see, right, Gone Eden? You can see what it is that I have to deal with. No, these guys are all great players, but it is sometimes it's fun to see them kind of operate. And I certainly would never forget Talisman, but yeah, I tried to get Frost in one of my games, but Frost played this whole Frost plays this whole business of just like, oh well, listen, I'm a world famous actor, and I play in too many campaigns as it is, and something about time zones, and like I live in the UK, and so it's like some ungodly hour for me, and blah blah blah. Always just like, oh, I can't do it. I've got to go meet my public. I got to go hang with Patrick Stewart. Sir Ian McKellen has asked me to join him on stage. Got to go down to the Old Bailey. I have no doubt of that. I'm too big for... Frost, you have no idea how much I want to say something that I am restraining myself from saying, all right? I just want to say the line, I'm too big for you, lad. I'm just not... We're going to let that hang in the air, and we're going to say instead... Yeah, exactly. You want to RP with John? Well, yeah. I mean, like John is definitely John's a great player. It's great to see John play these. He really, and he plays these just right. It's great. I see what you did there, Tren. No, I can't at all see any innuendo out of that. No, you defeated me soundly in the head-to-head. Anyway, at this point, everyone's just like, what the hell is wrong with these people? All right. We actually do play games here, not just, make James Bond-style innuendo jokes back in front of each other. But the players are back, and I was able to... Oh, no, they're not back. They're not all back. Never mind. One of them is not back. So hold. We will have that in just a moment. But anyway, yeah, so I love D&D, and I should say, for those of you who don't know, the Talisman Adventures game, it looks like, is going to continue on GOG. So it is going to continue over there, which is great, because the Talisman Adventures game went really well. People really enjoyed it. If you know the Talisman board game, Talisman Adventures is based on that board game, but it is a brand new RPG using the board game as its inspiration, and they did a really good job kind of capturing the feel of it, but also making its own specific thing. We are playing a campaign called Death's Messenger, and it's with the usual group, and those are, of course, also mostly fellow streamers. Tasty Chai, who is a fellow streamer on GOG. It has got... Oh, thank you, Kaido, for the Tier 1 sub to Fraswar. Thank you, Kaido. Welcome, Fraswar, to the Arvanauts, and thank you. That's very nice of you, Kaido. Thank you. So yeah, thank you. That's very kind of you. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy the emotes, etc. But yeah, we've got Peripheral Mike, who used to be a streamer on GOG, who's with us there. We have Tasty Chai. We have Pyron Jade, who is the head of the GOG stream team, actually. And then we've got Darksaber 2K, who is another, first of all, fellow UK person with Frost. He's, although Welsh, so I don't know whether Frost hangs out with the Welsh at all, but you know. But anyway, fellow GOG streamer as well. So we got the whole stream team over there that plays with us, and they're playing Talisman as well. And they're great. It's such a fun crew. Each one of my sets of players is awesome in their own ways, including this one that you're about to see in just a moment. So it was pretty cool. One of your players and oldest friends. We don't actually mention the Welsh. Yeah, enjoy Frost, the awesome quill, which is our sub badge that we have here, or that we use. I'm not that old. Only in winter when it's cold. I met John Hurt. You met John Hurt? Really? Oh, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. I have to say, I have only ever been... I've been in Scotland. I've been in Glasgow, where I competed in the World Debate Championships over there. I've been in Glasgow, and I have been in... I've been in Cork, in Ireland, although I believe that's not Northern Ireland, that's Southern Ireland, so that's not technically the UK. And I've been in the London airport for about 10 minutes. And considering that my entire doctorate is in English literature with a focus on Renaissance English drama, I want to get there so I can go to places like the New Globe, built now for the second time, basically. And I want to be able to see some of the sites of the old theaters, and I want to be able to do all that stuff. So, and not to mention, I also want to go to Tolkien's home, J.R.R. Tolkien, my favorite author by a mile. I want to go to all these places. So like, and you know, so I'm hoping that I get to do that sooner or later. You sponsored a brick in the New Globe. Oh God. I literally teach courses in stuff like this. Like, this is the second edition of my academic book. This is the ground plan. Come on, focus. There we go. The ground plan of the cockpit in court. That's my book from Clemson University Press, although it's very washed out. Just a moment. There we go. Clemson University Press. See? So that's the cockpit in court, which was a theater used by Ben Johnson and Inigo Jones, who designed it. So that's my jam, man. I want to see these places and... Ah, man. And I was planning on being in Europe. I'm on sabbatical this semester. I was planning on being in Europe until all hell broke loose and we were hit by the plague. So that was charming. So hopefully I'm going to get a chance to do it soon because, man, I want to do that. He was a voice actor in a show you were in. Oh, man. That's so cool. That is so epic. All right. They are ready to go. I can see that they're ready to go. And so I'm going to unmute myself and I'm going to head over so that we can see... Give me a second. Let me unmute them.
Having so much fun with your damn chat. And get us back into
so then
business
we take our out.
My
Hey,
goodness.
I see how it is. No, see, literally 10 seconds after we went to break, literally 10 seconds after, we got a 26-person raid from Freswar who was playing some D&D. So I was just saying hi to them so they didn't go away while you all were, powdering your nose and doing all that stuff.
We're taking over this stream.
And now we're back because that's the way this works. So now you'll get a chance to see these people in action.
I'm your white knight.
But thank you again to Frostwar, etc. I am very pleased that everyone came over. Welcome everyone, and I hope you like what you see in here, and will follow and support and do what was nice enough for Kaido to do, which was to give a gift sub to Frostwar. So thanks, folks. I hope you're able to stick around for a little bit and watch. We appreciate it.
I would note that
Yes.
while you were rambling with these famous people, that you said Sir Ian McKellen, but you did not say Sir Patrick.
Sir Patrick Stewart, yes. You know what I was more worried about is that I had suddenly given Ian McKellen a knighthood by accident. And then I'm like, no, it is Sir Ian, but then that meant that I completely forgot about the fact that it was Sir Patrick Stewart. My apologies to both.
Sir.
I am pleased that I did not say Sir Ian Holm, who sadly has passed away, because then I would have felt really bad at having brought it up. So anyway, yeah, it's gonna be cool. Oh geez, Light and Passion. I'm gonna let that go. What's going on? Oh, I'm sorry you're having health issues, Shadowed. Yeah, we've been having a good time here so far, and hopefully we'll be able to help you forget those issues. I'm sorry, dude. But we're just hanging out. So welcome everybody. Let's get into the play. Hishel, you're in heaven because you finished your master's thesis. Your shackles have been broken. Congratulations. That's a big deal, man. Having been there, that is a congratulations, Hishel. Way to go.
We do have the shackles ward.
Yeah, exactly. We can put those shackles right back on you if you prefer. All right. These folks welcome back, everybody.
What happens in that ward is not safe for work.
Happens in shackles, stays in shackles. So these folks have just been in the wizard ward. But in the meantime, the rest of the party was making its way downtown, going fast on inbound.
Cade Marmalade, yes.
They were heading down through, I think, the Jewel Ward, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Dock Ward, and then the Caravans Ward. All right.
No, the Hook
Cade
Ward.
Marmalade and Fifely Hot.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Hook Ward, my bad. So let us head back over to the two of you. Let's talk about that Jewel Ward, shall we?
Some chick strumming a guitar in the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wait, we have to bring that back.
You were meant for
Where
me. I was meant for you. Oh.
Where is our lyre strumming friend?
Exactly. Okay, the Jewel Ward. Now, one of the things that is known about the Jewel Ward is that, and you can get a sense of this even when you first probably enter it, based on your, again, chosen profession, Kate, this is a place where you have many of the city's whitesmiths and gem cutters. And the minute you go into there, you can tell this with a couple of ways. First of all, there is a sort of constant, almost, it would smell almost a little bit like grit or powder, but it's actually really a kind of fine dust that may be gem dust. There is so much work that you can hear. You hear little like clink, 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 clinks going on in various shops and things like that, that there's sort of drifting of gem work that's being done out here. Now, this is not necessarily... Isn't it? I was just going to say, yeah, the type of place as well. So the other thing you note is that this place is absolutely stiff with guards. There are guards everywhere, and that's probably not surprising.
Outside of the
A
gem,
bunch of them that are
Jewel
sort of
Ward.
standing outside, and as you were walking along the street, they all kind of, some of them look suspiciously at you as you pass by. There is, if you were ever to try to, get to work here, Cade, it would take you a while because, oh man, they are...
This just needs more planning, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. It need a little bit more. They are not messing around here, and there are guards everywhere. But having said that, you were able to, make your way through it. There is also what looks like a somewhat larger two places of note. The first is a place which is a little bit larger, which looks like almost like a villa. There are walls around a place. You can see some trees, a few trees over the walls and things like that. Not a lot of them, but some. And you can see there is a building rising above it, which looks fairly nice, and a fairly large front gate, which has what looks like 4 guards in front of it and 4 guards behind it. This is nature's way of saying don't touch, apparently, right? Like it's a place, maybe a minor noble or dignitary, or maybe the head of this Sabin might be here, or even the ward might be located in this place. The other place that you note is this spectacular building which has these low minarets that appear to be dazzling, translucent azure gems of monstrous size, which have been bezel cut and clamped to the roof. You don't know if it's true, but these gems are the size of roofs. Like, if it is gems, this is like the most unbelievable size and scope of work that you would ever
The
have
rogue
seen.
in me has his doubts. To be
Oh,
fair.
I mean, like, I'm just, Fifely, other than the trees which I previously mentioned, and you do see a few of them, they look to be some kind of maybe palm tree or something like that. But other than those, this does not have, and you weren't told that it would, any of the big trees or anything like that. But you also get that sort of scent of some kind of dust, presumably a gem dust as well, that you can see. But yeah, there's a lot of obviously work that's happening in this place, hammering away. And as you make your way across, that brings you over to, unless you're going to stop and do anything here, but if you're...
No, not
Okay.
at the moment.
They seem to be happy to watch you go. This is your impression. Like, the guards seem to be happier when you're not
Again,
around.
discriminated due to simple shortness. Terrible.
Yes.
Terrible.
It's just, it's yeah, exactly. That's clearly why they're looking.
Yeah.
So you make your way instead into the dock ward. Now,
Yep.
the dock ward, as you might have assumed, is towards the bottom of this map. Let me pull up here. Dock ward is right here. And the dock ward is well known for a couple of things. First of all,
It's expensive docks.
yes, exactly.
I was going to say docks.
Surprisingly, no docks at all. No.
Docks
so-
and crocs.
Okay. Yeah, no, none at all. No, the dock ward here is where most of the trade, at least the trade by sea, comes in here. And so there are a lot of areas here that has taverns and inns and fest halls. There are the most berths for ships. There are a bunch of warehouses for trade. There are a number of those places. You hear people sort of laughing and clapping each other in the back. There are also a couple of places that look like the sound of merriment and music and maybe sort of yelling and shouting coming from within. If you had to guess, this sort of screams casino or fest hall to you of some kind, Cade, as you pass by this place. So it feels very, not unusual from a lot of other dock districts that you might have been to in the past. And that is going to bring you over to the hook ward. No guards, by the way, leading into or out of the dock ward. This appears to be one of the places that they expect people to be, passing by or leaving from. And that leads us to the hook ward. Interesting thing about the hook ward is that there are not only a few public docks within here, so it's not just the dock ward, but the hook ward has some ship docks as well. But this also has a lot of open buildings from which you hear the sound of hammering, and you're actually, now it's about maybe 10 a.m. or so, you're beginning to see people that are dressed in basically these sort of same flowing pants, but they seem to be much more, the material's much tougher. It's not silk. Many of them are shirtless, and they are already bathed in sweat as they are carrying out the 2x4s and sort of larger pieces of wood. There seem to be a lot of shipbuilding buildings here. This is where a lot of the shipyards are that seem to be, that service a lot of the rest of the port, the rest of the docks there. And so you can see a lot of that happening here. You also see a number of what look like blue and teal and various shades of blue colored buildings that have minarets on the top of them that have the signs of, some signs have like dolphins jumping through the waves. Other ones look like maybe a mermaid on a rock. If you had to guess, these look like temples, maybe a bunch of maritime temples or something like that. Maybe the place where sailors come in to pray to their gods for protection before heading out in the sea, perhaps. But it definitely, although some of them have minarets, other ones look to be maybe not what you would expect for native to Kalimport, and they may just be, temples from elsewhere that people have imported here that they're allowed to keep here. This is all a guess on your part. But that's basically what it is. Shipyards,
city and all that. Yep,
temples,
yep,
and then right on the western side near the dock ward, where the dock ward begins, you hear a little bit more of the taverns and inns. But on this side, it's more shipyards and maritime temples of various kinds.
Huh. Well, on that border where the dock ward changes to the hook ward, there is a tavern called the Parched Harpy. And that is the tavern, and after taking a quick stroll through the hook ward, that I actually end up going back to.
Okay.
And we head inside. I assume, Fifely, are you coming inside or are you waiting outside? Fifely is muted, so I cannot hear what he's saying.
Right. I said, yes, I'm going.
All right. Okay. So come inside.
Having some difficulty maneuvering the rug through the crowd, but
Just a few minutes more, my friend. We're here, so, And those from the first session, which you noticed the thirsty mermaid, and you see a pattern developing. Oh.
Sorry, a little loud.
Yep.
Okay.
So go up, and this is actually a tavern set up more like you walk in and you'd be at home if you were in Baldur's Gate or Waterdeep. It's more a northern style tavern.
Yep.
So serving northern style brews and various liquors and all that stuff. You can come inside here and feel like you're back to the north. Done very specifically for this reason. So I'm going to belly up to the bar and get myself a drink, and through Thieves' Cant will notify the barkeep that I'm here to see technically it's the real person in charge. I'm not going to role play this. The streetcar goes up at midnight, blah 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 blah. But using the can't to say, visitor is here to see the person who's actually running the place, truly running the place, which of course is a member of the Waterdeep Thieves Guild.
Okay.
So,
all right, there is a pause, and the bartender sort of, doesn't really acknowledge it, but sort of puts down the mug, still empty, in front of you, and turns and goes off somewhere. I will say, quick side note, that when I first heard about Thieves' Cant, this is now going back to when I, late 80s, basically, when I first heard about Thieves' Cant, I was always like, they talked about it being like a complex series of just like symbols and hand signs, and I always had this image of like, how does one do that? Like, does it involve a lot of thieving and then pretend stab motions, and like that equals like I never knew what it was. But in any case, so he departs and then comes back. Now, who is your contact here? Who is the member of the Waterdeep Thieves Guild here?
Oh, let's see. Who the heck would that be? It would probably be, typically for over here, it'd be a human. I'd prefer it to be a local.
Okay.
Which is a name I hadn't really thought of until this moment. So we'll call them Moaz, M-O-A-Z.
M-O-A-Z.
And it's a trusted member, of course, but they always get occasionally watched. We have our own secret rogues who come in and evaluate the business without them knowing and make sure that everything's on the up and up.
He's using Thieves' Cant right there.
There you go. And so that's the person in charge. Very He's been here. This was established actually before I took over the Waterdeep, but as we kept it going for obvious reasons, because it makes sense to have a bolt hole in every city we can possibly think of. And so far reports have been good. He's been doing a good job making sure things are going smoothly. So I should be nothing untoward, but I need a report and an update and a place to store this not damn carpet. That's actually rather remarkable carpet, but a place to store this carpet too.
Are we talking about a, would we say roughly middle-aged, dark reddish hair, beard, and rather nondescript, you might say, as if
Absolutely
intending to be blended in? Okay.
Yep.
So Moaz comes out and kind of nods, and he, inclines his head as if to say, come back to the kitchen back here.
And I wave Fifely forward, and we head back to the back room. Exactly.
He brings you into the back room, and then he says, exactly, carrying the carpet, and he comes in, he's sort of like, you get in and barely,
Flap.
I was gonna say, like, barely avoid knocking over like a stack of plates. You're just kind of like, and he's like,
use mage hand to like lift it up and over. There we go.
He's like, and this guy's never actually seen you face to face, right, Cade?
Nope, this is the first time I've actually come down.
Okay,
Correct.
so he says, did you identify yourself with the Thieves' Cant originally, or just like?
Actually, yes. I pride myself on being honest with my employees, so yes, I did.
Okay, so when you come in, he inclines his head respectfully, and he says, "It's good to see you, my lord. I wasn't expecting you might be taking a trip down here, but it's a pleasure to welcome you to Calimport."
And I apologize for the, shall we say, brusqueness of my appearance, but it seems things are afoot here, and I've been meaning to get down here and probably would have notified you earlier. However, circumstances and not at the carpet over Fifely's shoulder. First of all, can you keep that for us for a couple days, please?
Oh, aye. It's just a regular carpet you bought in the market, then?
Not so much.
Oh, it's just...
It's one of the particular variety. I will need it available at a moment's notice, so make sure that there is someone who can always fetch it for me, no matter when I call for it.
That shouldn't be too much of a problem, I think. Just one moment.
Fifely can then rub his shoulder.
He blows a kiss to his daughter, who then leaves the kitchen, and he then says, "It should be all right here." And he comes over and he does a sort of strange thing, Fifely, which you can barely see, like as you're kind of looking around. He grabs a fork, and he taps it against a plate. And as he does so, one of these shelves rotates, basically, and opens up to what looks like just a space of blackness. and just complete void. And he says, my lord, if you wouldn't mind, I just wanted to, if I could use your assistance. And he kind of looks over at you, Fifely, kind of / you, Cade, and like kind of asking, can you help him?
Move it into the...
Yeah, apparently.
Yep, sure.
And so literally when you push it in there, and there's just, you don't hear any like shifting or moving. And it looks like, I mean, the shelf is just next to the wall, but it just, he literally moves the whole thing in. And then he, again, taps the plate, and the shelf closes back up. And he says, very useful, my lord, to have a modified bag of holding. We put that in there a while ago. And
excellent.
No one's going to find it when they come in here. Unless, of course, they're the cook. And the cook's on our payroll, sir, of course.
Very good, Moaz. I knew I had the right person running the place.
I'm honored, my lord.
Very clever. Very clever. So, on to the other matter of business.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say reports that are stronger than rumors has reached to the north, stating that, you, of course, remember the business with Tiamat.
Of course.
The whole thing. Well, reports have been coming out of here, not here, the city, that at least an element of the cult is still alive and has embedded itself somewhere in Kalimshan. As my reports have been fairly benign, I thought I took it on myself to A, do a little bit of a tour, and B, find out A, are the reports true, and B, what do we, as in you, know about this?
Oh, that's a bad business, that is, if the Cult of the Dragon's got anything to do with it.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you straight. The reports that we've been sending you, of course, have been true. Things have been going reasonably well here. In fact, to be honest with you, we haven't had to do too much out of the way of the law, because they let you do a lot of what you want so long as you stay in this district and don't go over much into the affairs of the Pasha.
Hi, Brawar.
Okay, sounds good. Sleep well, Frostwar. Thanks again, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And
And he says, but the truth is, the palace, well, that's a whole other business, sir. The Pasha, I can't get a read on him, to be honest with you. From all accounts, he just seems like kind of a kind of pudgy noble. There's not much to him, really, and always seems to be in a good mood, ready for a joke. He's been seen in the populace sometimes, goes out and just throws gold to people randomly and then laughs and walks away. But he's not to be trifled with, that's certain. And the one place that you can't get anything in, out, or anywhere else is the palace. If there's anything going on with what's left of the cult, it's happening over there. Most of what they've got is, well, merchants charging a little too much for their business, maybe wizards charging a little too much for their spells. It's more of the economic variety, you might say. But in terms of other business, murders, killings, thieveries, assaults, there's a lot less of that here than there is in a lot of other cities to the north, I'll tell you that right much. But the palace, it's anyone's guess what you could find there. I wish we could get our eyes and ears in there somehow.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because that's probably where I'm headed next. I saw, we took a walk through the Jewel Ward while coming down here, and of course it was heavily guarded, as the Jewel Ward would opt to be.
Always is, aye.
What I don't understand is, how does the Pasha keep control of the various wards? Are they like local governors or something? How does that work?
Well, you see, once he dissolved the Imperial Senate, he maintained control with the regional no. He says...
yeah, we'll keep them in line. Fear of this battle station.
And also this Death Star. This battle station. No, he says... no, the truth is that the Pasha's... he's kind of a folk hero, to be honest with you. Well, it's said that he defeated a couple of invading forces that were going to take over Kalimport, and since then he's maintained control by handling all the places in the city. You see, if you want to maintain control of Kalimport, you gotta keep 3 groups in line. The first, most important, is the merchants. The second, and most important, is the priests. And the third, and most important, and he chuckles, well, It's the wizards. There's a lot of magic here, and they don't like sharing it around. That's what makes me think there's something about the Pasha that don't quite fit. I can understand how we can keep the merchants in line, and I might be able to figure how we can keep some of the priests in line too. Throw them some gold, build up a few temples, give them a couple of, days in honor
Holy
of
days,
this day
right.
or that
Right.
god or, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't explain the wizards. Perhaps you could give them money, but the wizards don't much care about that. They can practically make their own. Somehow, he's managed to keep not only control over the city, but keep the wizards from fighting each other. Part of it he does through iron control. Someone casts a spell in here, he knows about it or allowed it to happen. And if he didn't, well, someone shows up right quick. So I think that's how he's managed to do it somehow. Some kind of surveillance or way to control the city by... It's got to be magical somehow. It's got to be. And somehow it's all centered out of that palace one way or the other.
And this watcher system or surveillance, let's just call it that for what it is down to like the smallest cantrip? Or is it just more offensive, obvious types of magic? Do you know?
Well, I've been able to see a couple of cantrips that my boys have cast here and there. One's for just small things, even though I've told them to keep it real easy. They haven't had guards show up to stop them, but that may also be because they don't care. They've tried them mostly in the dock ward or here in the hook ward. But if you tried to go up to the jewel ward, say, or one of the other wards, maybe even the trades ward, and use some things to lift some, money or goods out of someone's pocket, I don't know that I'd want to take that risk. The big
Right.
spells now. There was one that happened, probably a month ago or so in the wizard ward. You could hear the explosion all the way over here. Something went up, and the next thing you know, that place was crawling with guards. One of my boys said that he barely escaped getting nicked by one when they were walking by him. Whatever it was, he's got a way to know when magic's been used in the city, and then he shuts it down quick. Word is that the wizard who had this accident hasn't been heard or seen from since.
And you're positive the explosion was magical in nature and not just someone futzing around with saltpeter or dragon shit or something.
Well, Lord, I can't say for sure, but any time when there's a whole ward full of wizards, he rolls his eyes.
Yeah.
It just isn't good.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. All right. Anything else you think I should know at the moment?
And he strokes his chin, and he's like, well, I think the only other thing I'd want to know is, you got to move carefully around here. People show up and act like they are things that they aren't. Say things that they don't mean. It's not exactly that they mean to deceive exactly. Sometimes they're doing it so that they can better help you. You know, all the hospitality business they preach about keeping people honorable and safe and blah, 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 blah. I actually think they believe a bunch of that nonsense, to be honest with you. And yet, being honest is something I can't get a sense of from any of them. Any of the ones they are, Al this, Al that, a beer, something else. All of these names, they might be true, but they always have something below the surface. I've been at this game long enough to know when someone's not giving me the whole truth. And it feels like all of them have got, I don't know, clouds over some of what they say. So, you know your own business, Lord, obviously. There's a reason you had our own guild. But even Waterdeep, it seems to me, don't keep the kind of secrets they do here in Calimport. So, be cautious, I guess I'd say. And whenever you hear anything from anyone, you look at it from both angles, as my ma used to say.
Sage advice, Moaz. Very good indeed. And I take 10 platinum make it appear out of a internal pouch, divide it into 2 stacks. 1 stack is for him, and the other to distribute this among the boys.
And he takes the platinum and, he looks at it, tosses them with a grateful smile. It disappears somewhere into a pouch very quickly. And he
good work.
says, thank you, my lord. It's appreciated very much. And we'll do what we can for you here.
Keep your ears to the ground, and I appreciate the advice. I'll certainly take that to heart as I move about.
Oh, one other thing before you go. Once you get outside of the dock ward, here in the hook in the dock ward, my boys have ears everywhere. Once you get elsewhere in the city, they have them in some places, but it'll be hard for them to contact you directly. So just know that if you need help from us, you may need to come back to one of these places. There's no guarantee if you ask for help up in one of those other wards that we're going to be able to come to your assistance, at least not right away. And in the Palace ward, well, as I said, you can't get anything there. Although, there's always the possibility that someone from the Harpers, might show up too. They're everywhere, but I haven't been able to find any of them directly.
All right. Good to know. I expect, though, I would probably, if we were to be accosted or something, would try to make it back to the docks or the Hook ward. As you said, safety in familiar territory.
Seems wise, Lord.
All right. Yep. Make sure you keep people on staff for the next couple of days, 24. I mean, I know you're going to anyways, but just 24 hours in case, as I said, we need a quick assistance. Let's put it that way.
He nods and he says, "No problem. Anything moves within the city within my eyesight, you'll know about it soon as I do."
Okay. Well, Fifely, I guess we're off to the palace.
Question.
All right. Oh,
Yes. He turns to you, yeah?
yeah.
One of the other things that we were told about was a sort of base of operations for the dragon cult here that was in a dungeon beneath the city. Is there any knowledge of that?
And he says, underneath the city. That's its own business for sure. Let me think. And he kind of, he sort of ponders for a little bit, and then he says, "Well, the only thing I can say for sure, there's rumors about a place below Calimport. They call it the Undercity. There's a whole series of sewers and waterways. There's streets and buildings and courtyards, they say. Supposedly there was a city on this very spot centuries and centuries ago. Eventually something happened to it, and the thing practically got buried. What you're in right now, Calimport, was built on top of it. So," he sort of shrugs and says, "Whether or not that's true, I can't say for sure. But it's definitely the case that when we've tried to move through the sewers, we've gotten a sense that there's something else there also. Something, well, ancient, deep. We try to avoid going too far below where we can. We still don't know enough about this place as much as we've tried. But if there is a dungeon, as part of the Undercity, it wouldn't surprise me. So there's a feeling about the place. Sort of cold and distant, you might say. I've been in sewers, but something different about these ones. If there is one of them, I bet it connects to that somehow."
We have some kind of a map of access points to this Undercity, as you call it.
Oh, of course. Let's see here. And he sort of takes out a blank parchment and brings out a quill and begins to scribble rather rapidly on it, and eventually puts together kind of a crude map. You can see the area of the docks seems to have one possible access point, in fact, very close to this building, maybe even in this building. And then there are several
Does
other
not
links.
surprise me at all.
Yeah, and then there are several other links through there. But one thing you note is that they only seem to be about 4 or 5 of these links, and there's like a lot of, like, the map basically fades off, and he's kind of like, "These spots here, Lord, I've never been able to send my boys down there. It spooks them, and I don't blame them. But
Fair.
that's
Only you have to have a reasonable enough mission to go on to really penetrate it.
And he says, "The scariest one," and he points at the western side of the map, which is heading towards the Palace District, the Palace Ward. He says, "Right there, Lord. The closer you get to the Palace, the stranger it gets. One of my boys came back once and told me he heard howling. But it wasn't howling of the dead, it was howling in pain. And it didn't stop," he says. "Spooky, like I told you."
Do we know if the Undercity actually goes under the palace, or is it just a suspicion?
No way to know at all. It's quite possible the palace has got its own places as far as that goes. That place, there's no way of knowing. But whatever that place is, it's the center of anything that happens here in Calimport. That palace is the place. It's like a blank in a drawing. The empty space is what I look at. That whole place seems empty in my own head. I'd like to fill it in if I could.
Well, perhaps we'll see what we can do about that, Moaz. All right, I'll take. He rolls up the map and tucks it away. I'll keep hold of that. Thank you very much.
And he nods and says, "Always my pleasure."
All right, well, let's get back out front. I think, Fifely, anything else, or are we on our way?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
In that
he
case-
nods, and the two of you depart, not
Yep.
weighed down by the carpet anymore.
Exactly.
Okay. And where I now your arms are like this because they're so light.
Don't skip arm day.
You come out, everybody Wang Chung. Anyway. Okay, so where do you two head after that? I want to just get a general sense.
Interesting that the Palace Ward abuts the Dock Ward, which seems very kind of odd in a lot of ways. However,
I know they all come in at like high volume.
Yeah.
This is yet another frustration roll 20 is that when you first introduce new songs, the first time you play, they're all at medium volume, no matter how, like you have to set it, then it remembers. But anyway, sorry about that. On you go.
This is why I turn the volume so far down in roll 20.
But see, I
don't
like
have to worry
having
about
like the music. I think helps.
I
set
can
mood.
hear it.
Okay.
It's just very subtle.
Yeah. Okay.
And it doesn't blow my ears out whenever it starts up like that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, Diablo 2 Act 2 of the Palace. It's all pretty and underground. It's just undead and demons. Yeah. So yeah. So where are you two headed?
did we ever state where we're actually going to meet with those boys, the other two?
No.
Nope. No, you did not.
That's fun.
Rip.
Next 12 sessions. The search for.
You do know we're in the
read-
Wizard Ward, but
Yeah, that's
like-
true. That's true. It shouldn't be technically hard to find. The quest for the rest of the party.
How many drow do you think there are traveling around with a dwarf in this city right now? In
Fair.
the Wizard Ward in particular.
Yeah, particularly. Exactly. I suppose we should probably rejoin them and pool our resources and knowledge before heading over to the palace. Agreed?
All right,
right,
so
off
you
the-
two are
off
going
to
to
the
head
Wizard
north to
Ward,
the Wizard Ward? Okay.
Which thankfully is abutting the Hook Wars.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I'm going to, while you're heading up that way, I'm going to jump back to Ryuvi and Gromnir. And the two of you, or I should say Gromnir, you are going to this sphere, basically. That
that's
you
where we're
wanna-
gonna meet. Yeah.
Where you're going to meet. And so I'm going to come to Ryuvi first, and then we'll go up to Grom. Ryuvi, how long are you going to wait to see about whether someone
Until someone
picks
shows up.
this message? Okay, really? Okay. So
200 years later.
200 years later.
a long period of time. So, if you allow it, probably an hour will pass and no one will have come to your message yet.
Then I will wait till someone does. I am not leaving this spot till someone shows up at that message.
Okay. I would say then that probably about an hour. I would say about an hour, maybe in 10 minutes, let's say, passes. And then you see or hear the sound of footsteps making their way through the streets. And they are, you sort of note that the footsteps are, there seem to be two sets of footsteps from what you can tell. And one maybe a little bit lighter. Footsteps are a little bit lighter. And the other ones are just sort of, normal sounding from what you can tell. And you can also hear several rather familiar voices talking to each other as they come. Cade and Fifely, you, as you are walking along the streets, how are you trying to find either Gromnir or Ryuvi?
Kind of like what Fifely said. Look for the dwarf and the drow because they're not really disguising themselves. I mean, no one's dressed in.
Yeah, you were kind of out of the way, or you're trying to
I
be
would
out of the
be,
way.
I would be thoroughly okay with trying to make another stealth check right now
Yeah, sure.
to
I'm gonna let
make
you
myself
make a
as
stealth. Sure. Let me
yeah.
have you make a stealth check there. Oh, God damn it, this music. It's great. It's just too loud. And also not appropriate anymore because we're no longer in a tavern, so I can get rid of it. And let's go back to this music.
the same fucking number that I rolled before.
Oh,
6.
no. So you still feel highly confident that you
Son
were
of a
concealed.
bitch.
The Masters
Oh,
of
man.
Stealth.
You were given an inspiration, remember, by Lone Wolf. You could roll that again if you want, Ryuvi.
Sure, that's fine. Let's do it. Why not? It's
I
not.
like
gonna
how
get me.
you sound like you just conceded that.
Prepare to roll lower.
I'd be defeated by roll
Ah,
20.
there he goes.
13,
13's
definitely
better.
better. Okay. Yeah, you get the sense that all of a sudden you're aware that like you probably left your foot out a little bit more visible, and you're like, oh,
Yeah,
like,
I'm
pull that back
definitely
in.
trying to hide the drow part
Gotcha.
of me, just like you know. But I'm watching that point like a hawk. Or actually, no. Instead, what I'm doing is I have that like a link to what's going on with the wall, but I am definitely trying to make a point of not looking at it.
Okay. Let me have Cade and Fifely make perception checks for me. I'm going to ask you to make these at disadvantage, though, because you're not really looking for what I'm thinking of, or, what is having the effect here. So,
Oh God, Cade, please don't make this check.
Disadvantage, eh?
yes. 7 million.
Yeah, you were saying.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh my God. All right, so Fifely, you're walking along and everything just sort of seems normal. And Cade, you're like, and you have this sort of sense, maybe it's a intake of breath, maybe it's something like that. And there is someone or something down this alleyway past which you're passing that just sort of, you're like, seems familiar somehow. When you look down there, you don't see anything obvious, and there doesn't seem anything like threatening. Like there's
And
nothing,
I keep, by the way, as I notice that, I keep moving till I'm not in sight of the alleyway.
Okay, Ryuvi, you don't actually have to make a check to be able to note that
That they've passed by.
Yes, Fifely and Cade definitely passed by, and you saw Cade sort of like not stop.
I
really,
ignore
but
them.
Maybe
I
glance
note
in
that
the
they're there,
direction.
and I completely let them go by.
Okay.
I have no interest in them whatsoever right now.
Okay,
All I
gotcha.
care about is finding out about my men.
Gotcha.
Right, now I will enter stealth mode and go find out what the hell's going on.
Okay, enter stealth mode.
Pretty much.
All right, so go ahead and roll stealth. This is going to be 7 billion.
It's just like in Baldur's Gate, you press a button, you suddenly just go
Exactly.
incorporeal.
Or Skyrim, you just crouch insta
know.
stealth.
Yeah, crouch.
Okay, Ryuvi, I need you to make a perception check for me.
That was almost a natural one, but it's a 25.
Yeah.
My
Ridiculous. Have we mentioned these are level 15 players?
If you mention that Cade's just got every skill tick just about.
But
and
here's the
then,
thing:
stupid
no
stat
one's
bonus.
actually seen. No one's actually seen the rolls that matter for my character yet.
Oh, no.
These are all rolls for stuff that
Of
I
course.
have literally no advantage in whatsoever.
The only one, I guess the Arcana one is the only thing I can think of, but like...
No, I don't actually have. I don't have.
it's true. That wouldn't be your
I
thing.
have deception, perception, and persuasion.
Right.
All the shuns.
So wait, you wanted me to make which check?
Perception check.
Yes,
Perception
perception
check,
check,
yeah.
please.
Oh, good. One I have advantage in. Yay.
Man, what if you
Watch
got
me
some
roll a
natural 20?
1.
Here we go, natural 20. Come on, Rob. Spot K for once.
11.
All right, 11, but you have advantage, you said, right? Or no?
No.
You say
Wait,
no, I
Advantage, you
have-
just
Oh,
has
you
a
just had
specialty.
Just a specialty.
Yeah, I
okay,
have
proficiency.
proficiency.
Yeah.
Proficiency,
So
that's
here's what I will say: your focus continues to be on the wall.
I'm not
So-
paying attention to Cade at all.
Exactly,
So as soon
yeah,
as he's out of view,
makes
like, I
sense.
don't care anyway.
So, Cade, as you
I don't care about Cade most days. So
you make your way down here, and you're able to see. You actually then see Ryuvi, not focused on doesn't look at you at all, and seems to be looking towards the end of this alleyway. Although you can't have no idea what he just looks like he's looking at a blank wall, and that's all you see. You also don't note anyone else around,
Good, yes,
except
yes.
just him. And of course, Fifely, Fifely behind you. I assume you told Fifely you were going into stealth mode, and you didn't
Yeah,
just
pretty
go,
much. Like, to kind of wait here.
vanish.
Pretty much.
Like,
and
look at
gone.
Fifely, I'm Batman, and just leave. I'm assuming.
Who said that?
But I did tell him to stay here.
Okay.
And then he's just staring at a blank wall.
Apparently, I mean,
But he is okay. It's Ryuvi's attempt to hide himself, basically, is what you're saying.
yes.
So he's like trying to get. Okay, just making sure.
you condescending cur.
It's such a charming attempt. It's such a
Yeah, it's
Fisher
like,
Price, my first
The
stealth. No, I'm just
effort's
kidding.
there. My first thieves kid, exactly. It's
Oh man,
makes my
that's so
heart.
Cade.
Hey, I rolled a whole big old 13. So
I know.
Yeah,
eat
I'm
it,
aware.
All right,
Yeah,
Mr.
clearly,
Mr. 25.
clearly you rolled a 13. Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
man.
All right. I think we're just going to since he seems so intent on this wall, and thereby leaving himself open to anyone else who might show up, I think I'm going to take up a position at the end of the alley and just kind of keep an eye on him until whatever happens, happens. We found him. Now, the only other question I kind of was like, well, we got Ryuvi down there. Where the hell's Gromnir?
It's true. There is definitely no sign of Gromnir.
Find out on the next episode.
Cut to Gromnir. Where are they? And then split screen. Ding, ding, ding. Like,
Exactly.
no.
So how much jewelry are you looking to buy, sir?
Exactly. When you say gems. So
And actually, the last shot is just Gromnir going, how much?
Cecil too, by the way, if you're trying to find one with levels 1 to 5, I run a series of campaigns, although I don't think any of my campaigns at the moment, the closest you're going to get is my Talisman Adventures campaign, which is all very early level because we just started. The other campaigns are longer running. Community D&D even, I think, which is on alternate Wednesdays. I think, Triffid, you folks are like level 6 or something, maybe? So, yeah.
But we are doing Eberron.
Yeah, but this is just
In a couple
finishing up
months.
a high-level campaign, which is a mini campaign, really, that will be a few months.
Finishing.
Probably like April is where we're going to be moving into Eberron, and they'll be back to level 1. So, okay, back to what we were talking about. So, yeah, you no sign of Grom, Cade. Definitely.
Yeah, which is a little disconcerting, but I'm going to wait and see, or until I get bored, which may be in a few minutes, actually. We'll give him a bit of time to stare through the wall or whatever the hell he's doing over there, and then once he's done, maybe he's meditating, maybe it's a sorcerer meditation thing, and then we'll kind of pool our resources and find out what's going on where.
Absolutely
sitting here
zero
till someone
sign of
shows up.
anything. Like, as you just...
I'm staying here until
No, I got you.
hell freezes over, someone shows up.
Okay.
You know, the last time one of us told that, it was in Dead House, and you guys just would not fucking...
We're not leaving.
Well, see, it's my character now, so it's different. So there you go.
Not leaving.
I'm supposed to be
room.
able to fleece GameStop, not you. Sorry.
Nice. Yeah, so he just stares and you stare.
For God's sake.
I'm not staring at the wall,
No.
by the way.
Okay.
I am staring, like, it's intermittently between the ground and, like, it's...
But it's not right where you are, is my point. Right? Like, you're looking a little bit of a distance.
Yeah, but, it's...
Are you doing sight beyond sight? Is that what's going on here?
No, it's just... It's just,
Within his peripheral vision, but he's not
Yes.
looking directly at
I
it.
got you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright,
So you're
I'm
looking
gonna-
off is, I guess, distant. Like, looking in the middle distance, the classic, like, what does that even mean? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, since I am so bored,
keep
Arm,
your
I will
distance,
take
Chewie, but don't look like you're keeping your
Yeah,
distance.
exactly.
I will take,
look
like,
casual. Yeah.
Fly
10
casual.
minutes
No, I know.
to get up right beside him, moving like noiselessly. And then finally, when I'm there, like, what the hell are we doing?
Okay, so Ryubi, this voice by your shoulder. What the hell are you doing?
There's a Bugs Bunny cartoon where he sneaks up behind a kid and goes "Googlitchy," and the kid just whacks the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And that's what I figured.
Yeah, exactly.
He's welcome to try.
Yeah, it's up to Ryubi whether he's startled or not. I mean,
Eh?
the only thing I'll say is that you know, this is Cade, and you know Cade's work. You know, you may not be startled.
Oh, he actually said that to me?
Yeah, I'm not going to force you to be startled,
suddenly
though. It's up
right
to you.
next to you saying, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah, Cade's voice for sure.
I am waiting.
Duh, I've been watching you for 10 minutes and you're staring at that wall, waiting for what?
God, I thought Waterdeep was boring. What the hell?
You guys took me here to stare into space?
Are you like the
I
sixth
could stare at
friend?
walls at home.
Cade, are you the sixth friend? What the fuck was that? Waiting for what?
I've got, like, look, we got a palace and a pasha to get to, and
Hey,
you are staring at a
Chandler,
blank wall.
Jesus.
Boom. Oh.
Comes in his Kramer. Ryubi.
Like the members of your order. Mine are trying to be. No, that's not what I say to him. Come on now, Cade. You of all people should know about members of your order at least attempting to be inconspicuous.
Yes, and they typically succeed. Are you waiting for a message or something?
Cade, with all due respect, go away. If I find out something, believe me, you and the rest of the group will be the first to know about it. But this I must do alone.
Right. Where's Gromnir? We both know
I
he's
don't
not
know.
really one who should be. Oh, no.
He's in. I needed to have Gromnir do a task that would take him some time so that he wouldn't ask questions on why I'm asking you to do the same thing that I had him do,
So
which was
where?
not be here right
Yeah.
now.
So where did you send him?
To look for an inn.
That. Good lord, he's probably trussed up and sold to slavers by now. All right. Well, good luck with your wall staring. Have fun. Try not to move from this spot, and if you do, let us know where you go, okay? Yeah, he just walks off.
Wait. Where are we meeting later?
Well, whatever inn I assume Gromner's gonna find for us, right? He has a way to contact you, I would assume.
He knows how to find me, but I have no way to find the rest of you.
You know, he's pretty good with the whole eyeballs watching people. I have a feeling he'll be able to, like, send you a message or something. So we'll figure it out. If not, chances are you'll still be here waiting for that message to come through the wall. So I'll be able to find you. I'll see you later. Just walks away.
And as he walks away, he just takes the deepest, biggest, from the bottom of his heels sigh you can possibly imagine.
Fifely, when I come back out of the alley, I have the biggest shit-eating grin on my face you've ever seen. And you've seen a lot of them on his face.
Were you eating shit in that alley?
Dealing it, actually. Thank you very much.
Thinking
All right.
he was dealing it. He actually didn't do anything. I'm happy that he thinks he's succeeded in something.
I heard that sigh. I know what that sigh means. I know exactly what that sigh means. All right, Gromnir's wandering the city looking for an inn, which, like I told Ryuvi, means he's probably like trussed up and on a caravan out of town already. So we should probably go try to find him.
So Shackles walked then.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Right.
In all seriousness, where do you all head? Within the two of you, I should say.
Hey, you thought we were
You
kidding?
can find me by this majestic wall in the alley. Yes,
You'll
be here,
I
in the
need
park.
a
I
ward.
need a ward. That's
I
a
like
great
that.
one.
I need a ward.
Yeah.
Oh man, not too soon. That one, not too soon.
All right,
Never.
Predictions. How
Never-
long is Ruby
never
going to be
too
waiting? Predictions, chat. How long is Ruby going to be waiting in this alley?
4 hours.
I think it is very likely, given what we already know of this thing, that your people are gone. Whether they're still alive or whatever, incapacitated, whatever, you are not getting a response to that message. That's my
I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it a little bit more time.
Actually, wouldn't the Faith Sword be more logical for him, given, you know, Mr. Cleric-y guy? We have no real, honest way of finding him.
Rudnell says 18 hours. I
Hilarious.
rolled 1d20. You spend 18 hours there.
Okay, for hilarity's sake, you get in your head, Kay. You get a message in your head, and you hear, "How's it going for you guys? I'm waiting here at this spinning thing, the wizard ward." Well,
Wait. Is this 25 words or less?
yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
for you
What's
guys?
up? Checking
I'm waiting
in,
here at this. Did you say silver or spinning thing?
Spinning orb.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
perfect,
only
perfect.
like 12 words.
Yeah, exactly. We're
wanna
good.
make sure.
We're good. I'm gonna say, great. Don't.
The first rule is
leave
no
it.
conversation lasts longer than 100 words.
Stay there. We're coming to
Third
you.
text, fourth
Don't
text.
leave. Oh, you're talking to him. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even have to say that out loud. I was like, come on, I know where he is. And you said in the wizard's ward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, is where we are now, anyways. You can't
Yeah.
be that far away.
Because I'm waiting. I'd probably be waiting here for like an hour. Because
Yeah, 'cause-
waiting.
Yep.
And
Yep. All right. Well, then in that case, he said it's a spinning silvery orb, correct? It's just not called Twitter. Yeah, exactly. Le Twitter or the old Twitter. There you go.
yeah.
With an E at the end. So then I assume if we find this sphere thing, it should be hard to find Gromnir, because again, much like Drow, how many dwarves are running around the city in full armor?
So
Zero.
the sphere, which is indeed in the Wizard's Ward. This is in the Esaf Drudak, and if you look at the little Wizard Ward, actually, let me pop up the Wizard Ward map for a second, and let me blow that up a little bit. All right, so this is on stream. The Esaf, it is in the Esaf Drudak, which is ward number 4. Not ward, Drudak number 4. So if you look over to the western side, which is apparently south, again, what can I tell you? But the left-hand side, you'll see number 4 on stream. That's Esaf. And as you are over in that area, kind of making your way over to wherever this sphere is, you can see what looks like a massive silver sphere that is floating about 18 feet above the courtyard beneath it. It has no apparent doors or windows, and it is continually spinning. And in fact, as you sort of watch it, like as you're sort of watching below it, Grom, you see that it sometimes spins faster and sometimes spins slower, but it's always spinning. And the courtyard below it has no walls or gates or anything either. It just looks like bricks and then this sphere hovering and spinning above the ground.
So while I'm sitting there just admiring it, I'm going to do a ritual cast of Detect Magic.
Okay.
Just to give me a good glimpse into its magical...
Outstanding.
Whatever it's called, however it's doing this, see if I can discern it.
You sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. Everything lights up. Wapla.
Yeah, that's what
all
I
right, you are just like, welcome
It's like,
to.
I can't. Oh no, that doesn't help because it's spelled.
Welcome to Neon Vision. Like everything is just.
You
like,
found the 5G Wi-Fi.
Yeah, exactly. You are in the midst of. You are on top of
You
a
have
cell
5G
tower.
LTE everywhere.
It is magic everywhere. I mean, maybe it's a little brighter neon in front of you, but honestly, Grom, like this is like, you have found the magic center of magic. There's a lot of magic here.
Magic here.
Mama always told you not to look into the eyes of the sun. Mm-hmm. But Saad, that's where the fun is.
So the object itself, does it look like it's connected to the ground magically, or is it just freely floating? For example? I'm just trying to discern it just for fun.
Right. It
Like,
definitely
do I
looks
get to
as if it
figure out
is
anything?
floating. It definitely looks as if it's not connected to the ground, but it is clearly being held up by magic, and floating through magic and spinning through magic. That's definitely the case.
Okay. Well, since I don't want to really mess around with it too much in case I get in trouble, I'm just gonna sit around and just like draw a sketch of it in my book and just wait. See, he told me to wait, so I'm waiting.
That means that Caden Fifely, I would say, probably maybe a good 10 minutes or so. You're able to make your way looking, as I said, a lot of this area is kind of run down, except for certain tall, unusually tall towers with minarets, and this random sphere, like, which just sort of stands out on its own. And so you as you walk up to it, there are a few people that pass by in robes, kind of many of them with white beards, and men and women, mostly almost all human from what you can tell, passing by you. And some of them look to be Kalamshites. They seem to be a little bit perhaps darker skinned.
That's a
like
mean
the ones
word.
you encountered. Yeah, and then some who look very maybe northern in origin. They don't look to be necessarily native to Kalamsport, if you had to guess. That are walking past you, and then you see on the ground, cross-legged, with some kind of a scroll in front, and is kind of drawing, looking up at this silver sphere, and you see that it's quite obviously your friend Gromnir, or at least someone who looks a heck of a lot like him, down looking up at this sphere.
Yeah, that shouldn't be hard to find, exactly.
Do you think he's trying to get a picture of Superman flying around the Daily Planet? Because I think that's what that is. It's just the globe at the top of the Daily Planet, and he's just waiting for Superman to show up. I think that's No, maybe not.
What are you talking about?
That's okay. It wasn't Pipely's voice, so he wasn't saying it.
That's true. All right.
Daily Scroll.
However, Weller might find no.
Wow. It just like descends from the sky.
I found my homunculus.
He's inside this gigantic bottle. So much more space.
Anyway,
Great.
Filled with mercury.
All right, he can't be poisoned. It's fine.
By the way, is anyone observing him?
we are.
Make a. I was gonna say.
Besides
you
us.
see Pipely. No, make a perception check, please.
God, man.
That other guy asked, are we in the north? The mid northern forest? No, we are in Calimshan.
27.
Okay. You don't think so? I mean, like, there are definitely a couple of people who may kind of, sort of, slightly look at him curiously as they literally walk around him at sometimes, in the street, but not really. They seem to be more interested in their own affairs. And there's not tons and tons of people here. They seem to be going from there to their own business, the ones that are there. So.
All right. Well, there's no real big thing about. Yeah, we'll just come on. Let's just head up to him. And maybe he's actually found us a room. We get out of this blasted heat. Ugh.
It's about
Across the street and head
10:30
over
now, and it is getting starting to heat
Uh
up.
huh.
Yeah.
And you said you're sitting like near the sphere or something. What
Yeah,
are you
just
doing?
I'm staring at it and drawing. In my
For
book.
Norman is blind. Anyways. All right. And since he's also distracted, it should be pretty easy to get up next to him and say, "What the hell are you doing?"
So I'm like, how are you casting sending in my head when you're not?
I'm right here.
Ah,
That's the fact that when I open my mouth, sounds come out that you hear.
come on, you got to admit, it kind of sounds like someone's whispering to you when I casted it, right?
But I
comms
know
check.
it's in my head as opposed
Yeah, you
to
come through
these.
good and loud. It's because I'm
I
standing right
make
here.
the noises. Follow the sounds coming out of my mouth. Did you
I
find
didn't,
us
I
a-
didn't hear you come up to me, so I mean, like, you could have just
If
yelled
you
at me.
did, I would be failing at my job. Did you find us a room, by the way? He said he sent you to find an inn.
No, I think I found an inn. He didn't exactly direct me to anywhere specific. He told me to try and find an inn, and
I think you found an inn. Is it an inn or is it not an inn?
Well, the way that the person
It
described
might be an out. I'm not sure.
an inn and a merchant shop at the same time.
You don't get out much, do you, Gromner?
No.
Stay in your room and page through your books and
Yeah.
ponder the impenetrable mysteries of the universe, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
place
clap
might
on the
be-
shoulder. Sure, buddy. Sure.
Well, this is me asking the locals and asking. I don't know what's up with Ruby, but
He's back a few streets down, staring at a wall for some reason. I don't know. I think maybe the
That's
sun's
the
got to
direction.
him.
That's the direction of where the inn is.
It's near where he is.
Yeah.
Why don't you escort me to this inn and I'll take a look at it.
Okay. You're gonna have a bit of trouble getting in this one.
Am I?
That's not what you mean.
Am I really?
Yes.
The door too small.
There isn't a door.
Ooh. All right. Well, this sounds interesting. My
So
curiosity
it's
is
very,
somewhat
very
piqued.
small.
Let's go. Come on. Get up before
All
you
right.
burn your eyes out staring at that.
Oh yeah.
thing.
By the way, this entire ward is just pure magic. The tiles. you know,
Really?
stonework.
Shocking, right? I mean, where else
Everything.
would magic be except in the wizard's ward? I'm
Yeah,
stunned.
but you wouldn't expect the entire ward to be filled with magic.
Have you made
That's
any other discoveries while
exactly
you're here?
what I would expect from the wizard's ward.
Yes.
Wouldn't you expect just the wizard, maybe the buildings being magical? But no, I'm talking about everything.
Have you met a wizard before?
Yeah. I mean,
Well-
yeah.
Were they older than
Really
12?
subtle about it? No. Look at Ryuvi.
Yeah, that's the
Whoa,
wizard. I meant.
bro.
Outside of, I mean, like there were a few in Counter Keep, but I never really talked to them. But
All right, where's this inn shop?
all right, I'll show you where it
Whatever
is.
the hell you're talking about.
Because really wanted us to go there afterwards, after we met up here.
Right. All right, let's go. I wish to see this place with my own two peepers.
All right, so we head over to a building which has no discernible entrance.
That is true. You see very similar to what I described with Grom before, that is just like this tower, and there's that same blue carpet that's sort of hovering up near the top of this tower, 75 feet up or so.
So someone came down the carpet to here, and I'm just going to wait here and see what happens. See if the carpet comes down.
Okay. You wait for a while. Carpet does not come down.
Oh, crap. I didn't ask how to do the carpet. This is a problem.
Is it? So this is a tower with like no windows, are?
I'm going to call out.
Correct. There's something. There might be an open. There's like not an opening, but there might be like a. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be. There's just it like seems closed all the way up, and then there's a minaret at the top.
So I'll just, I guess I'll just call out. I request access to the Aquin Azures. See if that responds to.
There is silence for a moment, and then the blue carpet begins to descend.
There, that wasn't too hard.
And it gets to the bottom, and you now have this carpet, which is smaller than the one you used to get here, but still big enough to hold 3 people if you stand.
And
Yeah, I'll get on. Sure. 5 of you coming?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So, this thing lifts up, and when it gets to the very top, a door slides open in the minaret, and you see someone with these intense blue eyes seated behind a desk, and he says, "Please come in and enter."
hey, it's me from earlier. How you going?
And he says,
I nod respectfully to him and step inside.
and so you do that as he's sort of taking in your presence, Grom, and he says, "Have you returned with interest in purchase, sir?"
Possibly, but we heard there's also lodgings here, like there's a tavern here, correct?
Not lodging, sir. There is a place for light refreshments, which you may go if you are planning to perhaps purchase something.
Oh, perfect. Well, yeah, we'll enter, if that's okay with you.
And he says, "Very well, sir. What exactly would you be interested in potentially purchasing?"
Look back at Grom.
Wasn't really told what should be interested in purchasing. I got an idea. I'm going to pull out... the... I'm going to pull out the medallion of the Cult of the Dragon. See what he gets in response.
And he kind of, so you pull it out and just like hold it in front of him, do you? Or like...
Well, not very discreetly, because don't exactly want to show this publicly if anyone's around.
So he kind of takes it in, and then he... Is this supposed to mean something, sir?
Well, I'm just wondering if there's any objects that you have that are similar to this.
And he sort of blinks with these intense blue eyes, which you begin to, Gromnir, feel that has this uncomfortable feeling that the gaze is boring through you. And he says, "Sir, this is Aquas and Azures. We sell here sapphires and other gems with a blue tint. It has been the passion of my life to sell such items. We do not sell trinkets."
What about ones that have dragon scales on them?
And he blinks a couple more times, if possible, the eyes becoming more intensely blue by the second, and says, "I am afraid that dragon scales do not go well with sapphires and other blue gems."
Or could we just have a look at what you've got in stock? Just out of interest?
Certainly. and for the first time he lowers. It almost feels like you've been under a heat lamp. You know, he lowers his eyes and you're like, and he pulls out and puts on his desk an array.
And
now,
you were giving me shit for looking at a wall.
he's just
Seriously.
Oh, still am. This is just a whole nother mess.
Yeah, so he puts on his desk a set of 5 gorgeous deep blue sapphires. Now, Cade, Fifely, you probably are like, well, look like pretty gems, you know? And probably Grom, you would say something similar. But Cade, like, these look spectacular condition and quality. And he says, these are some of the newest, fashioned by the best jewel smiths and gem makers within the city. It is my great honor to be able to sell these, and to do so for most reasonable value. There are none who can find sapphires more pure and precious than those of Melroth.
I pick up the
And how-
smallest one, knowing I'm not really going to afford it, but I have to get a look at that one. I just get a little better.
I
look at
can
it.
hear the swiping action in Cade's head going, just if I do it fast enough,
So
maybe I can
have
jump
have
down
to
to the ground.
respect a man who can. And besides, I'm sure the wards on here would be insane. So
you do pick it up, and when you look at it, yeah, it's this absolutely spectacular pure blue. Not
flawless,
at all
no
with,
doubt.
Not at all with D20s and numbers on it. No, it's just like, you know, this spectacular clear blue. The largest one seems to be even more almost like sparkling, just sitting on the desk. But even the small one, you know, is just like really, really nice. And he says, it is an excellent choice. It is an excellent item to have fashioned to a brooch or perhaps a pin. It is one of the gems that is perhaps most portable, safe if you are traveling to a party. Most unlikely that a thief would discover the existence of this thing until you were already past them. This is a good entry-level sapphire, let us say.
We are kind of like sneakily kind of huddled, trying to get everyone to huddle together for a second. I'm saying, we are going to see the Red Pasha. We should probably give him a gift or something. Now I think about it, it may be a good idea to get on his good side. And I don't exactly have anything of value other than money.
which he probably has a ton of. You realize? I make a motion to
It doesn't matter.
the jeweler to hold on for a minute.
He seems
Technically,
he has not moved since telling you that last time. Just,
Okay.
you know,
His eyes continue to get even bluer.
he's like intensely. Yeah. No, his
Even-
eyes are
even-
right now their normal, distrusting shade of blue. He hasn't
Even a
reached
simple
Dune
gift.
level of blue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's
Sweetie.
true. But, are you purchasing this by the church's funds, or how are we enabling this transaction?
I mean, I've only got, I kind of like rustle through my pouch. I've got about 100, bit over 100 gold.
We got about the same. Some platinum, but it's supposed to tide me over for this entire trip. I have a feeling these are going to be exquisitely priced as well as exquisitely.
I'll be sure to try and
appearance.
get some refunds from Onthra for our expenses.
Well, you want to get the smallest one or the largest one?
Well, I'll see what prices are, and hopefully it's not too bad.
I expect it will be. All right, and go back to him and say, what is the range? Okay, from smallest to largest.
And so there are 5 gems, which are progressively larger, basically.
Of course.
And he says, this one that you have is an excellent value, sir, at 300 gold. This next one, 500, 700, 1100. And he gets to the largest one and he says, sir, if you must ask the amount, may I respectfully suggest you will not be able to afford it.
A fair reply.
He nods and he says, thank you. I endeavor to be fair in all my endeavors. Stops, looks around. I repeated myself.
And he endeavors to endeavor.
He endeavors to endeavor. I'm glad somebody noted that. I'm like, what am I saying?
I was just too polite to say anything about it.
And I don't
I
give
noticed it for sure.
And I'm me, so I will say it.
My friend and I will need to confer. If you'll excuse us for just a moment.
Certainly, sir.
His eyes get even bluer.
While they're doing that, while they are conferring, like, so is there an inn near here? Where we can find that?
I was hoping somebody would ask that.
Right, that's what I've been waiting for since we walked
He
in the
says,
door.
and he says, an inn? He says, there is no inn that I am aware of within the wizard ward, but there is a place of refreshment which you are welcome to use behind me.
That's
if
like
you
a
so
2
wish.
track record.
I would really like it if you
Yes?
tried the
Freshmen.
I would really like it if you tried the blue sapphire martini.
His specialty on the blue moon.
Specialty of the blue sapphire room. His eyes get. Sorry, no, I'm really gonna stop it now.
Takes his blue eyes out, puts it in the drink here. Drink up. Like, well, Grom, gift maker extraordinaire, what do you want to do?
Well, I think it would help us with our inquiries in the Red Pasha's castle, keep, whatever it's called. But, Palace. The thing is, I can't afford it all, so we'd have to split it.
I'm aware. You can't. But
do you think?
We can only get the smallest one. I'm not
Yeah.
spending all my money on this damn gift for that. All right, fine. From somewhere on his person, he takes out 20 platinum here. I expect the church to reimburse me for this, by the way.
Oh, well, the Order of the Gauntlet, we'll do it. Okay.
I don't care who. Someone will.
Okay.
All right.
You want to chip in, Fifely, or so just to ease the burden on Cade?
What makes you think I have any money?
What do you want? Twigs and acorns?
Exactly. I can
Here,
get
here's
you
an oak.
a handful of good berries, then you won't need any refreshment. Sorry.
Oh, I can actually go for a good berry right now. That wouldn't be too bad. Seriously. It's hot out there.
I know.
Would you make one, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, it refreshes you as if you have eaten and drunk for like 24 hours.
Wow.
That sounds delightful.
I just want to point out the visual that while Fifely is making good berries, the guy's blue eyes become so blue that there are practically holes behind you where you are making these good berries.
Well, he's not doing it right now.
I really wanted him
Will.
to do it right now. I just wanted the
Oh,
guy
I totally
to
wanted
become
to do it right now. Let's go to the refreshment room, make some good berries. That's a refreshment.
Oh, man.
Honestly,
Okay.
I
It's
gotta
fine.
tell you, y'all were giving me shit before. I feel like I came out ahead on this exchange of where I'm at right
Hey,
now.
as we're getting something done, Mr. Wallster.
Oh, God.
Rayuvi Wallster. That's
Now
your
wait
name
for
now.
it.
Anyway.
Now, I'm hoping that something will happen here.
We'll
believe
come back to
me.
you in a sec.
Hope springs eternal, buddy.
His blue
All
eyes
right.
have gone straight ultraviolet, are no longer visible to human eyes.
So I'll say,
Screw it. I'm not gonna. Fuck it. The price is fine. I was gonna think about haggling, but whatever. I'll get my money back.
Okay. All right, so you, for the smallest one, right?
yeah.
And so you hand over, and yes, we have sapphire gin, blue curacao, blueberry vodka, blue lemonade for those who prefer something salty. So he,
Please step into this tiny room where there is a bar that no one is here, and we need you here right now.
Exactly.
Please, we're about to close down. Somebody buy a fucking drink.
he takes the platinum, and he places them
Exact
into
change
a
only.
slight drawer behind his desk and closes it. And then he
We do not accept Discover card.
removes the 4 gems that were not bought, and the last one he says he takes a silk bag. I will wait for you to tell me the color. Yes,
Blue?
and puts it in the blue silk bag and closes it and hands it over to you and says, "Thank you exceedingly much for your purchase.
Now get
It's been a
out.
great honor to serve you, and I hope that at some point again you will grace us with your presence." And
Now, please enjoy the refreshments. They're
hands,
getting warm.
hands the bag over to you and says, "You of course may feel free to enjoy a drink within our refreshment room. If not, I will bid you a good day.
Oh, hey, after all's been talked up, I have to have a drink of the refreshment room now, damn it.
Okay.
The very least.
So you go into the back room, and you walk into, and there is a bar. It's not very large. There are a couple of small tables.
My effing drink.
More of a
there's-
table with a stool.
And there's no one
really.
behind the bar at first. And so when you enter, you're like looking around. And then a door opens. And
The guy comes out.
the guy enters behind the desk. Just, what may I provide for you, sir?
I have spent my whole life waiting to serve you these blue drinks.
Yeah.
What is the specialty of the house?
The specialty, sir, is known as sapphire water. It
We
is-
That
only sell
sounds
blue. We only sell
delightful.
blue moon.
I assume we get a free drink for this purchase of this gem. As part of the
It
purchase.
also cost you 300
He
gold.
says, of course, this drink will be complimentary. With thanks.
And well, better be.
And
Yes, that sounds delightful. Around for, I'm assuming Fifely's with us, around for all of us.
so he reaches down below the desk, slowly swirls this drink, and then puts 3 rather shallow, frankly, glasses, and pours, and sure enough, pure blue, and places them down and says, I hope you will enjoy. It is like drinking preciousness.
Okay. I will lift it to my mouth and just gonna take a sip. I do want to take a sniff of it just to see what's going on here.
It smells like blue.
Yeah.
It smells sapphire smell. No,
First has a smell. This would be it.
it smell. No, it doesn't smell like that. It does smell faintly sweet.
I'm down. All right.
Tastes like
But
blue as well.
Is it? Can I identify what the ingredients might be in here?
Probably not without tasting it. It
Oh,
doesn't.
no.
It doesn't seem like incredibly complex. It's not the water in a mall toilet. No.
Oh,
More
damn
like
it,
windshield
the hell
washer
brain.
fluid. No.
Oh, shit. I've just realized what this guy's name is.
What?
Abu Dai.
he is blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will take a sip.
So
Oh my goodness.
when you take the sip, it is definitely quite sweet, and very cold. Actually, almost icy cold.
Oh, delightful.
And at first you're like,
Delightful.
oh, that's actually goes down. And then there's like a kick like a mule. I need you to make a con saving throw for me, please.
Wow.
Oh, it's a pan-galactic gargle blaster.
Exactly.
I was waiting which joke to make, whether that's the name of the guy, or when you take a drink of it, you go, Abu Dai. I couldn't make up my mind. Oh, yes!
Except I get to re-roll that because I.
Oh,
Please don't.
halfway.
That's
Lucky. Come on, Snake Eyes. Here we go. Snake Eyes.
No. Nice
It
try.
was a natural one.
One of my favorite aspects of this character is being able to re-roll that. There we go.
Oh, okay. So
Damn
you're
it.
like, whoa.
Yeah,
that's
it's
like,
still-
Woo. You're like, it's got a little bit of a burn. Yeah. It's good though. I mean, like honestly, with all that said, it's good.
I need to know how Gromnir is going to respond to this.
Grubby's just gonna cook the whole thing down.
So yeah, that was just one sip, right? Grom, I'm gonna ask you
Yeah.
to make a con save. You'll do this at
The thing
advantage.
is, I'm gonna have advantages because I'm a dwarf. So,
Speaking of snake eyes, please, for the love of all that is holy.
all right, here we go. It's Gromny's great rolling. Here we go. 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're like, whoa, you're like, whew, it's, wow, Grom, this is, stuff is,
Yeah.
you think you can
It's
see
like
your
you
breath, you
might
see your
not
breath a
wanna
little bit,
drink
like,
this.
like, yeah.
Yeah. You might wanna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fifely, are you taking a sip of this?
I didn't want one.
Okay, because he said around for everybody, so I didn't know.
Oh,
if you-
I'll
I didn't want
sip.
one though.
I will raise the shallow glass to with a truly
no.
unlike anything I've ever experienced before.
He
It
says,
is marvelous.
thank you. We endeavor to please.
I love that it's cold as well.
Assuming you have nothing else, sir, then I will bid you good day. Slides
And then he
out of it.
collapses.
Slowly float
Disappears into a
backwards,
cloud of
like
blue.
slides
I will
exactly
finish my
what it is.
drink first of all.
Okay.
behind a blue
Turns into a
curtain.
mist of blue.
Delicious.
Okay.
Once you get past the first shot, the rest of it's not too bad.
Where are you three headed? Or are you gonna
You have to
wait?
make a Constitution saving throw with every sip, John.
Yeah, no, not that bad. They drank toilet cleaner.
We do need to find an inn. So once we're done here, I think we will find an inn. Exactly.
Okay. Now remember, he said there wasn't one in the wizard ward. Just be aware.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a thought about what ward?
The quill ward is what is the quill ward? It's a writing place.
Well, the scribes are.
If we cut across the quill ward to the grand ward, that sounds intriguing.
Oh yeah, there's one thing I wanted to tell you guys. Something weird is happening in something weird's happening in the quill ward. I don't know how to explain it, but we're not allowed. No one is allowed to access without permission from the Red Pasha himself to access the northern part of the quill ward.
Northern part of the quill ward or the entire quill ward?
The northern part. So we can cross from the wizard ward to the grand ward, but we can't actually go anywhere else in the quill ward. We can only just go across that access point.
Weird. Okay.
So if you wanted to hide something, I mean, that's another possibility of a location.
That's unusual indeed. So, Arv, how are these wards walled off, and how high, if there are indeed actual walls, how high are those walls?
They are. Just one sec here. Yeah, they are. They are actual walls. They appear to be a kind of almost white marbled stone that kind of very finely worked. That are between these, and the walls are pretty high, probably 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet. They're not all 10 feet. They sometimes, drop in a couple of areas, but in many cases they're 15. And they are pretty solidly, made. Now, again, what you're looking at in the ward, those areas, these, what did I call them? Dardrucks or whatever, Drawducks. These Drawducks are not walled off, but between the wards, these, there are things there. There are walls within the ward that tend to be around certain buildings. Like, for example, that sphere had a courtyard. You may remember I mentioned around it. There was a courtyard at this building, actually, around this tower. And then the only way to get up and down is that flying carpet that you folks went in. So there are walls like that, but those are more like, maybe 7-8 foot high walls, those courtyard walls for the most part. Again, depends on the building. But the walls around the wards themselves, those are worked white stone and they're higher.
Okay.
Yeah, Drudok. That's what it is. Not Drowduck. Sorry, I reversed it. Drudoks. Sorry. But yeah.
And do we know? Well, I might need to find out what is A in the crypts ward and B, well, the hammer ward sounds like it's blacksmithing, probably. What is the crypts ward? I can't think they have a whole ward where they make coffins.
It could be
and crap.
where the cemetery is for the town.
Indeed.
Again, that's a common thing. I mean, it's like that in Neverwinter and.
Well, let's look. Let's cut across the
Indeed.
quill ward. Let's go to the grand ward. Find somewhere to stay, and then maybe, hopefully, by that time, we'll be
grand
done
ward-
staring through his wall, and then we can
Grand
actually get together and
might
figure out what's
be-
going on.
bit out of our price range. Is lots and lots of large, expensive buildings.
Well, we can head back down to the docks, I suppose. Every taverns probably had a place to stay there.
Yeah, that all the trades ward probably would have it, since that's where all the traders come into.
Yeah, that's where they live, though. They don't actually. They live there. They probably don't have places for other people to live there. You're just have to go find somewhere else. I don't think it works that way.
If all else fails, the face ward will probably let us in. Anyway.
Yeah. You have fun with that. Docks are closer to the palace ward, anyways. And you want somewhere discreet, fairly. I mean.
But so, how did your wherever you were headed to? I think you went to the hook ward, yeah.
Yeah.
And did you find anything good? Any good info? Because
The Pasha has this place locked down pretty tight. That's pretty much it. He's kind of a folk hero because he repelled some invasions a while back or something, and he keeps the merchants, the priests, and the wizards. And we're not sure how he's keeping the wizards pacified, but he keeps all three groups apparently fat and happy. So there's that. Something's going on. He's got some sort of arrangement with the wizards to keep them not bickering amongst each other, but doing something else. Oh, also, there's a thing called the Undercity, and I kind of feel Gromit on that. We've got a entry point near where my safe house is over there, so if we need to access it, it shouldn't be too hard. It is unknown as to whether it actually extends under the Pasha's palace. It's possible the Pasha may have his own subterranean crypt levels or whatever you want to call it. So, and then there's one.
I noticed.
I'll put on the map here. This one apparently is very creepy that my people do not wish to go into.
Okay.
And that's that was one like kind of close to the palace-ish, sort of, on the west side.
Yes.
Yeah, the Undercity entrance that
right.
creeps them out.
That's right.
So
yeah, the west side of the Undercity map,
correct.
towards where the palace would be. Yep.
Yep. So
that's
might
basically
be
all unmapped. Basically, that area.
Well, there is there's an interesting. I assume it's a bookshop or library which may have some information on this. I could check out in the Grand Ward. I noticed it's a very old shop, and it had a very weird sign. Let's say. It might have been
on time anyways, so if you want to head back over there, let's go. I want to see the Grand Ward for myself anyways.
I don't want to go without Ruby. We need to.
You could send him a message to meet us there when he's done.
I really don't want to leave him alone, but he just wants to do everything alone, so I can't exactly force myself onto him to
exactly.
To
so
us.
Give him what he wants. He's a big boy. I think he can take care of himself here. And let's knock some things off while we're waiting so we can be ready to go when he does arrive.
All right.
I have some other avenues I could explore as well.
Oh, what are you thinking?
Planning to ask the rats.
That is a good idea.
I guess that would be probably what best spot would be the docks. Or I guess
They're in far more places than you realize.
I don't know, I haven't seen a ton of them around here, but you'd know better than I. Do you need to be somewhere special to do your rat talking?
I need to be where there are rats. But the closer I can get to where where this map of your associates ends, the better it will be. Those will be the rats that tend to visit the Undercity in those locations, if at all.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
He needs to go to the Rat Motel.
Yes.
So are we going
to a roach motel, but less golden needles in the eye.
So you want to go to that entrance first, or do you want to go to the bookshop first?
I say you guys go to the bookshop, let Ryobi continue doing what he is doing, and will come to me next week, or next time we have a game.
it's up to you. This town seems pretty safe.
This is true.
Really,
Nothing has happened yet. That's the.
I'm sure all of us can pretty much handle, ourselves. So
I'm about to find an alley and turn into a rat. We'll see if my shape-shifting magic does anything. Well, it's innate to my whatever.
Yeah, you should be fine. All right, Grom, come on, let's go book shopping.
why do you look so down? Books are great.
I mean,
You can't read. It's fine.
Yeah. It's just musty books are not really what I had in mind coming to Calimport, but it's fine. It's fine. I do hope Fifely is fruitful. Actually some reconnaissance paws on the ground would be a good thing.
So, Grom and Kate, as I understand, all three of you sink to the ground on your carpet, and as I understand it, Grom and Kate are heading north to the Quill Ward. Fifely,
By the way, we're walking. We haven't been on the carpet. We left that back at the shop.
Yeah.
No.
The carpet that takes you up to the door.
Oh,
of the
that
tower.
one,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, I pound that drink. Woo.
The blue carpet.
The blue
Yeah.
carpet, very important.
Okay, that one.
Yes, the carpet is more stable than you are right now.
That's
This is true. The blue, the carpet lets you off, and then you and Grom are going to head north to the Quill Ward, as I understand it, while Fifely heads west to the Dock Ward, which is like as close as you can. Or are you going into the? Are you going to try to go into the Undercity via the whatever the heck it was, the Parched Harpy, I believe it was, and go through that to the spot west? Or are you going to try to go over to the Dock Ward and then kind of down an alleyway type of thing, Fifely, to find rats there?
More the latter.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay, so you're going to head that way. In the meantime, Ryubi, you have been in this alleyway, and time continues to pass. We're closing in now probably on almost midday, you would guess. And still, there has been absolutely nothing other than, Cade's arrival at that one point, of anything or anyone taking any interest in or appearing near that wall. Or near the area that you were looking, I should say. And Ryuvi, something is clearly wrong. Like, this message that you left is something which would have been answered by now, or should have been.
There have been people. There should have been at least one person who would have checked in to make sure there were some notes.
That's right.
Messages left.
Right.
So I have here detect thoughts, and there it says can be used to detect unseen enemies.
Sure.
Is that?
Sure. Just we got to watch the range is all, but you can definitely use that.
So it's 30 feet inside of me.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, you can look
that.
somewhere and then cast that if you want. Sure. Mm-hmm.
I want to. I mean, oh, so it's not just a general area.
No, there's a radius around. So like. You look at a spot. Right?
All I need is within 30 feet of me to be able to see detect if there's anyone else.
Yeah, so you could just focus it on you and do that. That's fine.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah, no, definitely not. The only thoughts are yours.
Okay.
Yeah. And actually, let me think about this quickly. So I believe this is a cantrip, right?
No, this is a level 2 spell.
I'm going to need you to roll a wild surge then.
Oh, I don't have that anymore.
Oh.
There's no way I'm doing that wild surge crap for this campaign.
Oh, really? Okay, so you were...
No.
So, okay. All right. Well, so... I guess what I would say is just be aware of this. When you cast the Detect Thoughts, there is the risk that you... Now, you're not in an area where you feel like magic is suppressed, because you're in the Wizard Ward where there's magic everywhere, so maybe it makes sense. Just be aware that there is the possibility that arcane quality magic, which is what we're talking about here, will fall afoul. Now, you don't know of the rules per se, but it is something which might be detected within this place one way or the other. That's not to tell you not to do it.
Inside of the Wizard's Ward?
Well, right. You don't know for sure. I'm mentioning it because when Grom cast his, for example, that had no effect because Grom's casting divination, and it's specific. It's not arcane in nature, basically. So the same thing with some of these other little ones. That said, I'm not telling you not to do it, and in all likelihood, this is one of the safer places to cast it because there's so much other freaking magic that it's probably going to get drowned out. But I'm just letting you know that you would be aware to be thinking about that. That said, when you cast Detect Thoughts, there is definitely no one else around, at least unseen. Chad is very disturbed that there's no wild surge. Chad is like, why no wild surge? Chad is like, what's the point of being a wild mage? Why no wild?
That's kind of my thought too.
We had all our fun with that last time. He has grown since then. He is a better, stronger, more
Less
Ryubi
wild.
Dark Crasher than
Yes.
before. Yes, because he's going to be a leader of men, and every time he casts a spell, he's going to have, hands that look like a barber pole. No, that's not how this is going to work.
I missed the
Sorry.
skin changing one.
He's matured and
do
already
not.
sown his wild oats, Uncle Elias says. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So at this point, gauging that no one else is coming near, he decides to finally rise from where he's been sitting.
Okay.
And he walks over to that wall,
Okay.
and he sort of curses in Undercommon and under his breath.
Yep.
And he walks up to the message that he left on the wall. And he erases the message that he had before. And he places a new message.
Fired.
You suck.
Don't ruin it.
Okay.
He places a new circle. And in it, he leaves one word. Run. And he walks off.
I think as Ryuvi walks off, that word kind of fades a little bit, not in a way that wasn't supposed to, but eventually just sort of sits there faintly shimmering. And I would say that the camera sort of zooms out to show Ryuvi moving out of that alleyway. And there is probably one moment where, if you just noticed carefully, you can see a small black bird kind of flutter on the roof and kind of look around the alleyway and then turn very intelligently, click its beak, and then take off and heading in some other direction. And as it heads off, as Ryuvi heads to meet his friends, as Cade and Gromnir head to find an inn within the Quill Ward, and Fifely goes to talk to the rats, we are going to bring this extremely eventful and fun session to a close. This was good stuff, guys. And
Damn you, Trent, I hate it when you're right.
a lot more work to be done with Calimport here, but obviously the plot has thickened. There is intrigue that is happening here, which is great. I'm very excited for that. Great job from everybody. I will start as per usual and work my way back up, and I'll start with Rob. Yeah, Ryuvi, I think, behaved exactly as I would expect him to. I think that was real smart all the way along. It made complete sense to do it. It was interesting at the early part where it was kind of like, get the F out of my way, because you were focused on something else, and that was why you were moving on getting to that spot. But once
that's
there,
very much Ryuvi. What he do.
But I think what you got
he has no patience or tolerance for fools, and he doesn't care who that person is.
Yeah, but it made complete sense, I think, that Ryuvi also would then sort of wait, and it's one of those like, why is nobody coming to get the met? Something is off.
Yeah.
And I think it was interesting to kind of see how that's all going to work. Also,
he needed to know for himself.
Sure, of course. And I was also cracking up at the sort of like the deep sigh with Cade just being like, oh, God damn it. It was very funny, like the old married couple that is just like, God damn it. That was fun.
Because the thing is, despite all of this, he does respect him. He just
of course
hates his crap sometimes.
Yeah. No, he's exactly. And that's why, and Cade enjoys sort of like,
they've gotten through a lot of jams together, and he gives as good as he gets. It's just, in this particular case, he's more concerned about whether his men are dead than if Cade doesn't understand why. Like,
Exactly, yeah.
He doesn't care how boring this is. He may have, either men captured or dead, or maybe all of his for all he knows, they could have all been turned away from being allowed in the city anymore. They may have been interrogated. They may have turned the tables on us. Maybe perhaps they flipped whoever was working for us, and they're now reporting to them. Like, we don't know, but whatever it is, that moment in the alleyway of no one showing up actually is evidence.
No, for sure. These are your
information,
people, so it totally makes sense. And I thought it was interesting to sort of see that play out. I guess I would ask, in general, how'd you feel about today? And as always, where will folks see you next?
It's good. I mean, one thing I want to address right off the bat, and I probably should have addressed this with you, Arv, before we got into this campaign. Yeah, I understand people really love the Wild Mage stuff that happened last time, but I actually feel for the seriousness of tone and just for the position that he's put himself in. I'm not saying that it could never happen again, maybe under the right circumstances, but just every single spell
That's
is.
fine.
It was just, it was fun, it was silly, but it was completely game breaking for me last time.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So I prefer not to have it happen every time I cast something above a cantrip. But beyond that, it's fun to come back to this character and also come back to this character as a new version of himself. Like, I'm aware of him, but I also know that he's evolved and that he's changed, and that in some ways he's the most unique of his kin. You know, he is not like any other drow that anyone has encountered, perhaps, and that makes him very intriguing to me, because he knows very much who he is and where he's come from, but he has far more responsibility and much more awareness than perhaps even some of his upbringing might know, considering all they know is the Underdark. And some of them, that's all they care about. And he knows there's a bigger world, and there are bigger risks and bigger things at play. He's seen the biggest of those things come to pass and also be defeated, and he was involved in that. So he's much more worldly than others that he's grown up alongside with and rejected and doesn't feel a connection to anymore. So I think he's happy to be back with these friends, and I think he's concerned about what's going on, and I think he's also, maybe I don't want to say that he's proud, because pride cometh before a fall, but I think he is. He knows that there is a great responsibility on his shoulders now, and it's not just for him and for this party. It's for everyone right now that his existence touches, and that's a grave bit of business. I think he takes it very much to heart, and it's fun to play that. It's fun to play somebody whose responsibilities are twofold to the party and campaign, and to some other bigger part of that campaign that maybe we don't always see every step of the way.
Also, just quickly to note, I think it's interesting that we've got, Fifely, of course, has become more of a druid of the forest. Grom, who has focused more on, Red Wizards of Thay and all that, but has been focusing more on his own sort of like, spiritual development, as it were, and knowledge. And then you and Cade both have your own people. I mean, and this is what sort of level 15 allows. It's not everybody gets an organization, but they can if they want, or they can sort of focus even more carefully on a life of the whatever. Fifely's obviously been focusing more on that because of spending time with a significant other. Gromnir's been spending more time on trying to tease out this larger conspiracy or whatever that he's concerned about. And meanwhile, Cade's got the Thieves Guild, and you've got your people that you're working with in the circle of the Dragon Slayer Tower. So it's interesting to see those different, spider webs kind of all interlock.
I don't think Ryuvi saw himself in this path initially, but I think after working through the Lord's Council so many times and screaming at people who were so busy screaming at each other they couldn't see the truth right in front of them, he knows how hard he's had to fight, and how both just to be seen and recognized, and not just seen as that drow.
Yep.
That on top of that, he also knows that the result that they fought for, it needs to be defended, and he chose to create this order to help defend it. Maybe when others are, perhaps looking the wrong way or not paying attention to what's, the vulnerabilities of the moment. And that's something. Sometimes you need people, much like what Cade is doing. He's in charge of the Thieves Guild, but there's also something like, we're protecting you while we're stealing your gold and we're keeping you alive to some degree.
Yep, absolutely.
So
no, good stuff, Rob. I'm excited.
Yeah,
to see
everyone,
more.
Everyone benefits if we're all breathing. Most
Generally, that is the
generally it helps.
case. Where will the folks find you next?
Yeah, for those of you who don't know who I am GC Darkside Rob. I am a variety caster, professional video editor, musician, podcaster, voiceover person, maker of 1,000 voices, and other silly shit all over the internet. If you want to find out what I'm doing, you can check out my Twitch streams at twitch.tv/GC Darkside Rob. Currently doing playthroughs of, what am I playing? Pillars of Eternity, Cyberpunk 2077, and something else.
Pong.
Probably Demon Souls or something.
Oh, that.
And I also make music on my channel and do stuff on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, all the links to all my stuff is on my Twitch page, so check it out there. And thank you everybody for watching. This was an amazing audience turnout tonight, and anybody who rated, hosted, and did all that good stuff. We always appreciate having you guys in the chat, watching and enjoying the streams. I look forward to the next one.
Very much. Good stuff, Rob. Thanks. Always a pleasure. Also, always a pleasure to have John with us. John, it was fun to see Cade being Cade, which we got on multiple occasions, for sure. And I was cracking up with you and Grom and Fifely with just the blueness intensifies. Like, it just, at a certain point, I'm just like, this is, please, can we have even more blue? But I was also enjoying, Cade having to, negotiate with the, what do we call him, with
Ali,
Moaz,
and
be able to talk with Moaz, and then to sort of get a sense also to talk to the Alnir El Pashim when you first came in there. So that was interesting, and trying to get a sense of where everyone's people are and what we can find out about this very mysterious city. So it was a lot of fun to watch Cade play things out. How'd you feel about today, and where will the fine folks find you next?
Oh, it was great as usual. Yeah, I got to show off. One of the things I was really interested in doing with this 15th level thing, and I didn't set it up with you that he had taken over Waterdeep, but it just seemed a logical thing to do. So once you let me
Seemed fair enough.
roll with it, I'm like, well, then this is what I have, and a 15th level character would have networks and boots on the ground just like Ruby has his.
Yep.
Mine are just better at hiding than his are, apparently. But c'est la vie. And yeah, it was fun watching that I have resources to draw upon now. We need to store this flying carpet. No problem. There it is. It's not going anywhere until we come back to get it. And then I got to show off a little bit of the charisma with talking to what's his face after, Mr. Boar here goes stalks off. So there you go. Yeah, it was a good time. And the rest of the party interacting with them, of course, was a blast. Chat was very fun too. So yeah, can't wait for the next one. Looking forward to seeing us. Hopefully make it to the palace maybe next time. That'll be cool.
Yeah, you
if
did
not,
make a lot of progress.
This
on
is
this one,
totally
but,
is John. This is totally the pace we're used to. This is
it's true. Three wards. I think we did 3 wards this time. 3 wards, 3 rooms. It's about the same thing. Exactly. So yeah,
We're going to be in the next ward for like 4 months,
yes.
and then
yes.
all will be well.
All will be
Yes.
well. I was just about to
That's
say.
right.
You find Valaki Ward. No!
A blast is always a great time. So yeah, looking forward to the next one. Let's see. Next will be not this coming Monday, but the next Monday. The
dances
8th
with Smurfs.
will be Emberwind. Hopefully Jen will have the hole in her house fixed, and Marie will have her internet issues taken care of, and then we'll be back on track for that, which is good because we're in the middle of an action scene where they're about to do a chariot chase, which should be a very, very interesting coach chase. Should be very interesting to see how they pull that off. Otherwise, I'll be back here mid-February-ish for more Callum Port D&D with IAB.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. Always a pleasure, and good stuff with that shirt as well. Quality with the work.
Thank you,
of the shirt.
boys. Appreciate it. Yes, very much so.
It's good
Very much
stuff.
so.
Always
I
a pleasure.
expect that to be at grandpa length by next time, or at least trucker.
Oh God, dude.
Please, trucker, hurry!
I should be so lucky.
Just grab and pull.
Yeah, that's unlike one of the guys I work with who literally you can watch him grow his beard. You just sit there and watch him. I have to make more effort.
Like a Play-Doh barbershop.
Pretty much. Dude's amazing. So yeah.
Always
Hell
a
of a
pleasure,
guy, too.
John, and I will
Yeah.
we'll speak more of course, very shortly, naturally. Always a pleasure to have as well Saad with us. And Saad, I mean, Grom is just really, really precious. I love the fact that Grom, Grom has obviously learned and changed, and Gromnir is no fool, but there's still this just sort of general.
You sure?
Well, yeah, it's a general. It's not so much innocence as kind of like
ironically, I think before he had something and he was holding on to it for so long, the kind of and the dreams and all that he was having, and it was eating him alive, and that it like exploded in the campaign. And I feel like Gromnir's sort of noticed that in Ryuvi, but he doesn't want to tell him yet. He's trying to take everything on without asking for assistance.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Right.
And it's sort of annoying. And Gromnir is like, oh shit, it's the same thing as I did. And I don't. And so that's why I feel like that's happening to him right now. And I mean, and also the fact is that all of our characters got affected by all the events, so and everyone reacts differently, and it's interesting how two people kind of are in a sort of solitary life, and the other two are in like a massive organization with responsibilities. So I just thought that's a sort of interesting dichotomy, I guess you could say.
Totally agree. That's going to have an impact. Events like that have an impact on people's lives going forward for sure.
Yeah, and you shouldn't. And it's always great because like everyone thinks that every campaign when you get to level 20, you should be super godly powerful and have a castle and blah 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 blah. You don't have to do that.
No, not necessarily.
Not every character will have that. Some will just want something simple. And
that's right.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Where will folks find you next?
You see me on Monday for Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. Hopefully we'll make more progress than we did last time, because we spent the last half of it. What was it? We were debating all the hit points again, weren't we?
Yes, there was a lot of time spent on hit point debate.
There was a lot of debate on some of the shenanigans, and a lot of the. We did a little bit of. I can do a little bit of insider of the Curse of Strahd stuff that we did. That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
May do more of that, and I think we're going to have to do an MS Paint look. Go through all the old MS Paint stuff that I did for the campaign. We can find it all. Hopefully, it hasn't been deleted off all the boards.
Some great quality MS Paints that you did with hammers and the like. It was quality stuff.
I should
have asked also how you liked what you saw tonight. I realized I didn't ask you that by accident.
Oh, it's great. Loved it. It's so different because even though we're really high level, we're still in a place where we just have no idea what we're doing.
Yeah,
and so we have to try
is like so different. Yeah,
it's completely different, and we actually don't have any support here. Literally, like what I mean is like we don't have any kind of.
Speak for yourself.
No, what I mean is like we don't have any.
Can't call the Order of the Fist or anything like that.
Yeah, extremely powerful factions.
That's true. That's true.
So it's sort of
we're
like
literally at the very start of the campaign.
It's very similar to the start. Yeah.
We're like on page 3 of the campaign.
The only difference is that we can cast really powerful stuff and do a lot of damage. But hopefully, as we get through the campaign, we'll see more of the abilities because Gromnir's got a couple that he's holding on to until we need them. That'll be interesting. Hopefully, when we get to them, to those points. And other than that, you can see me randomly stream my channel, twitch.tv/slide_, various video games, if you like RPGs or obscure shooters. Go there. That's it.
Good stuff. Thank you, Saad, as always. Always a pleasure. Also, thanks again, as always, for so-called assistant DM work, which I only mean in the sense that, Saad's knowledge of Roll20 and is really helpful, so thank you. Very much appreciate that.
No worries.
And good stuff, Saad. Is always a pleasure. And also always a pleasure to have Trendon with us. And Trend, it was interesting, too, to see, Fifely, who... was not actually. I don't think anybody really pissed Fifely off in this particular session. I think people, you were just sort of gathering information, being like, oh, okay, what about this, and this? And I hadn't thought about the rats idea. So that idea of talk to these people that, that talk to these creatures that are going to be below the surface. That was interesting. Plus, I was really enjoying the visual of you sort of struggling under this massive carpet as you're trying to go back to the kitchen with that was also a lot of fun. How'd you feel about today? Where would lovely folks see you next?
One of the things I like the most about the idea of the rats is that, unlike the other members of the party, Fifely doesn't have an active network here.
Right.
He doesn't have a group of people here that are keeping an eye on things and sending him reports. He's his only option is to, well, I guess I'll talk to the locals. It's like, you mean these people? No, not these people.
The
You
real
know, and
locals.
yeah, the
Yeah.
ones who go everywhere, who actually can go everywhere, you know. And it's entirely possible that they will be of no help, that they might be like, oh yeah, that place is scary. It's like, right, but what can you tell me about it? It's scary. Shit. Okay, thank you. You know, and that'll be all he's gonna get, you know. So I'm fully prepared for that. But there's, you know, a chance that, you know, he might run into a cat that has a higher intelligence than a rat or something, or he might, you know, run into a bird that is oddly intelligent that drops in as soon as the drow leaves an alley, you know, and just be like, wait a minute, you. Yeah, I just was thinking about that. You know, the whole thing is like, okay, so what is Fightfully going to do to try to get information about this thing? And talking to the animals is, or plants, because he can do both.
Yep.
Is, you know, getting over towards the Faith Ward, since that is right next to the Palace Ward, and being like, you've got roots deep in this place. What can you tell me about what's under here? You know, kind of thing. So those are the two things he's going to do, is talk to the animals and talk to the plants. The other reason he wants to get to anywhere that has a big tree is because he wants to get there and touch that tree, because then he can use transport via plants to go right back to the Wood of Sharp Teeth instantaneously if he wants to, and just be like, fuck this place, I'm out, and he's just gone.
Is that just you, or can you take me with you?
As many people as can fit through the tree in 6 seconds.
Sweet. That's pretty cool.
And then he can transport back and forth.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Level 15.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice to have that escape route. So that's pretty cool. Yeah.
It is, and yeah, it's going to be, and just like Kalimport itself is such a really interesting city with so much going on that I love the image of the minarets. I mean, again, it's like, you know, and I think of it in those contemporary terms, Constantinople, right? Like I think of that version of older Istanbul, and cities built on top of cities, obviously, is always interesting. But I just think it's so neat to play around with what those things look like that I'm fascinated by that. So where will the folks find you next, Trent?
That's a great question. I mean, I've got another D&D game tomorrow, but it's just my housemate DMing for a bunch of us locals, and we're not live streaming it, so you guys don't get to see my CrossFox character, who's kind of bitchy and doesn't like the rest. Well, it's not that he doesn't like the rest of the party. He just doesn't really want to better. He wants to be like the Count of Monte Cristo because he's a rogue. He wants to be a grifter and work his way into high society and just become really fucking rich and hobnob with people. They've been running around in a forest for the last week and a half. And he's just like, I don't want. Actually, this forest right here.
He's
and
like,
by the way,
this is not the plan.
Right, and all of our stuff is taking place down here where there's no content for it. But yeah, I realized that this is a 3.5 D&D map. That it's not a 5th edition map, because apparently in 5th edition there's a gigantic dragonborn city right there, and in 4th edition all this was underwater. I'm like, what?
Well, I mean, listen, the cataclysm, I mean, good God, like that just gets like way out of hand.
Whatever.
Kalimport keeps getting referred to in the past tense in some of these, and I'm like, whatever. Like,
Kalimport's still there.
You know, now, yes, no, I know, but like, so anyway.
Anyway, where will people see me next? I don't know. Probably here. It depends. I'll almost certainly be back on this channel, whether it's for Adventures in Middle Earth, which we haven't scheduled yet.
We have this coming Tuesday, remember? Because we talked about the fact that we were going to reschedule after last missed. We were like, can we please do next Tuesday? So I'm pretty sure it's this Tuesday that we got.
I mean, no, I don't remember, but okay, thank you. So they'll here.
No, it's
Tuesday.
not happening. How dare you?
When I say no, what I mean is no, I don't remember. But now I do. Okay.
That's me with all D&D knowledge. No, I don't remember.
I don't recall.
Don't remember. Don't know. Don't remember. Didn't read it.
And then after that, probably back here again on this game whenever we wind up scheduling our first one, which will probably not be the first Saturday of the month, which is I think what our original plan had always been. Always do the first and third Saturdays of the month, and
we will make an effort.
Just right away.
Yeah, I'm going to be sending out a schedule, possible schedule tomorrow at some point. So, or Sunday, I get later today, I suppose. But Trent, always a pleasure, and always a pleasure for all these 4 guys. I really, again, as always, enjoy these players quite a bit, and it's really enjoying seeing the familiarity that they have with each other's characters in a very unfamiliar space, and that I think is really fun to watch that interaction, and you're going to see more of it, chat, down the line. So can we get some love, as always, for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew, Trendane Sparks, Saad, John Helfers, and of course GC Darkside Rob. Great pleasure to have all these gentlemen with us, and we will see all of you in various places soon. Bye for now.
Bye, everybody.
Adios.
Alrighty, and that is going to do it for today, and I hope everyone enjoyed this as much as I did. This really, as I say, I always sound like a broken record. I'm like, I had a good time. But I mean, I really did. I really enjoyed having a chance to explore this city and having to kind of play around as well with things that I'm not necessarily expecting, like things that I'm just like, well, got to fill that in and build in that. And, and I'm using sort of basic concepts and ideas of a given city, but doing more with it and trying to, do more and work with that is really important. So, that was great. I love it, and there's going to be more where that came from in the months to come. But for right now, that is going to wrap it for us. I do want to mention that, again, we're going to be back tomorrow with Sound Clash: The Clampdown. Brendan O'Brien will be presenting that at 6 p.m. Eastern, as per usual. And then on Monday, we'll be back with Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. And then Tuesday, we have Adventures in Middle-earth, as I just mentioned. And I don't know anything about the schedule beyond that yet because I have to send it out and find out. So I'm going to be doing that tomorrow. So we will have more details about the schedule for you coming up early next week. If you liked what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Please sub to me over there because we're really trying to get that channel up to 1,000 subscribers. It's free for you, but it really does make a difference for me. So if you can do that, it would be very much appreciated. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Now newly configured and renovated for your Discording pleasure. That is provided by Elv and by Terrytoons. And of course, !ArvTweets is my Twitter. Please follow me over there as well. Our website for all that is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, Arv Shop is the merchandise area. You can get Infinity and Beyond stuff, and you can get Adventures of Middle-earth stuff, and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff there as well. Arv Treon is that Patreon, currently sitting at 22 patrons, 232 per month, trying to build that up even higher. It has been starting to tick back up, which is great. The more of that we can do, the better, because we can really make a difference in terms of what we can put back into the channel. Plus, you can get cool stuff for you and cool stuff for the players in terms of inspirations and things like that. Cool stuff for the channel as a whole. Same thing with that sub button, which a few of you used today. I know we had a couple of gift subs too. So thank you for those of you who sub to the channel and all that kind of good stuff. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes and again, inspirations for the players as well. On the publishing side, Icarus from Athos Arts. More details about future things with that series and with Athos specifically coming soon. Very excited to kind of get Icarus out to a wider audience. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook published by Alligator Alley Entertainment, already out in digital form on DriveThruRPG and coming in physical form as soon as it gets out of freaking customs, which please, let's go. I am looking forward to that being released so that we can actually ship it out to everybody else. But thank you for your patience. If you ordered one, and trust me, no one wants it more than me, I am super excited to have it, so hang in there. And yes, also Grayshade KS. More details about my Grayshade Kickstarter. I'm going to be talking in not too many hours from now, actually, with some of the people that are working on that project, Grayshade, which may or may not involve Mr. John Helfers. We may be speaking shortly about that in some hours from now anyway. So more details about that coming soon, but I'm very excited about that. That's going to be a big one for me here at the beginning of the year. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Incredibly important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Link there for many resources and information that's available. And of course, Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important at a very difficult time that we keep hanging on because there is a light light at the end of the tunnel, and that's the case globally, and I think is the case individually as well. If you are struggling, please reach out to someone for assistance, for someone to listen, to be there, and if you see someone else who's struggling, please reach out to them. That's how we work together as a community, and it's what we try to do on here. Other than that, we are going to do a raid today, and the way that we do a raid is very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Argonauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are not a sub, if you are not a sub. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Argonauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, Arvany roar, Arvany woe, Arvany witch, Arvany what, and all that kind of stuff for all those sorts of things too. Well, I was going to mention this tomorrow, but I guess since it is tomorrow, Dragon, I can officially say happy birthday to Dragonspear, because his birthday is January 31st. So I can say happy birthday on this day. Some years ago, a wonderful person came into the world who's a really awesome person. So happy birthday, Dragon. I was going to say it during Sound Clash, but now I can just say it in general. Happy birthday. Thank you very, very much for all of the awesomeness that you are as a person, and not only your own generosity, but just being a cool dude in general. So thanks, Dragon. Happy birthday. And no, I had it literally on my, my calendar in front of me that I'm staring at. So, but yeah, happy birthday, man. It's good to see you. What Sound Clash? Yeah. Happy birthday, dude. Seriously. So, yes. So do one of those raid calls when you are brought over automagically. I want to thank the amazing mods tonight. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffid, Coven, Jedi Burner, Shatter Mage. You are all lovely people. Thank you all so much. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers. Don't spoil the surprise. No, it's too late now. Thank you to, of course, Arudinel, Dragonspear. Thank you to Rock God. Thank you to Triffity Mets. Thank you to Echo Alpha, Errant, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Trendane, Uncle Elias. Thank you as well to the Patreon supporters in that group as well. Thank you to Abba Costello. Thank you to Adwin. Thank you to Artjom. Thank you to Aiton. Thank you to Bible Thumps. Thank you to Black Fury. Thank you to Blue Pierced Pixie. Thank you to Carbo. Thank you to Cinder. Thank you to Coach Burbot. Thank you to Commander Root. Thank you to Defective Automaton. Thank you to Dino, Electrical Longboard, Epic. Thank you to Gon Eden, Galadriel Bot, who is totally not a bot. Happy birthday to Galadriel Bot, too, he said. Thank you to Gigafrost. Thank you to Harlequin, to Imperfect Sanity. Thank you to Ananda. Thanks again, by the way, to Ananda and especially to Frostwar for the raid today. Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. Much love to the GOG fellow streamers, but thank you all so much for that raid. I appreciate it. I hope some of you found someone new to follow and check out, as well as those wonderful people. Thank you to who you should follow if you don't. Thank you to Kooky Canuck. Thank you to Light and Passion, to Pixel Hound, to Raidens, Radio Johnny Panda, Raven Doug, Status Kitty, Shaco Fan, Sploom TV. Thank you to Tauntoms, the Degents. Thank you to you, Christensen. Thank you to Uncaged Bride. Thank you to V&K, Violets TV, Virgo Praz, and thank you to Wenchkin. And a special thanks today to Sod. Thank you to John. Thank you to Tren, and thank you to Rob for the awesomeness of Infinity and Beyond, and a really great session today. Thanks for all of you lovely people. That's going to do it for me. Everyone stick around for the raid. Let me see who we're going to raid here, actually. Who is it? Who is it? We were going to raid. I know exactly who we're going to raid. Stick around, and I am going to see you folks over at this place. Stick around for the raid, and I will see all you lovely folks soon. Exactly, Galadriel Bot. Until then, see you tomorrow for Sound Clash. Happy birthday again to Dragonspear, and everyone be good to each other. Catch y'all soon. Bye for now.